Here's Marco Island. Tornado watch is up, and that does include our southern zones, but it really includes all of us. We're going to watch all of our counties for the threat of a tornado. Here's the center of this. And I do believe it's moving a little bit faster than what the Hurricane Center has. That's why I think maybe landfall maybe before midnight. But the heavy weather is starting to roll onshore and down to the south of us, and a lot of tornado warnings to the south. Here's Polk County. Here's Osceola. And what Cassie and I are watching, this stuff coming out of the Sebring area, there may eventually be pretty soon some tornado warnings for Polk and parts of Osceola, even potentially Brevard. So again, giving you the heads up. Polk County, Osceola, and Brevard, we may have some tornado warnings coming out soon. Now, the tornadoes in a tropical system are very short-lived. They're not long-track tornadoes like sometimes we get in the winter here or out west over toward Alabama and Oklahoma. These kind of drop really quickly and go back up. Nonetheless, they're tornadoes, so if we get any spin-ups, we'll let you know. But eventually, we're going to start to really see pretty soon the potential of tornadoes, and that's why I've been mentioning indoors at noon, and that's the time to be safe. And you can see why. The timing is all working out. Now, we have a lot of rain around now, not severe. That severe stuff, though, just off to the south, and of course, the hurricane just off to the southwest. And what is different with this one is there's going to be these dry pockets, which makes it difficult, more difficult for us and the emergency managers to plan for the flooding, because it's not going to be this big shield of rain. Look at the dry air sneaking in. It is October. In this time of year, we actually are going to see this system go from a hurricane, which is tropical in nature, and then as it's on top of us and moves offshore, it's actually transitioning into a non-tropical system. That's what happens this time of year. Kind of gets sucked into a front and loses its tropical characteristics. So it's going to be a little bit different, which does let you know what I know and what I don't know. Does make it a little harder to pinpoint where some of the heavier rain will set up and where the strongest winds are going to be. But as it's looking now, as this makes landfall tonight, again, it should be roughly maybe just before midnight. What's going to happen is south of the center right here, south will be drier. To the north, it'll be windier and heavier rain. And in this, of course, very strong winds, and we'll see some down trees and down tree branches. And that's why we need to be safe and sleeping in a safe spot tonight rather. You can sleep today too. Take a nap if you want to. I'm not one to judge. As you get into tonight, though, you want to sleep away from windows to just be safe. But you can see here, even as we work our way to 4 in the morning, and Cassie and I were just talking about this, the center may be right over Polk and Osceola, but look to the south, dry, but to the north in here, we're kind of getting hammered with some very heavy wind and rain in those hurricane conditions and that onshore flow, and that's why we're going to have a surge of about 3 to 5 feet, Flagler, Volusia about 2 to 4 as we work our way into Brevard County. But you see how kind of different this looks. I did want to pass that along. Every system is so very different, and this time of year being in October, this is kind of transitioning out of a tropical system while it is on top of us. Very dangerous system, very big, wide impacts here in central Florida. But watching out where this heavy rain is, the core may be right here or the core may be over here. And that's what we're going to monitor for you through the night to see if we have any neighborhoods taking on any water or anything like that. And with that said, too, that kind of sounds scary. You know, we're not New Orleans. We're not below sea level. We don't have levees, so we're not on, you know, cutting through attics to that sort of thing. But like we had with Ian in different neighborhoods or La Vista, different spots like Fairview and College Park, we had a water rise in some areas, and of course water got into homes, and of course that's very dangerous. And you know, not only do we want to protect lives but also property, so if we have any of that, we will let you know. But as we get into tomorrow afternoon, this sucker starts to kick off to the east. Still very high seas and still gusty winds. So for the winds, we're looking at right in here, this red shading, of course, where the center comes on shore. In this pocket, winds will be right around 95 miles per hour. That includes much of Polk County. You get towards Sumter Lake, over towards Seminole, Orange, much of coastal, or all of the coast of Flagler, Volusia, back through Brevard itself. There's Seminole, Orange, and Osceola. We're looking at those hurricane conditions with winds around 75 miles per hour and those higher gusts. So give or take 5 or 10 miles per hour, that's what we're going to see. North, though, as we get to the north, mainly in Marion County, winds will be a little bit less, around 65. All of us have that risk of losing power. No doubt about that. There will be widespread power outages with this. Now, back to the rain. Remember I mentioned some of those dry pockets, and you see it here. This is a computer model, but it does have a good feel on what Cassie and myself are seeing, where there'll be this swath of maybe 7, 8, 9 inches of rain right in here, but it's going to be a kind of a wait and see to see if this is here or maybe a little bit more over here or maybe a little bit more up here. But that's the pattern I did want to let you know, where the center center is south, drier. To the north, we're going to see some really heavy rain and the potential of flooding. We'll have some spots that may end up with only 3 inches of rain, maybe an inch or 2 of rain in our southern zones. We get that in an afternoon thunderstorm with ease around here, right in central Florida. But with this, we're going to see these really heavy pockets of prolonged wind and prolonged rain north of the center. So what's going to happen? What's it going to feel like? Well, first off, it's going to be kind of noisy tonight, which is scarier at night with the winds kind of howling, a few things getting kicked around, may hear some branches breaking, that sort of thing. But the loss of power, watching out for downed branches and trees, and watching out for those areas of flooding. But the worst weather arriving pretty soon as we work our way, especially after sunset. But what we're starting to see now is that tornado threat just to the south. We are going to monitor that as warnings are issued. We will let you know ASAP. Thank you for your trust and patience as we go through this system.
All right, thanks, Brian. And we do anticipate we'll hear from the governor any moment. Now we'll get you to that just after this break.
Big storms are what we do. This is what drives us.
We've been doing this for years and years. We have that experience to know exactly how it's going to impact you.
We are all here to keep you safe together.
We want to meet you where you are, and that means on our apps with real information coming out of Severe Weather Center 9.
So if you're having to hunker down during a storm,
we're going to be right there on your platform to let you know what's happening. We're on top of it, and we'll be with you every step of the way.
we all work collectively because it's all about keeping you safe and informed.
An injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back. I'm just a nobody." I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay.
Diabetes treatment can cost hundreds of dollars a year. Who can afford that?
COPD can cost thousands of dollars a year. I'm not sure what's harder, having COPD or paying for it.
If you're Medicare eligible with diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, you don't need a financial burden, too. Freedom Health Special Needs Plans are designed for you.
With our variety of Medicare plans, you can access benefits that best fit your needs.
Freedom offers plans specifically designed for individuals with diabetes, COPD, and heart disease. That's impressive.
There are some real financial pluses, too.
$174 back in your monthly Social Security check. $80 per month for groceries and utilities. A monthly allowance for over-the-counter items, plus dental, vision, and hearing coverage.
It's not easy finding answers.
Unless you know who to call.
Call Freedom at 866-867-8605.
Did you ever look at your house and think it just might be time for a change? Well, right now at National Floors Direct, we'll help you change for just $1,088. We'll give you 3 full rooms of carpeting, next day installation, padding, everything, all for just $1,088. 3 rooms, no hidden extras. Now that's the kind of change everyone can afford, and no interest for 1 year. Call National Floors Direct, 888-400-FLOOR. Get 3 rooms of carpeting for just $1,088. We'll bring the store to your door.
Now's the time to find a roofing company you can trust. And no one knows roofing like Nolan's Roofing. For over 25 years, our family has been there for yours, helping your home weather any storm.
Our roof was damaged by a recent storm. We called Nolan's. They gave us a new roof. It was affordable, and we're so pleased with our new roof, so call Nolan's for your new roof today.
Whether you need a roof repaired or it's time for a new one, Nolan's Roofing has you covered. Protecting your home is our business, and no one knows roofing like Nolan's Roofing.
Watch Eyewitness News from any device with Eyewitness News Livestream. Sponsored by the law firm of Bogan, Munz & Munz. No gimmicks, just results.
This update from Severe Weather Center 9 is sponsored by Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont.
Stay with Channel 9 Eyewitness News as we track Milton.
Welcome back. It is 1 o'clock as we continue to track Hurricane Milton on this Wednesday morning. It is making its way closer to Florida. Thank you for being with us. I'm Alexa Lorenzo.
And I'm Kirsten Delgado. So let's get you caught up here. In the last hour, Osceola officials have issued a mandatory curfew for all residents starting tonight at 8. This curfew, though, does not apply to first responders and essential employees. It does, however, apply to the city of Kissimmee and St. Cloud. Also in Osceola, there's currently more than 600 people allocated in their shelters. Shelters centers with the largest capacity are in Celebration, Harmony, and Liberty High School. At this hour, only boat traffic is closed at 2 Volusia County bridges, including one in Main Street and High Bridge. So that's the latest across the major kind of headlines right now at 1 o'clock across Central Florida.
So our bridges are open to drivers, to normal traffic. It's those drawbridges here in Central Florida that are closing to boat traffic. Certified meteorologist Brian Shields is already in Severe Weather Center 9, tracking the latest for us at 1 this afternoon.
Getting a look at satellite imagery looks like it's getting a little glitchy. Sometimes that happens with the satellite. We got these cameras in the sky. I was like, what is happening there? Did we just lose Earth? But we did not lose Earth, so that is a good thing. Now, what we're watching, and Cassie's going to jump in here in a second as we monitor some of these tornado warnings that are trying to get closer to our southern zones. Here it is, and you can see it here on the radar right here. This is the center of it, right? A lot of the action with this is to the north. Of course, the radar beam doesn't shoot all the way out, but is to the north of this. This is that big shield of rain that's going to be working in. So we're going to see those winds starting to pick up soon. But in the short term, we have this tornado watch that is out. And it really should include more of us. But nonetheless, we're seeing a lot of action spinning. Now, right where we are, it is not severe, but it is about to be for some of our counties as we get down to the south. So giving you the heads up. This big batch coming out of Fort Myers is a strong kind of tropical storm, big squall line here type of thing. Power's probably being knocked out in spots already. And this is what's getting closer to Polk County, but also this coming out of the Sebring area and then swinging back south of Melbourne. You see these tornado warnings even trying to clip into parts of southern Polk County. So again, a lot of severe weather just to the south of us. Cassie's been behind the scenes and is now going to be on the stage tracking kind of what we got going on with this, dissecting some of the spinning, and all of this just lifting to the north in our direction.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. And it's kind of hard to see because of what's underlaying all this box. There's a lot of red on the map, but you can see this kind of outline red box. There's multiple as we get down just south of our viewing area where we've got some of these tornado warnings. Also something you can see, that really hot lime green paired up with the red. That's what we're seeing, this isolated spinning that we've been watching in all of South Florida. So again, portions of far southern Polk County under this tornado warning. And I want to track it out for you because as we move this system forward in speed, moving at about 35 miles per hour, you can see there's not going to be a whole lot of locations impacted by this in far southern portions of Polk County. We've got Fairhaven, Alcoma in just about 15 to 20 minutes as the system continues to lift northward. But if we see this polygon shift really any further northward, Brian and I will be on covering it for you nonstop until that warning expires. But you can see that we haven't seen a whole lot of that tight circulation. It's kind of fading a little bit for us when we look at just one of the tools here, which is velocity. But this is something we anticipated. This area that is shaded in the red from Polk and Osceola County southward, that's the tornado watch that Brian was mentioning. But we've got these kind of pockets embedded within them where we actually have those tornado warnings happening in parts of South Florida. All of this is, again, the big feeder system of Hurricane Milton. So again, if we take a look at the bigger picture, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. I've got my little computer over here. You can see off to the far southwest, again, we're about 100+ miles off our coastline of the west coast. Some of those armbands moving in. Fort Myers really getting hit heavy with one of these armbands. And we're seeing these kind of outer pockets of weather really give us these little isolated tornadoes. And again, about to be moving into parts of Polk County for us as we take you through the remainder of this afternoon. And Brian, this is something that we had been talking about. I want to take you back to our headlines and kind of what we expect timeline-wise for the rest of the day, because through the rest of this afternoon, hope this isn't the one that I wanted. Let's see if we can find that one.
I'm curious to see what you're popping up there, Cassie.
I know,
so you got to watch that.
You never know what you're going to get. There we are. There's my storm timeline. As we go through this afternoon, we've got that potential for the tornado threat. Really now, through the next couple of hours into our evening, we're only going to see our rainfall pick up, the winds pick up, and even in some of these first batches of rain, we could get some of those power outages. But the worst weather when we talk about the hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds, the gusts, all of that moving through, that's That's overnight tonight and into Thursday. So for this afternoon, we're really going to be watching that tornado risk as we continue to watch these feeder bands start to move in. You got anything, Brian?
Yeah, again, let's kind of reset. So Cassie was really mentioning this tornado watch that we have that includes, it looks like, does that include more of us now? It looks like they did expand it. We were talking about that it should include more of us. So the tornado watch now does include Lake into Orange, Seminole, back through parts of Volusia for that tornado threat. That is the biggest concern over the next few hours. That's why we needed you indoors to be where you need to be at noon. And this is exactly why that tornado threat is definitely increasing. Now you can see where we are. No tornadoes yet, but just to the south where Cassie was showing us, those are the cells that are tornadic. And you see just not far away and watching all of this lifting to the north. So we are going to start to get some tornado warnings here soon. And what we'll do with these are short-lived tornadoes. What we'll do is we will zoom to it. We will be covering it, but we're still going to cover the big picture on what's going on for you. We're here to keep you safe in all sorts of different ways. Quick look at the wind gusts. Nothing too crazy now. It's been windier. You saw Mel over at the beach. Some of the gusts about 30 miles per hour. Things are going to pick up, especially as the rain starts to really pick up. We're about to get some of our bigger batches of rain, and then as we swing toward the evening, the worst weather after sunset. But this here right now, not too bad. Now, as we hit 6 o'clock, you can see the center of it right here, watching the bands of rain in between some of those dry pockets. But when you start to get the rain now, it is really going to be coming down, and watching out over the next few hours for the tornado threat. But once we hit 6 and the center of this starts to move on shore, by the time we hit probably just before midnight, this core right in here north of the center, that's what will have the hurricane conditions with it. And for our northern tier, the tropical storm conditions. And that's where we could have some of those gusts over 90 miles per hour right in this core here. And I was mentioning a few minutes ago, if you're just joining us, it's going to be kind of a different system. It's going to be transitioning somewhat from tropical to not tropical as it starts to move offshore. And that's why you get these dry pockets that are really going to be sliding into this as we're getting deeper into October now. Different scenario in our fall pattern. So when you get these tropical systems lifting to the north, they are quicker to try to transition out of being a tropical system because it's not really summer. Well, it's not summertime anywhere, but again, up to the north of us, there's a lot in the way of cooler weather. But by 4 in the morning, in this very heavy rain right in through here, that's where we're going to have those really strong wind gusts. And then tomorrow morning, the center moves offshore, but still tropical storm wind gusts. And of course, we are watching our beaches so very much. Sunglow Pier up toward Flagler Beach, where there's been a lot of restoration and a lot of repairs after Nicole and after Ian. We are monitoring that very closely, and then the system will be moving offshore. Let's get right now to the governor with the latest.
Part of the state, most likely by tonight around 11, midnight, early morning on Thursday, has actually picked up some speed. So just know that we are less than 24 hours out from a major impact, actually probably less than 12 hours out. So that's going to happen. There's a lot that's been going on. One of the things that we have done to prepare for this storm is what we've done in every storm since I've been governor, but we're doing it in the most robust way we've ever done it. And that is pre-stage all these power resources. You see these linemen that are behind me. This is one of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. We've had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work. And look, if you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. So just prepare for that. Know that that's something that's likely to happen. If you are going to use a generator, make sure you're using it properly. Do not run your generator inside your home. The generator must be operated outside your home. Keep it away from any door or window. But all these folks are going to be brought to bear to be able to get the power back on as soon as humanly possible. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restorations, as fast as it's ever been done in the history, I think, probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one, coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have hundreds of thousands of people out of power in other parts of the country, like North Carolina and Georgia, you have a lot of linemen who are working in those areas. So the fact that we got over 50,000, that in and of itself is a big deal, but especially considering that you have a lot of people that are still at work in the aftermath of Helene in these other states. It's really, really remarkable. So you will likely lose power if you're in the path of this storm. Just be prepared for that. Have a plan to deal with it. But just know that we've got huge numbers of assets that are here, ready to go, and they are going to go as soon as it's safe to do so. The other thing that is worth pointing out, it's a lot of focus, understandably, on the west coast of Florida. That's what's going to see the really significant storm surge, particularly where the storm makes landfall and just south of the eye wall is going to likely lead to the most significant storm surge. The way these storms go, they go counterclockwise. If you're on the north side of the storm on the west coast, it may be that that pushes water away from the coast. That's possible depending on how the storm goes in. Right now, the track is that it's going to enter the west coast of Florida and then go almost horizontal across the state, maybe a little east-northeast, and then come out maybe in like southern Brevard County. Look, this can all change in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. But what will happen on the east coast of Florida is you will have the possibility for storm surge there. May not be 10, 15 feet like we could get on the west coast, but it's going to kind of be the opposite. If you're on the southern part of the storm, a lot of the storm is going to push the water away from the east coast. But if you're on the northern side of the storm, the counterclockwise, it's going to bring surge in. So places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, you're likely to see surge. You're likely to see, and we've had issues on the coast there anyways with erosion and whatnot. So just understand that is going to be something that could happen. It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida that you understand this is not just a west coast event. The major effects for surge will be on the west, but there is going to be impacts far inland and on the other coast in the state of Florida. The fuel situation, I know when the initial evacuations went out on Monday and then even on Sunday when people were anticipating massive run on gas, people were crowding the stations. You had long lines. A lot of the gas stations ran out of fuel. We have not run out of fuel overall. When those stations go through it much quicker than normal, they don't have the same delivery schedules that could keep up, so they got to flex. So what we've done is, one, we've got 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand just for the state of Florida and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline for the state of Florida. So that's just us. They're still bringing fuel out of the ports. The ships are not coming in, but the dockside operations have been going. Now, I'd imagine Manatee, Tampa, probably not at this point, just given what's happening. East Coast, that's likely. Dockside going to slow down too as the storm approaches. But we have to try to overcome. Had Florida Highway Patrol facilitate 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts. So they got the sirens. They're bringing those gas into the gas stations, and they've done almost 1 million gallons of gas with that. So I appreciate what they're able to do for that. We may have interruption in fuel delivery into Port Manatee, into Port of Tampa, depending on the damage from Milton. And we will work on contingencies to make sure we're able to have a supply of fuel. But people should just understand, we've got a lot of fuel on hand from the state. There is a lot of fuel still left at the ports that will be re-engaged from dockside once the storm passes on the west coast. But we could potentially have some of these ports that may not be able to open right away. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We've been talking about the debris. That mission was an emergency mission to help local communities who suffered a lot of debris and were not getting the debris moved quick enough. Places like the Barrier Islands in Pinellas County, Barrier Islands in Manatee, and even parts of Sarasota Barrier Islands. They worked through the night for the last few days, all the way through last night into this morning, and they've been able to remove a remarkable amount of debris. Statewide, just our folks. This is not even our responsibility in the state. This is a responsibility of the locals to pick up the stuff. But we've done a total 270,000 cubic yards of debris throughout the state of Florida with just our Department of Transportation and other assets. And just on those barrier islands and that emergency mission, almost 55,000 cubic yards of debris. So probably in those areas where our trucks were doing all night, the last few nights, 24/7 with the landfills, probably we're able to take about half of the debris that was there and that would not have been picked up unless we did it. That's going to mitigate some of the damage that happens when the hurricane comes in. We've got a remarkable amount of assets that are assembled. I've been in contact with both the President of the United States as well as the FEMA director. We're also closely coordinating with all our local partners in the affected counties. And we have a National Guard contingent that has never been amassed before for one of these. 6,000 Florida Guard soldiers and an additional 3,000 from other states, 34 search and rescue aircraft, and 500 tactical vehicles. This is the largest storm mobilization in the history of the state of Florida. Of course, we have our Florida State Guard, which is out and doing great work, and they've got massive numbers of assets that are going to be assisting them in their missions, and some of those guys have done a really, really good job, and we really appreciate it. Now, Florida Disaster Fund. We have activated this for Helene. It's also activated for Milton because we know there's going to be damage. So if you want to do Florida Disaster Fund, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org. This is a tax-deductible charitable contribution. We've raised many millions of dollars. I want to thank Publix, Walmart, Wells Fargo, and Lennar for coming in big. You can also text disaster 20222, 20222 to be able to do that. Once we get an assessment of the needs and the damages, we'll be able to use that in a very flexible way to help get people back on their feet. We did it after Hurricane Ian to great effect, and we'll do it after this storm as well. If you have an EV and you're in an area where you are susceptible to storm surge, just know if your EV gets inundated with salt water, it increases the risk of fires. Those fires are very difficult with the battery to put out, and we have had people that homes have burned down as a result of those EVs being in the garage when you had storm surge. So if you can, you want to move that to higher ground and try to prevent saltwater intrusion. So we've had evacuations now in effect in these counties on the west coast of Florida. I know there's now some evacuations on some of the east coast counties that I had alluded to with the storm surge threat in the barrier islands on the east coast of Florida. The conditions are starting to get bad. Listen to your local emergency managers about when it's too dangerous to go out. In many parts of Florida, you probably could still go to a shelter, but you're starting to see major weather events happen. I know there were some tornadoes, massive tornadoes. I mean, just these like unbelievable tornadoes that you're seeing. So the hazards are increasing. Depending where you are, it may not be safe, certainly to get on the interstate at this point, but listen to your local officials. But if it is still safe and you can get out of the evacuation zones, you just go to local shelter in your county. You don't even need to get on the interstate or do anything. And we still have a lot of space in our shelters around the state. We have now Sunshine Skyway Bridge and Howard Franklin are closed in the Tampa Bay area. Courtney Campbell Causeway and Gandy are closed going into Pinellas County. Those will likely be closed completely very soon, and it's just a result of the conditions that are deteriorating. So please understand the closures of those bridges. Until 5 p.m. or it's no longer safe, if you need to get to a shelter, we've partnered with Uber to provide free rides to shelters in counties with evacuation orders. If you want to do it, the promo code is Milton Relief 1, the number 1, Milton Relief 1. And that's going to go till either 5 o'clock today or when it's no longer safe, and that will likely vary depending on where you are throughout the state of Florida. So we have almost 150 shelters that are open for general population. We've got over 30,000 individuals that are in it, but we have space for over 200,000 individuals. So there is space available. The counties, by and large, I think are going to have Starlink. I think they're going to have the generator power, so if you lose power. So it isn't like, I mean, you're going to be able to use devices and stuff like that. Now, we also have 36 county-owned special needs shelters. Our Florida Department of Health works with that. They're opening in areas that are in the path of store. They're open. And then we have done 6 state-operated supplemental shelters. So these are, we call them shelters of last resort. You know, maybe you're on the interstate and you think it's getting a little too dangerous. You can pull off, and we've got places that are not far away. Hard Rock Event Center in Tampa, City Furniture in Plant City, Bay Care in Tampa, Life Science Logistics in Lakeland, Babcock Ranch in Punta Gorda, and then the Wiregrass Ranch Sports Camp in Wesley Chapel. If you want to go to see your shelter options, go to floridadisaster.org/shelters. And then for any EM updates for your specific county, you can go to floridadisaster.org/counties. I want to thank everybody that's been working hard. We've had really round the clock for over 2 weeks now, preparing and responding to Helene, which was done very robustly, very efficiently. We got a lot of people back on their feet very quickly with power and other things. And we knew, because we're in hurricane season, we knew that we weren't necessarily out of the woods. We were hoping that we wouldn't have to deal with anything more, but when it became clear that something was brewing, people continued to help with Helene, but also spring into action to prepare for what is now Major Hurricane Milton. I know there's a lot of folks that have not gotten a lot of sleep over the last few weeks. We've got some more difficult days ahead today, and as we help to rescue people and assess the damage and try to get people back on their feet, but we will absolutely get through it. We can handle this. I've seen great sources of inspiration throughout the state of Florida with our first responders, with people who are working around the clock to help their fellow Floridian. And you can count on us. We're going to be in this all the way till the end. So please make sure you're doing what you need to do to protect yourself. Thank these linemen who've come in from all across the country to be able to be here, ready to go, and get people back connected to power as soon as humanly possible when the storm passes through. We don't know. You never know for sure how many power outages you're going to have. But I think looking at the strength of this storm, looking at the path of this storm, you're talking about potential significant number of outages. And we're used to having millions anyways, and you could have millions without power at some point for this storm. So be glad that you got over 50,000 linemen that are staged in the state of Florida and that are going to be ready to go to get on target and to get people connected. Okay, we're going to hear from Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. I'll pick up where the governor left off. We are committed. We are ready to go. The Florida State Emergency Response Team has nearly probably 100,000 assets in the field, to include the 50,000 men and women of the electrical line crews that are working with us. They are members of the State Emergency Response Team. So, Governor, thank you for your leadership in that. We have the right resources to move into the right places at the right time, and this is evidenced by the men and women standing behind me. I've said it before and I say it again, life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's west coast and portions of Florida's east coast. If you're under a mandatory evacuation order in a mobile or manufactured home, you rely on power from medical devices, or you live in a home that cannot withstand hurricane force winds, then go to a shelter. There, as the governor said, there's probably nearly 200 shelters right in your communities near you with over 200,000 beds available. Your home and belongings can be replaced, but unfortunately you cannot. Neither can your family. You can find a list of shelters, including your state-run shelter or our state-run shelters, by visiting floridadisaster.org/shelters. If you do not live in an evacuation zone and you decide to shelter in place, make sure you have enough supplies to weather the storm. Make sure you have enough for everybody in your family, including your pets. Power outages, as the governor said, are to be expected. We will have them. We had 2.3 million for Hurricane Helene. I imagine we're going to have more based on this track. If you lose power and you use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. Make sure that you keep that generator 20 feet away from your home and away from all windows. Wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Keep it on a flat, dry space. And if you have a carbon monoxide monitor, make sure it's on, the batteries are up to date and ready to go. During the storm, if you hear trees snapping, you hear transformers popping, it could be that you're right on the edge of the hurricane's path. So please treat it as if it's a tornado. Go to the center point, lowest point of your home, Get into that place. If you have a light mattress, pull it over the top of you and protect yourself from any type of flying debris. After the storm has passed, it is critical that you listen to authorities for guidance on when it's safe to return to your home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials and hazardous conditions may exist and be present. Do not attempt to clean up debris by yourself when things are over, especially if you have fallen trees or power lines. Make sure that you wait for people to come and clear those. If you see these dangerous conditions, report them to your local authorities by calling 911 or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information after Hurricane Milton can recall the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. There are English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole speakers available to answer these questions. Again, do not go out and do things that you're not capable of doing after a disaster. We do not need to have fatalities when somebody's trying to go up on a ladder, they're trying to use a chainsaw, they're trying to do extraordinary things. We're going to have plenty of volunteer organizations able to help you right after a disaster. Please do not do those things. Just let us come and help you. That's what we're here to do. We're here to help you. Governor, as always, thank you for your leadership.
Garrett. Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. I want to start by thanking our FDOT team members who've been working around the clock since we started preparing for Hurricane Helene and now shifting our focus and preparing for Hurricane Milton to make landfall. Really grateful for Governor DeSantis' leadership in directing state agencies to carry out this debris mission on the barrier islands in Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota. It was a tremendously important mission to prepare for Hurricane Milton landfall and get rid of as much debris as humanly possible on those barrier islands. We marshaled all of our state resources and even some of our road builder contractors to get out there, get dump trucks moving, get debris off of those barrier islands. The governor quickly saw that the debris vendors were just not keeping up with the local governments. We needed to get that debris out of there. It's remarkable what we were able to accomplish over the last few days. We've been working around the clock 24/7. We had huge platoons of dump trucks last night moving in really bad weather, being escorted by Florida Highway Patrol, getting that debris to landfills. And as you heard from the governor, we were able to move nearly 55,000 cubic yards off of the barrier islands. We made a huge dent in that debris, and it is going to have a big contribution on safety as Hurricane Milton makes landfall. We have staged our assets near the cone and path of the storm, ready to move in. We have bridge inspectors, damage assessment teams, heavy equipment, road crews ready to make temporary repairs. We're going to push in behind the storm, and we're going to follow it across the peninsula and get roads back open as quickly as possible. Really appreciate the linemen that are here and ready to respond. We work very closely with them to clear roads and cut trees out of power lines after the storm passes through. Evacuations have gone smoothly with I-4, I-75, and Alligator Alley. We did, under the governor's leadership, open the shoulder to facilitate those evacuations. Really appreciate the Florida Highway Patrol helping us with that. We are deactivating emergency shoulder use as we speak. We started taking the signs down at noon to hunker down for this storm and get ready for the impacts. Bridges and roads in coastal areas will begin closing. As you heard from the governor, the Skyway Bridge in Tampa, the Howard Franklin Bridge are already closed due to high winds. Courtney, Campbell, and Gandy causeways are closed going into Pinellas. All up and down the coastline, bridges and roads will begin to close because of safety conditions. Please be mindful of that. If you're going to get to a shelter, get there now, get there fast. Now is the time to hunker down. As we continue to prepare for landfall and get ready to respond, please remember FL511.com is the place for your most up-to-date traffic information. We will be updating it live after the storm passes through and you're trying to get back to your home. We will be updating FL511.com. That is the place to get your traffic information. Again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
So we're bracing, we're prepared, but we're bracing for landfall sometime probably late this evening. It may go into the wee hours of Thursday, although I think it's sped up a little bit, and it will work its way through the state of Florida. But you know, if it goes in at midnight, you know, probably be out, what, Kevin, by about noon at that point. if it's on the East Coast. So as soon as it's safe to do so on the West Coast of Florida, we will have linemen, we will have all the response that's necessary to be done. And so that'll happen right on the tail end of the storm. Again, just because the storm is going in on the West Coast, that doesn't mean that's where it's going to be limited to that. It is going to barrel across the state. You will likely have power outages from the East Coast, from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast in various parts. You will have some surge on the East Coast of Florida. May not be as much as what you get on the West, but I think you'll see some. So you should just be prepared for that. If there are evacuation orders on barrier islands on the East Coast as a result of the back end of the storm, take those seriously. And make sure you're doing what you need to do to protect yourself and your family. But you look at to have 50,000 linemen over that here, to have all these urban search and rescue, all our National Guard, our State Guard, all these assets, the State Division of Emergency Management. It's been 24/7 for weeks. All these resources being brought to bear. You never want to have to face these storms, but I can tell you, if you had to face them, these are the folks I'd want having our back. So thank you. Okay, do we have any questions?
The President said she thinks that hurricane issues will dominate the next legislative session. What hurricane issues do you think?
I think it remains to be seen, to be honest. If you look at Hurricane Helene, we had major impacts, but I don't know what that would mean in terms of legislatively. There may be some stuff we have to do with budget. So we'll see, but it isn't going to be anything that we're not going to be able to handle. I mean, we put aside $500 million a year just to respond to natural disasters. We started that when I became governor, and we've got a massive rainy day fund. We've got a massive surplus. So if there is things that we need to do, we'll do it. We'll figure it out. Okay, everybody.
All right, if you're just joining us and tuning in here to Eyewitness News, we're just wrapping up a press conference here with the governor, giving us an update on the preps that are completed ahead of landfall of Hurricane Milton here much later this evening, of course, on the west side of Florida.
He was in Lake City giving us an update there, so he's moved from Tallahassee, showing us he's out and about as the state of Florida prepares for Hurricane Milton. Here in Central Florida, we get you updated with certified meteorologist Brian Shields and Cassandra Grimmie, both giving us the latest track and what we need to know ahead of Milton.
Yeah, and we'll start kind of big picture, then zoom down to the tornado threat that we have down to the south of us. You can see here winds at 145, maybe a little bit less than that. That weakening trend, as expected, should make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. You heard the governor mention that as well, right before, maybe right before midnight, sometime in there near the Sarasota area. Any shift in the track there is very important. Any shift in the track for us is not going to be much of a shift and much of a difference for us. So for them, where it makes landfall into the south, that's where there's going to be that very significant surge of about 10 to 15 feet. And then it is right on top of us. And this cone is just where, if you're out of the cone, doesn't mean you're in the clear. That's just where the center may go. Obviously, there's a big hurricane right here. So the cone is just pinpointing where the center will go. And you see it here, how big it is. And all of this is just going to be marching our way as it already is. And what we're looking at now is we have that tornado watch that is in effect. The hurricane conditions are, here's the center of it, to the west of Fort Myers now. The hurricane conditions are going to be getting closer. Tropical storm conditions first, then the hurricane conditions. But even before that, the tornado threat. And this is what Cassie and I have been talking about all morning long, really all night long, that once we hit noon and after that, and we're now at 1:30, we're going to see that tornado threat. In the immediate area where we are, it's a lot of rain. But just to the south, we are now seeing things spinning up and plenty of tornado warnings. You get over toward Sebring, race fans are familiar with that. There's been a few tornadoes nearby, and the signatures on these have been really showing that there has been some significant rotation, Cassie, with this. So all of this is lifting up to the north of us. I'm joined by Cassie here, tracking this, streaming in.
Exactly. And Brian, this is a very similar shot to what you were just showing behind you. You can see all these little red boxes or even triangles. Those are the active tornado warnings that we have for parts of South Florida now starting to make their way into portions of Central Florida for us. So as we get down a little bit closer, I want to show you taking off the radar, and you can actually see the numerous warnings that we have, but also some of the reports back towards Fort Myers, back down again. We saw this image earlier. We were showing you some of the social media images images coming in off the turnpike of the tornadoes. Also getting some, again, as we head just south of Polk County. But I want to get down closer, turning on what we look at the velocity. And even to you, the naked eye at home, you can see right in those red boxes, there's something that stands out. And that's exactly what we are seeing as well, indicating that we're getting that little bit of spin. And that's the tornado warning. These have the potential. They've had the history of dropping tornadoes to the ground. So we're going to continue to watch this. The one that we're watching really closely, I think that could further move up into parts of Polk County, is this tornado warning that goes until 2:15. You can see it's just now crossing over into Polk County, this area where we have this kind of lime green color. Not far away, you can see as we get down just to the west of Sebring, another area of rotation that will continue to lift towards the north and northwest. That warning goes until 1:45. I wouldn't be surprised if we get that one extended as well further into parts of Polk County. So where we stand, we have a couple of tornado warnings down in far southern Polk County that go until 1:45 to 2:15. Now the one that is just moving into Polk County, I'm actually going to move that track up just a little bit for you as the speed is kind of moved up for us. But you can see some of the communities that'll be impacted by that. There you go. As you can see, Waverly, Cypress Gardens, Lake Alfred in about 15 to 25 minutes, Polk City in about 30 minutes, where we'll have an area of some potential rotation, a tornado nearby in those communities. Again, we get beyond the 30-minute time frame. We're going to be starting to see things getting closer towards that I-4 corridor. Also, back to the east, just south of Brevard County, we also have this tornado warning. Again, this is not in Central Florida's viewing area. This goes until 2 o'clock, but we're really going to be watching this cell closely as this continues to lift northward. I would not be surprised if within the next 30 minutes we actually get a tornado warning for parts of southern Brevard County because of this cell headed just in the northerly direction. But there is a lot of this happening. Again, we showed you this before, kind of a peppering of these tornado warnings covering parts of South Florida. Tornado watch that just about what was that, half hour, 45 minutes ago, Brian, where they extended the watch. Yeah, they extended the watch as we anticipated. It was a little odd that just Osceola and Polk were in that. But Brevard County, Orange County, Lake County, Seminole, Volusia County, all included in that tornado watch as we head through the rest of this afternoon and into the evening. We anticipated this. Heavier rain starting to arrive. The tornado threat starting to arrive as well. We'll continue to track that as we head through the afternoon, even early evening hours. And this is when we may get some of the initial power outages with some of these bands moving on through, also bringing with it some isolated tornadoes. Winds will start to pick up as we head into our evening hours. And then as we get into our late night and overnight hours, that's when we actually have Milton.
It's windy.
It's windy.
It's windy in Milton. It's a Wilton.
Okay.
It happens. It happens. Anyways, Milton making landfall. And then we're not necessarily talking about the tornadic impacts, Brian, but we're talking more about the hurricane impacts, bringing the heavy rainfall, the wind gusts, sustained winds in the hurricane criteria, which is 75. What we're expecting 75 to 90 mile per hour sustained winds in a few areas, leading to more widespread power outages. Then as we head towards the middle of tomorrow, we're still dealing with these impacts. But currently, our biggest threat is what we're tracking as we get you outside with those tornado warnings that are down in parts of South Florida and now starting to make their way into parts of Central Florida. Again, you can see the multiple warnings south of Fort Myers, north of West Palm, just into our southern fringes and including parts of Polk County now. Brian.
All right, so again, bigger picture. Thank you, Cassie, because that's
Wilton.
There's a lot. It's going to be Wilton from now on.
I
believe that's trending right now. Let's get you to it. Here's the big picture, and you can see this thing right here. And as Hurricane Milton works in, that tornado threat first, and then we're going to see this big shield move in. These are the hurricane conditions. All of this will be heading our way. So this is what we're monitoring. We are on top of it for you every step of the way. And of course, thank you for your trust and being with us as we go through our Hurricane Milton, and we will stay with you with weather updates. Let's get back now to Alexa and Kirsten.
It is 1:38. We've been with you in continuous coverage here on Eyewitness News. We'll continue that coverage after the break here on Channel 9.
It's the big 72-hour sale at Central Florida Toyota. Act now and get a new 2024 Corolla LE for only $99 a month. Plus $129 a month Camry Hybrid. It's our 72-hour sale at Central Florida Toyota.
Advent Health wants to keep you safe and healthy during Hurricane Milton. Starting 8 a.m. Wednesday through 8 p.m. Thursday, we're offering free urgent care video visits for common health conditions. Just download the Advent Health app and use code Milton. For more information, visit AdventHealthVideoVisits.com. Be well and know Advent Health is always here for your whole health.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations. You have a beautiful soul, Cynthia.
Finance the smile you want for as low as $148 a month per arch. Schedule a free consultation.
My husband's my biggest hero. After 4 Army combat deployments, he made it back home unharmed.
Then, one night, I was hit head-on by an irresponsible driver, and I was badly injured.
When I saw my husband in the hospital, I knew we were going to need a very good lawyer. That's when I called attorney Dan Newland. Going with Dan was definitely the best decision.
Dan went to war for me. He got me $2.3 million in my pocket. Thank you, Dan.
What does living a vibrant life mean to you?
I love cooking for my friends and family. So for me, it means being able to savor every moment without worrying about the cost of groceries and other everyday needs.
Contact Care Plus to learn more.
2022. Michigan voters approve a sweeping abortion amendment. Now, the lawyers who wrote that amendment use it to sue their state, to force taxpayers to fund abortions. The same lawyers wrote Amendment 4, and if it passes, the same thing will happen in Florida. Lawsuits to force taxpayers to fund abortions. It happened in Michigan, it will happen in Florida. Prevent taxpayer-funded abortions. Vote no on Amendment 4.
Alrighty, it's 1:41 on this Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kirsten Delgado.
And I'm Alexa Lorenzo. We've heard from the governor that the Florida Highway Patrol is out in full force, making sure everyone is safe on the roadways. And we just got some new video out of Tampa. Here it is. This is I-75 right near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. This is near Tampa. And take a look at what this trooper spotted. A dog tied up to a pole here along 75. They were able to rescue that dog, but it's a reminder not to abandon your dogs, your pets, your cats, anyone ahead of the hurricane. There are pet-friendly shelters available. Just awful right here. Very thankful that the Florida Highway Patrol troopers out in Tampa were able to make that rescue.
To think if they hadn't seen him, that dog could have drowned with all the water we're expected to get here. And the governor actually responded to this online. He wrote, Florida will hold anyone who mistreats pets accountable. It is cruel for anyone to leave a dog tied to a post in the middle of an oncoming storm.
Yeah, so good work there on the Florida Highway Patrol. All right, Universal Orlando is also now planning to close its theme parks just about 30 minutes away now. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, Universal Studios, Islands of Adventure, and City Walk will shut down. Volcano Bay Water Park will be closed all day today. All of those areas will stay closed tomorrow as well.
There's a couple things happening here at 2 o'clock. The last of our airports in our area closing. Melbourne Orlando International Airport also closing in 18 minutes here at 2 p.m.
Yeah, Hurricane Milton is expected to have a direct impact on our Gulf Coast. And there's a major indicator that illustrates really how dire the situation is. So we reached out to Waffle House and they confirmed to us that they are suspending operations from Tampa Bay all the way to Ocala and Daytona Beach. We have some new closures that include Orlando. The Waffle House Index is a real term coined by the former administrator of FEMA. It's based on the company's refusal to close even ahead of major extreme weather events and other phenomena. With it, FEMA has set the Waffle House Index to red, indicating an extremely dangerous situation. So we do have closures now in Ocala, Daytona Beach, and more than a dozen in Orlando, Florida.
And that's because they're taking the storm seriously. Our meteorologist has been very clear this is not a storm to play with. And in Flagler County, because of that, evacuation orders are well underway for residents this afternoon. In fact, here's a map of the evacuation zone from the county. It includes coastal, low-lying, and all mobile homes. After the evacuation order was issued this morning at 8, people seeking public shelters could actually go to a Rum Fire area there and exactly be safe in these orders. So it's something we're watching closely. That is Rum Fire Elementary School in Palm Coast. That will be a general population and special needs medical shelter. It is also pet friendly, so you can go there now.
Yeah, those evacuation orders in place for Volusia and Flagler counties as of 8 this morning, so a lot of people getting out now.
All right, we'll be right back here on Channel 9.
I am starting to fall for Joan.
There's hope. I can imagine it now. I feel so bad for him.
Health wants to keep you safe and healthy during Hurricane Milton. Starting 8 a.m. Wednesday through 8 p.m. Thursday, we're offering free urgent care video visits for common health conditions. Just download the Advent Health app and use code Milton. For more information, visit AdventHealthVideoVisits.com. Be well and know Advent Health is always here for your whole health.
Get the right RV at the right price right now. Over 600 pre-owned RVs in stock. Top brands, low miles, no dealer fees. This 2020 Airstream Atlas is discounted over $31,000. Visit LaMesaRV.com today.
The most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. You see, all law firms are not the same. Our firm has recovered billions and billions for clients. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan for the people.
Here's to taking a break, the upside of downtime. At Leaders, we know why you choose to call Florida home, and you want furniture that is built for outdoor Florida living. So here's to you, the break takers. Here's to Florida living with Leaders Furniture.
Today, it all begins. I'm seeing my life for the very first time through a different lens. I'm gonna
Another hurricane, more devastation, and Rick Scott is only making it worse. Scott took $3 million from insurance companies and let them raise rates and deny claims. He even voted against billions in disaster relief funds. I'm Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. Rick Scott sold us out, and now your property insurance bill is 4 times the national average. It has to stop. I approve this message because natural disasters are bad enough without Rick Scott making it worse.
When I was hurt, when I was injured, who did I go to? I gave Fair and Fair a call. The team jumped on it. You know, once I knew that I had an attorney and a team that was following me, I knew that I was getting satisfaction.
Get the right RV at the right price right now. Over 600 pre-owned RVs in stock. Top brands, low miles, no dealer fees. This Tiffin Allegro Red is discounted over $41,000. Visit LaMesaRV.com today.
Welcome back. It is 1:47 on your Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for trusting us as we get you ready for Hurricane Milton. I'm Alexa Lorenzo.
And I'm Kirsten Delgado. I want to get you out to several areas of people still looking for gas this morning. That's something that people were doing last minute.
Yeah, I had a quick break here and I was able to sneak on out about an hour and a half ago and get some gas. So I feel people, they are trying to make those last minute preps. Channel 9's Jeff Deal is live at a gas station, was live at a gas station earlier on State Road 46 in Sanford. Jeff, you've moved a little bit now. What's going on in Seminole County?
We've moved down the road. We're down in Altamont Springs now. We are in a neighborhood that is dealing with flooding a lot of times whenever we have a big storm like this. So all of these houses, this house right here, the one back there, and several houses down this direction, and then some also the opposite direction, are all in an area that are right along the Little Wekiva River. If you take a look right over here, this is where the river is. You can see how close it is to the backyards of these homes. Right now, the river is about halfway up, so another 4 or 5 feet before it would reach the level with the ground. But what neighbors tell us happens during these storms is once they start getting a lot of rain like this, the water flows down the river, and this river can go from halfway up to their yard within half an hour to an hour. So it can fill up quickly, and then all this grassy area that you're looking at now, this gets covered with water and it starts flowing over here toward these homes. If you take a look over here in this home right here, you can see they do have sandbags inside there, so they're obviously prepping for this storm, not taking any chances. The homeowner here telling me that they spent the last 4 days prepping this home and also the home right next door. They own both of the homes right here on this street. The other new thing that they're telling us happened within the last 6 months in this community is that the city came out here and placed a generator out here right by this lift station, and they're hoping that that could possibly help them in this situation, but they're not sure how that's going to play out because this is obviously going to be the first real storm that they've had in the Altamont Springs area since that was installed. This is what the homeowners have been doing here. You can see the pile of sandbags right by this garage. And I was actually inside this home following Hurricane Irma in 2017, and they had between 8 and 12 inches inside their home. All of their walls were moldy. All of their furniture was covered. All of their carpet had to be ripped out. And when we were in there a few days after the flooding, they still had a lot of damage inside the home that they were dealing with. The smell inside was horrible as well. And this entire street out here was a huge mess. The water had flowed across their yard. Obviously, it filled their homes, and then it was out into the street right here. So it almost looked like a lake or a river out here instead of a street. And in this street out here, you can see these stakes that are up here in the ground. There's some right there, and there's some across the street. And we've seen that in some of the other communities here in Seminole County that are prone to flooding, so that emergency crews or perhaps even neighbors will be able to see where the street is so they know how they can drive in and out of this community if they have to get the high water trucks or emergency vehicles through here. They don't want to be driving through people's yards or crashing into mailboxes, so they can at least use those guideposts as a way to know where the street is. And it's interesting too, because we were talking to the folks who live in the home that I was just showing you. They've been here for several years, but we've had a lot of people in the neighborhood who are new. And that house directly across the street, we spoke with a woman there yesterday who moved here in October of last year. So this is her first storm in this neighborhood. She was also putting sandbags out around her home, getting her home ready for this storm. But some of her neighbors who have lived here told her that that home flooded 2 years ago during Ian. They were saying the garage filled up with water, but they weren't 100% sure if the house took on any damage during that storm. So this is a community that is on edge, but they are preparing. Some of the folks telling us that they're actually moving out of state while the storm comes in so that they can get out of the area and hope for the best. They've prepped their homes just like Brian Shields, Tom Terry, all our meteorologists have been telling folks to do just to get ready for this storm. And as you can see, we're starting to get a lot of rain out here already. So we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on things in this community, as I'm sure the folks who live here are going to be as well. For now, reporting live in Altamont Springs, Jeff Deal, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
People got their sandbags. People did what they could to protect their property, and now we await the storm.
And we're already seeing the damage from even the outer bands of Hurricane Milton in Southwest Florida, Matt Lachey, Clewiston, Lee County area. It's the same county that has Fort Myers. The images coming from that tornado look absolutely astounding. It's incredible. Roofs are already gone. They have downed trees. I mean, it's really crazy, Cassie. Let's bring you in here because you've been telling us about this is the same, warnings that we're under. And it's nuts because I was telling Alexa just a moment ago, I was like, this thing isn't even really here yet. This is the precursor, the outer bands of this thing, and roofs are already gone in parts of our state.
Absolutely. And we talked about this. We've talked about this with many storm systems. When you're on the east side of it, we call it the dirty side. This is where we get a lot of these kind of tornadoes spawned. And again, a lot of parts of South Florida seeing that. And I'm going to show you exactly where we have some of those warnings because they're getting closer and closer to parts of Central Florida. We get you outside now. Category 4 storm. Still that 1 o'clock advisory. Typically, we'll get another advisory here within the next few moments. Winds right now at 145 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. We definitely are not seeing that very defined eye like we did earlier this morning. We're starting to see some weakening with this storm system. There is a lot of dry air on the east side of this, west side of this, and it's starting to wrap its way around. It's going to want to filter its way in on the south side of the storm system, which will come into play, I think, with some of our rain totals as we get this storm system sliding across. So as we take you through the track of Milton, again, we continue to track it as it weakens, becoming a Category 3 just off the coastline of the west coast. Again, more along the line south of Tampa near Sarasota for a landfall later on tonight, sliding across southern portions of Central Florida still as a hurricane, bringing with it hurricane force sustained winds and wind gusts for parts of Central Florida as we take you through the overnight. And again, a lot of the models very tight in that progression across parts of Central Florida as we take you through this overnight and into early tomorrow. So where we are right now, we're dealing with the outside feeder bands, and this is what's bringing us that tornadic threat. And we're going to show you some of those areas that have that just now. Kind of a peppering. There is a whole lot of tornado warnings in parts of South Florida. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, at least 10, some embedded within each other of these isolated tornado warnings from just south of Fort Myers all the way up into parts of Polk County. And you can see we've gotten reports of tornadoes with this. So these have a history, a visible history. We have seen it in the social media feed, some videos coming in, some of the damage. Again, this is what Kirsten was mentioning. You can see the 3 reports there that we're getting of those tornadoes down near Fort Myers. Yeah, I see that. So we take you into Polk County. David's here with me now. We are tracking these tornado warnings. One that's new is going to be in Brevard County. You can see parts of Polk County. We have a tornado warning that goes until 2:30. Another one that's getting closer to Winter Haven. This will lift northward. So Polk City, Four Corners, 20 to about 25 minutes for this tornado warning. And then again, we start to get over to Brevard County. What's interesting, before the warning was issued, this is a graphic I had made, and you can see that arrow. I was anticipating that warning to actually get pushed into Brevard County, and you can see just that. I want to zoom down just a little bit closer for you as we get into parts of southern Brevard County, as we have that tornado warning moving into or about to move into parts of Brevard County, and that's going to go until 2:30. I'm going to get some of the latest information. We're going to toss it back to the anchors here in just a moment, but we'll be back because we're going to be taking this tornado warning live for you as it continues to move into parts of Brevard County.
All right, Cassie, we know you and David are now on deck watching this closely for us, so thank you, and as soon as anything new comes in, we'll check right back in with you.
We do have several reporters out on the coast for us. We had Melanie Holt in Port Canaveral and San Martello in Daytona Beach, so we'll have reports for them coming up after the break. It, of course, is 1:56 on Channel 9.
Oh, no, I hadn't
as we
talked
continue
about it,
our
I did.
coverage
I saw it.
of Hurricane Milton.
I'm glad you said something. Gotta say something. See something, say something.
Yeah, Cassie? Your mics are still hot.
Oh.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person, and it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Premier Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience instant results during their first office visit.
Call now and your initial consultation and first treatment with our licensed medical providers are completely free. You'll see instant results right here in the office. Call Premier Men's Medical Center now at 407-723-7144.
Years ago, I did one of my first commercials right here, and I said, if you've been involved in an accident, you may find yourself in a room just like this. The insurance company will sit on that side of the table, and you'll sit on this side. In fact, that was the first time I said, everything I learned on their side, I bring to your side. And I built my firm on that commitment. All of the attorneys at Todd Minor Law are former insurance company attorneys. So we can all say, everything we learned on their side, we bring to your side.
Amendment 3 could legalize recreational marijuana.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm getting ready to grow my weed. Amendment 3 is on the ballot, and oh my God, who are you?
I'm Big Weed. Actually, we wrote Amendment 3, so we're the only ones that can grow it.
So I can't grow...
Not even one plant.
So Amendment 3 is not about freedom. I vote no.
Big Weed, baby. We control everything.
Let's go beyond health insurance with Health Solutions. Help make sure your broken leg doesn't keep you down or get you down. Let's solve your sleep issue before it becomes their sleep issue. Let's set you up with a health coach who can set you up with this and maybe that. Nice. Let's get everybody eating healthier. And we mean everybody. And let's keep solving problems before they're even problems. At Florida Blue, we create health solutions for the healthiest you.
Stay with Channel 9 Eyewitness News as we track Milton.
Welcome back. It is 2 o'clock on your Wednesday afternoon as we continue to track Hurricane Milton. I'm Alexa Lorenzo.
And I'm Kirsten Delgado. Right now at the top of the hour, we're tracking Hurricane Milton for you, and this monster Category 4 is just hours away from making landfall just south of Tampa Bay.
And look at this, the outer bands of Milton already producing tornadoes. This is an apparent twister in Clewiston today. This is just east of Fort Myers. You can see right here in the distance, this site was very obvious for drivers who were crossing a state road right here.
It's incredible images. That tornado already causing roofs to be removed from homes there. And residents here across Central Florida are filling up shelters, getting out of the path of the storm, not taking any chances. And of course, we're already feeling the impacts as conditions continue to deteriorate on the roads. We've covered county by county with the very latest information.
You can now call 211 for help during Hurricane Milton. The Heart of Florida United Way is partnering with the Hurricane Helpline to help you connect to important services. So all of that information will be coming to you throughout this newscast, but we get you up to speed with certified meteorologists David Heckard and Cassandra Kermey.
And you guys, we've got a couple of tornado warnings that are going to be moving into parts of Central Florida.
We've got some tornado warnings that are moving into parts of Central Florida and really impacting parts of South Florida. I want to take you through a look at that radar. Again, you can see from areas Polk County southward, you could say riddled with these tornado warnings, some of which are starting to crawl into some of our viewing areas. And again, parts of Polk County, parts of Brevard County. So I want to get down a little bit closer so you can see these. We get down into Polk County. You can see the tornado warnings there. You see the little icons popping up. This goes until 2:15. The first tornado warning that's on the far eastern side of Polk County. One that's just about to make its way into the south side of Polk County. That goes until 2:30. If we flip it over to the velocity, this is something that we look at very closely when we see these storm systems, where we get a little bit of green versus red, just to get a little sciencey. But you can see there's kind of a little ripple. It almost looks like a ripple in a water if the water were green. That's where we're getting these little spin ups. develops within these tornado warnings. You can also see this one as we get back over towards areas south of Brevard County, which is also a tornado warning that just clips parts of Brevard County. You can see it switching over the radar site. Now, this is back in the Melbourne radar, just south of Brevard County. This tornado warning goes until 2:30 this afternoon, and these are very fast-moving cells. So what I want to do with all of these is I'm going to flip it back to the radar. I'm going to track it out for you because, again, we've been talking about this all afternoon, that this was going to be the potential here this afternoon. We had that severe risk potential. So as we get down into parts of Polk County and stop the loop so you can actually see where this is headed, we can track these things going to the northeast at about northwest, 35 miles per hour. So some of the cities that are going to be impacted by this potential tornado: Lake Alfred, Polk City in 10 to about 20 minutes, the Four Corners just after 20 minutes, Barrie in about 26 minutes. We take you down towards this other track. I can just move it on down to the next batch of tornadic activity, and you can see areas such as Bowling Green and Bartow in the next 15 to 25 minutes, Eagle Lake in about 30 minutes as well, as this continues to lift towards the north. I want to go back to Brevard County as well. Brevard County, we've got a lot of residents in southern Brevard County. Thinking of my friends Miko there, we'll draw out this track for you again to the north. To the northwest at about 35 miles per hour. This is going to impact a lot of areas. Again, you can see Deer Park, Palm Bay. This is on the east side, the west side of Palm Bay, the west side of I-95. I'm going to move this map just a little bit more for you guys. There you go, so you can see it. There's Deer Park, but again, this little hook area, this is where we're going to be seeing some of that rotation with these storm systems. So we've got 3 areas nearby where we have tornado warnings, but there are a whole lot more when we zoom out and we look at the big picture of all of this. Again, you can see all those red boxes, all of these red boxes on the map here. And actually, let me do this so you can actually see the red boxes because they blend in so well with the radar imagery. Look at all of these tornado warnings that are issued. And this one just got advanced. So I'm actually going to get back to that and take a look at what's going on with that tornado warning that went up for more of Polk County. Again, this is going to be crossing over David
Cassandra,
I-4.
that's going to be till 2:45.
Okay.
Capable of producing a tornado near Lake Wales, moving northwest at 25.
I'm going to get cameras there, Cassie, for you guys.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Alexa. But yeah, you can see, again, look at that little hot spot, that little hot pink area. It's almost like this line is pointing right at it, just to the east of Winter Haven. This is where we're seeing some of that isolated spin in the atmosphere. Again, this is pulling from the Melbourne radar site there. So we're starting to get on some of the outer fringes, but this is going to be lifting towards the north and west. And again, you see I-4 right there. A lot of us travel this stretch of I-4 south of Orlando. Again, this is just past a lot of the attractions area, lifting towards the northwest. Did you see 35 miles per hour, David? Is that what it was at still?
I believe so. Sorry, northwest 25.
There we go. 25 miles per hour. Okay, so we're going to track this out for you and put it into further portions of Polk County. Here we go. Haines City, Lake Alfred, Polk City, Citrus Ridge in the next 10 to 30 minutes. This tornado warning, again, a lot of people in and down along I-4 as we get into parts of Polk County. We're really starting to get these tornado warnings fired up for parts of central Florida. We can zoom on out big picture. And again, I was showing you all of these warnings that we had earlier, and I do want to show you just the amount that we have, and this is kind of our future. We've got these tornado warnings again extending further towards the south that will only continue to lift northwards. So the ones pushing into Polk County for us, these initial warnings, the one that will probably extend into parts of Brevard County, are probably just the first of many that we're going to have as we take you through the afternoon and into our early evening hours. But again, something to note with these, a lot of times in central Florida, or just in general, a lot of times there are tornado warnings and we notice them via rotation on the radar, and we don't necessarily have eyes on the grounds and reports of these, but we have seen multiple reports, visuals of these tornadoes down in parts of South Florida. These have a history of producing tornadoes, and some pretty decent and significant tornadoes, and some of which have had some pretty significant damage.
To that point, Cassandra, yeah, we have a particularly dangerous situation now, tornado warning. This is going to be near Lake Placid, which I believe is in Highlands County. Do have a report of a large wedge tornado on the ground near Placid Lakes at State Road 70. So
yeah, and that's right here. And you know what's interesting, David, is earlier this is where some of the reports were coming from down near Lake Placid. Some of the actual tornadoes that we got on the ground. A lot of social media videos coming in with this.
Yeah, and in fact, one of my friends, a meteorologist in Fort Myers, he said there's been 5 confirmed tornadoes in southwest Florida today, and now the tornado threat is ticking higher here in central Florida. And as Cassandra mentioned, we got 2 areas of concern, one in southern Brevard and the one that Cassandra's tracking right now in parts of eastern Polk County.
Right, exactly. And you have to bear with us. We're kind of right on the fringes of which radar is kind of feeding into our system. This is coming out of Tampa Bay now, but what we're watching is this area in Polk County, this tornado warning that's extending towards the north and west, moving at about 25 miles per hour to the north and west. And again, switching over radars, now things are looking a little bit more red. But just to the east of US 27, we're going to be watching this storm system again crossing over parts of I-4 potentially as we get you into this afternoon. So we currently have a tornado warning again that's in effect for us as we take you through the next 30 or so minutes. This goes until 2:45 this afternoon. These typically don't necessarily, I'm going to say this loosely, they usually get advanced before they hit their window. These are usually quicker tornadoes when we talk about tropical systems, and that's exactly what we're seeing. But a lot of tornado warnings in and around parts of central Florida is what we're tracking. Again, big picture, look at them all the way down to South Florida, up into now parts of central Florida. But I want to send it to David. This is all part of the bigger system, right? Very common to have this type of environment when we're tracking the tropics, whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane. And of course, we're still all bracing for Milton and the impacts that we're going to feel more so with us as we head into the overnight and into tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty impactful storm. It looks like, Cassandra, as we head into the next several hours. We got a long ways to go, and what's kind of becoming apparent now is this is the beginnings, if you will, of weather conditions going downhill in central Florida. So here's the 2 o'clock advisory. We're now to the point where we're going to get hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. Winds down to 130 miles an hour, moving north-northeast at 16. Couple of things that you notice very quickly. We've been watching this storm the last couple of days. It is not as healthy as it was just 12 hours ago. In fact, that dry air that we've been talking about the last couple of days is now really impacting the southern end of the system. That is very good news. That is showing continued weakening. However, this is still going to end up becoming a major hurricane. It is moving north-northeast at 16. Pressure continues to rise about 125 miles away from Fort Myers, and the red arrows, that is this area right here where my finger is, that is the eye wall that will have the worst winds with this system, and that is on a glide path right now in that kind of eastward, north-northeastward direction, somewhere in the Tampa Bay or Suncoast area. That's really becoming the likely spot of landfall, which is where the worst of the wind damage is going to be with this storm. I'll quickly go through the impacts. We'll get back to the tornado warnings here in just a second because we kind of want to reset the scene for everyone. So in Polk County, worst weather kind of now through Thursday afternoon. Could still have some wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. So the threat for damaging winds really picks up steam here as we move into the evening and overnight. 3 to 8 inches of rainfall. In Sumter and Lake counties, worst weather really gets going here the next couple of hours through Thursday morning. Again, we're going to have some power loss, trees down, wind gusts to 75 miles an hour, potentially up to 8 to 12 inches of rain. That'll be enough to cause some flooding out there. In the parts of Marion County, this is probably the area that's going to see the lighter impacts, if you will, from Milton, but they're still going to be pretty significant. We're still going to have some power loss. A lot of eastern Marion counties, the Ocala National Forest, going to be significant tree damage in that area as well. Wind gusts 60 to 70 miles an hour, up to 6 to 8 inches of rain. Along the I-4 corridor in Osceola County, which if you live in Osceola County, you're probably going to be dealing with the potential for some tornado warnings here in the next couple of hours. There's going to be some power loss, tree damage, wind gusts to 90 miles an hour, 3 to 8 inches of rain expected. Here in Orange County, one thing we've been stressing the last couple of days, this is not going to be like a Helene or a Debbie. There's going to be a much more significant impact here to the city and all of Orange County. Worst weather likely arriving overnight through Thursday morning. There is going to be power loss here in the city. Wind gusts 80 miles an hour, 8 to 14 inches of rain anticipated. Seminole County, kind of the same deal. Worst weather will be in the early morning hours later tonight. Wind gusts 75 miles an hour, 8 to 14 inches of rain. As Cassandra mentioned, already have that tornado warning for southern Brevard County. We think there'll probably be more warnings in Brevard here the next hour. So get ready for that. Be starting to think of where you're going to go when a tornado warning is issued for your area. Also still have that surge threat of 3 to 5 feet. Worst surge probably ends up being around that high tide cycle Thursday afternoon. Wind gusts to 90 miles an hour, 3 to 8 inches of rain. And then finally, Flagler, Volusia County. It's going to be a little bit later for you, probably Thursday morning than through the daytime hours, because we remain very concerned of this onshore flow that's really going to power up here as we head towards the back end of Thursday, kind of that Thursday late morning through the afternoon. We could have some wind gusts along the coast over 80 miles an hour, significant rain, 10 to 14 inches of rain. So we'll kind of quickly go through the timeline, how things are going to play out from here on out, what to expect in your neighborhood. So this afternoon, the heavier rain is going to begin to arrive. Already the tornado threat is increasing. That will continue as we head into the next couple of hours. This evening, those will probably be the beginnings of our first kind of more neighborhood power outages, not just the sporadic power outages. Winds will also begin to pick up. This evening is when you're going to start noticing a hurricane is close by. Later tonight, Milton will make landfall. That is when the worst weather will arrive. I know it's not necessarily great news. It's going to be at night. You're going to hear things kind of blow around. Your home's going to creak a little bit. Not wonderful in the middle of the night. You're not going to be able to see anything. But don't worry, we will get through this. And then heading into the early morning hours, heavy rain, 8 to 14 inches. Still could have some wind gusts in the morning, upwards of 100 miles an hour, especially down into parts of Polk County. We'll be dealing with widespread power outages as well. Midday, then we have that coastal flooding threat along the East Coast. Rain and wind still present, especially if you live along the I-95 corridor. And then finally, Thursday evening, still breezy, but we finally begin to see some improvement. So kind of about 24 to 48 hours, we think, Cassandra, of some pretty rough weather across the area. But in the here and now, our biggest concern is these tornado warnings.
Here and now, that's right. These kind of outer bands moving in, bringing with it that tornadic threat. And there are a lot of tornado warnings, not necessarily a lot for Central Florida, but I think that's what is headed our direction. A lot of these warnings active, stretching all the way down into parts of South Florida. You get these little nuggets of energy where you get kind of like a spin like a top coming off of this hurricane, and that's what leads to a lot of these brief spin ups that lead into these tornadoes. And you can see that there are just a bunch of tornado warnings out there. I did this moments ago where I kind of took off the rain because there's so much red on the map when we talk about heavy rainfall, but also the red from the tornado warning boxes, just to show how many there are. Too many to count. For Central Florida, we really have one cell in parts of Polk County that's been advanced. We also have one cell just south of Brevard County. Would not be surprised if we get that tornado warning extended there. So I want to break that down for you. I'm going to throw back on the look of the radar so you can again see those outer bands just now moving into some of our southern territory. So again, reports. These have histories of visible reports, damage in parts of South Florida. Down near Fort Myers, some significant damage. Reports along the turnpike down near Miami. Also, as we get down closer towards Lake Placid, we have the reports of these tornadoes. We get in a little bit closer. I want to take you down into into Polk County. This is where we're seeing that rotation. It's kind of coming out of that first initial warning that was just for that southern half of Polk County that goes until 2:15, and it's about to move into the second area, or further into the second area. As I said that, they took away that first box, which is exactly what I was about to allude to. This is now going to be the warned area. Just to the northeast of Winter Haven is where we're seeing that spin in the atmosphere, and this goes until 2:45. Notice I-4 is right underneath this warned area, so portions along I-4 have the potential of a tornado crossing over it here within the next few minutes. You can see as we go through the track on this, we can take you really minute by minute and show you the cities that we could see impacted by this. I want to budget up just a little bit, some forward motion. You can see Polk City, which is just on the other side of I-4 in about 12 minutes. So I-4 in just about 10 minutes, we'll be watching this. And I know Alexa Lorenzo's watching the cameras down along I-4. And if she spots anything, I know she's going to holler and let us know. But we're going to continue to monitor this as it moves into further portions of Polk County, lifting northward into the county. And eventually, we could see this hold together and impact parts of Sumter and Lake County as well. So if you are joining us and you live in Bay Lake, if you live in Barry, if you live on the south side of Sumter and Lake County, just know that you may potentially have a tornado warning. You may be getting an alert on your phone as we move forward here in the next 30 minutes if this system, if this little cell continues to hold together for us. I do want to go over to Brevard County. A sliver of Brevard County is within this warn box. Again, this one goes until 2:30 for us. At the current hour, that's in just another 14 more minutes. I would anticipate them to actually extend this out quite a bit into parts of Brevard County. You can see I-95 there as well. A little bit of this box getting close to that Grant-Valcaria area. But if we track this out, again, far western Brevard County, kind of an unpopulated area. You start to get a little bit closer to I-95. You start to get into some of those new communities of Palm Bay on the west side there of I-95. So we're really going to be watching this closely and see if that tornado warning does advance further northward, if they have another one issued in that respect. But I want to set the stage again just to show you what we've got going on. This afternoon, we really anticipated that this would be the most tornadic portion of our day, and that's exactly it. Multiple reports around parts of South Florida, multiple tornado warnings that have been issued in South Florida, and we're now starting to get them into parts of Central Florida as well. The one that's the furthest into Central Florida is going to be that batch up in Polk County. We also have one right on the fringe over in Brevard County. But as we go down closer, you can see kind of this brighter shade of red. That's where we're starting to get some of that rotation. See if I can flip it over. We can flip it over between different products, different radar sites. And again, this is coming out of Tampa Bay, so it switched the direction from the radar site that we're looking at. So now it's a little bit green, but you can see what we're seeing. You notice that there's almost this little ripple in the atmosphere. What you got, David?
Yeah, Cassandra got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Osceola County until 3 o'clock. This is a PDS warning. So again, this is going to be for southern sections there of Osceola County.
Right,
you have it there on radar. Confirmed tornado located 7 miles east of Basinger, moving north at 35. So again, that's going to be a tornado warning. Rural southern sections there of Osceola County until the top of the hour at 3 o'clock.
Right, and there we go. That's the, you were saying that it was a spotted tornot. Is that what you were saying, David?
This is confirmed, yeah.
Yeah, a confirmed tornado, and I want to pull that off. That is a very large box that you do not need to see on live television. But you can see that icon flashing. That's going to be the one that they just spotted, and that's why this tornado warning was issued. This is very small portions of Osceola County, but again, Osceola County residents, Kenansville, be on alert that, again, we've got a whole lot of cells that have tornado warnings attached to them that are lifting northward in your area. So that official warning will go until 3 o'clock, again, for portions of Osceola County, and even a little clip it as we get south of Brevard County there as well. But I want to zoom out just a little bit. And again, although you may not be in a warning in most of Brevard, most of Osceola, and most of Polk County, look how many there are just to the south of you. This is just a sign of really what's headed in our direction. And we keep getting reports, visual confirmation of these tornadoes in parts of South Florida that we're going to continue to track into our area. So I want to reset with the warnings. Then we're going to reset back with David and give you the broad picture of what we've got going on with Milton. So here is a big look again. The storm system still centered well off our coastline, close to 100 miles away, weakening, which again, David's going to keep you updated on what we're seeing there with some wind shear, some dry air moving in, but a whole lot of tornado warnings in some of these first outer bands that are moving in through South Florida and now pushing into parts of Central Florida. Lots and lots of reports, some of which that are actively happening now as we get just south of Osceola County. The latest in a visual report of a tornado on the ground there as we continue this northward, probably at about 25 to 30 miles per hour into parts of southern Osceola County. We're also watching this area of spin. It's now just to the northeast of Winter Haven, approaching I-4. This tornado warning until 2:45 in Polk County. And again, zooming out just a little bit, we can track this forward motion. This is going to be getting close towards that I-4 corridor, or it's near the I-4 corridor, really, but looking at crossing over I-4 here in under 10 minutes. So hoping no one is on the roads in I-4. I think a lot of people have heeded the warnings. They are where they're supposed to be, really not out on the roadways. But you can see Winter Haven just within the next few minutes, a tornado nearby. Davenport, Barry, Bay Lake, all these communities could be impacted by this tornado as we take you through the next couple of minutes.
Another new tornado warning now. This is going to be for Brevard, Indian River, Osceola County till the top of the hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Blue Cypress Lake. Also moving moving north at 30. So we're kind of seeing more of at least the eastern tornado warnings here, Cassandra, moving more due north or maybe north-northeast than what we're seeing over in like Polk County, where it's more of a north to almost northwesterly direction.
Right, exactly. And again, this is the one that you were just mentioning, and I feel like David, in the next few hours, there's going to be a lot of, hey, new one, hey, new one. And that's exactly what we're watching. We're going to be in this period where we're going to have tornado warning advance, tornado warning advance. And again, with that being said, I'm going to zoom out and show you the people who really need to be on high alert for that tornado warning advance call out is really going to be our residents in parts of Polk, Osceola, and Brevard County in the short term. We could very well likely continue to see this move northward into parts of Orange, Lake Sumter, Seminole County as well. But in the short term, there we go, another one is going to be pushing into parts of southern Brevard County, just lighting up here like a Christmas tree with these tornado warnings into parts of southern Polk County. So residents in Polk County, residents in Osceola County, residents in Brevard County, this is your alert message that tornado warnings are going to be peppering the area as we take you through the next couple of hours. We already have a few that could bring imminent danger to you, so we're going to take you through those that we have currently. We're going to reset the stage on the big picture and show you what Milton continues to do as we track out the severe potential as we head through the afternoon. So here is a look at parts of Brevard County. This is that latest warning that you can see. Lots of lightning as well starting to make its way into parts of southern Brevard County. The tornado warning actually just to the south of it. There's so many that it can only pick up on two. You can see 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:15 for a lot of these. If I flip over to the velocity, you can see it. This is what's so crazy about some of these products when we use our radar, where you've got this red and green tightly knit together. That's where we're getting that rotation in the atmosphere. But again, a lot of this is lifting towards the north, straight due north, which if we could keep it straight due north, this area of rotation would stay in very rural portions of Brevard County. Obviously, there's going to be people who live there, so heed this warning, but a lot of this would stay away from that I-95 corridor, which becomes a lot more populated. So we're going to continue to watch this, but you can see the track doesn't even pull up any cities. This is going to be close to Deer Park. But again, Palm Bay, Grantville, Caria, just be on the lookout. We've got tornado warnings in and around the area. Back into Polk County, Winter Haven, Davenport, watching you very, very closely as we continue to track this tornado to the north and west at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Again, areas you can see Berry, Citrus Ridge kind of showing up here in our track. And if we time that out for you, you can see Polk City in just over 10 minutes, Berry under 20, Rock Ridge at about 20 minutes, and Claremont under about 30 minutes. Claremont not in the tornado warning, but again, be on the lookout for additional warnings to be headed your direction because like we mentioned before, big picture, look how many tornado warnings are just to the south of us. This is the environment that we're in, that tornado risk as we continue to track Milton, but we're going to send it back over to David. David, lots and lots of severe weather locally, but what are we watching out in the Atlanta?
Yeah, we do have Milton out there as well, which is causing, oh, hang on just a second.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you. We can hear
I thought
you.
my microphone was off there. Yeah,
nope,
we got a lot going on there with Milton. We also want to do a bigger picture. Cassandra was talking about the tornado warning. So what I've done here is, and ignore the hail swath there at the top of the screen. So these are all the warnings. In fact, let me step over here and I will zoom out and you can see just a quick count here. We're talking about almost a dozen warnings now, tornado warnings in South Florida. They are beginning to lift their way northward. So I'm going to zoom back in here. This box, and I'm not going to put times of arrival because it's going to be kind of difficult. But if you live in this box here, so that includes Four Corners, Davenport, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, out through the Melbourne area. This box is about a 2-hour window, okay? So it's currently 2:25. So around 4:30, it looks like the tornado warnings could be up towards the Villages, Sanford. So Metro Orlando, kind of divide that box in half. I think if you live in the south suburbs of Metro Orlando, probably around 3 o'clock, we may start picking up tornado warnings here. Heart of the city, probably around 3:30, and then maybe more up towards Sanford, Seminole County, up through the Apopka area, more towards 4 o'clock. So we really want to stress here, the tornado threat is going up across Central Florida, so get ready for that. Start thinking here in Metro Orlando, and especially if you live in Brevard, Osceola, Polk, Lake counties, get ready here for the potential for a tornado or a tornado warning. Definitely need to start thinking right now where we're going to go in the event that tornado warning is issued. Again, we want the lowest floor, away from windows. We don't want to be anywhere near a lanai, a porch screen, a pool area. You want to get into like an interior hallway, kind of protect yourself from that. Let's head back over here to the wider picture, and I want to give another update for everyone on Milton. And this is the latest. Again, 2 o'clock advisory. Get these hourly. The system kind of closing in here on the Suncoast and Tampa Bay area. There is the eye. It is not a very nice looking eye, which is great news. That means it is weakening a little bit. You can see here about 125 miles away from Fort Myers on its current glide path, and we don't see any major changes here to the forecast track at this point. We're talking about landfall somewhere in the Tampa Bay Suncoast area, and wherever the landfall point is and points to the south, that's where we're going to be dealing with very, very significant storm surge. So what is weakening Milton here? Well, a large part of it is wind shear. This area of kind of bright purple that you see up here through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, that is wind shear. And hurricanes like to stay vertically stacked, so kind of think of like a stack of pancakes. What shear does is kind of push those pancakes, and so the hurricane starts to tilt a little bit, and that weakens the hurricane. That's exactly what's happening here. And notice the shear really begins to impact the storm as we move into Thursday and Friday. Unfortunately, what's going to happen is as the shear impacts it, it's going to expand the wind field. So the wind field will continue to grow here in the next several hours. That's why we're talking about this is going to be not just a high impact event here for the Suncoast, it's going to be a high impact event for us here in Central Florida. Timing hasn't really changed much either. Category 3 hurricane here Wednesday evening. Again, landfall probably very close to midnight. Tampa Bay Suncoast. The core will survive the trip through Central Florida. We're going to have a Category 1 hurricane, it looks like, in the morning hours, somewhere likely in Osceola and Brevard County, and then it begins to move out during the daytime hours on Thursday. So I want to stress, a lot of us here watching are saying to ourselves, well, it's weakened, right? This is still a major hurricane. So Category 5, which is top of the line, that's when we start talking about catastrophic damage. It looks like we're going to be making landfall here as a Category 3 at this point. That's still going to be widespread damage wherever it makes landfall. And we think that's likely going to be in the Suncoast or Tampa Bay area. So they're going to have their hands full out west. And again, because the system's going to come in so intense, it is going to keep that core going. So we're probably going to be talking about hurricane force winds across a good swath of Central Florida, potentially in parts of the Orlando metro area. Surge is still a big concern. The numbers have come down a smidge, but keep in mind, I'm a little bit short of 6 feet, okay? So we're talking about above my head and then some, still potentially in the Tampa Bay area and in the Suncoast. 8 to 12 feet for Tampa Bay, 9 to 13 here for parts of Manatee and Sarasota counties. That could be a potential record. Their record was just 2 weeks ago with Helene around 5 to 8 feet. Now, I want to stress these numbers will be achieved at landfall and points to the south. If you're up towards the north, we're going to be talking about more of an onshore wind, and that will not be achieved, but it's still a significant threat no matter where you are in the Tampa Bay Suncoast area. Even though this is a Gulf Coast system, we're still going to be talking about some surge here. Have not changed the forecast numbers, 3 to 5 feet across all of Brevard County, Volusia, Flagler County, also the threat for 3 to 5 feet of surge. But keep in mind, especially in Volusia and Flagler County, we're going to have a very strong onshore wind, so that may kind of fill up some of the bays and inlets that sometimes don't normally see this activity. Power outages, we're going to be talking about significant outages as well, and quickly we'll show you kind of what you need to think about today. It's going to be a long day. Hurricane warnings will continue to tick up here in the next several minutes and several hours. And then also be sure to charge devices, flashlights, and definitely tonight, start thinking about this, where you're going to sleep in a safe spot. Let's head back over to Cassandra with more on the warnings.
Yeah, and I wanted to get back to all of these warnings because I keep looking at the map and I keep being astounded. Tom Terry just walked in and we both kind of went, there's so many. We are really saying, I mean, I would say riddled, South Florida all the way up to Central Florida. We have so many of these tornado warnings that have been issued, some on top of each other, some replacing each other, kind of cluttering their map. But you can see as I take off the radar imagery, you can see the reports that we've gotten of these tornadoes visually visual reports, some of which have been either social media videos of the actual tornado themselves, or we've gotten some reports of damage because of them. You can see down near Fort Pierce, Fort Myers, as we get down closer towards Lake Placid as well. But as we take you through the afternoon, we're going to see more and more of this move into Central Florida. Really, so many that you can hardly even count them. But I want to get down to the ones that are right now in parts of Central Florida. These are the ones that are going to be bringing the danger actively at this time. Tornado warning is issued for Polk County until 2:45. You see that highlighted little area of almost hot pink to fuchsia. This is going to be crossing over. Let me get down a little bit closer. And Alexa, this will help me give you some of the roads. Down near Haines City, 1727. Do we have any cameras down there? She's going to take a look. But again, this is getting very close to Winter Haven. Dundee may potentially have a tornado rolling right on through that area. But Winter Haven, Polk City, all are going to be right in line with this, crossing over I-4 down in parts of Polk County. And again, we're going to be able to track this out for you, kind of give you a minute by minute who's expected to see this as we take you through the next 30 minutes. Again, this is moving to the northwest at 25 miles per hour. So if I stop it here so that loop isn't rolling on us, we can take you forward in time up towards 25 miles per hour to the north and west. Back it up just a little bit. That gets us again just over the I-4 corridor within the 15-minute time frame. You can see Polk City in about 28 minutes for this tornado warning that we're watching, and again, parts of Polk County. But residents of Polk County, Osceola County, Brevard County, you're going to be on high alert as we take you through the next really few hours. You're going to be the first to see this. You're in the short term. I'm taking you now over into Brevard County. Again, it's kind of hard to see because it's red on red, but we've got this polygon that's down in parts of Brevard, even portions of Osceola County. This is an additional warning that we have here this afternoon. This one goes until 2:30. Excuse me, this one goes until 3 o'clock, moving to the north at about 30 miles per hour. So we can track that for you as well. 30 miles to the north. This is really all to the west of I-95 until we start to get over closer towards US 192. Is this over at the port? Yeah, over at the port. We're just seeing some rainfall there. We're not really looking at any tornadic activity there. But if we could get anything down in parts of southern Brevard County, really Palm Bay, Grant, Valkyria, Mico, I'm sure none of them are actually looking inland to the west, but that's where we're going to be wanting to look if we can see that on any of the cameras. This is going to be lifting towards the north, like I mentioned, at about 20 miles per hour for us. And again, watching those residents, this is kind of sparsely populated areas when we get in far interior Brevard County. But again, keeping a very close eye on that. And like we mentioned before, that this is just the beginning of what's going to be a very active afternoon with tornado warnings as we continue to track Milton, because we have a few within Central Florida, but just south of us, look at all of these warnings that are potentially headed in our direction.
And Cassandra, quick update there in that Polk County warning continues until 2:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Winter Haven, moving northwest at 25. So that is going to be, it looks like it's going to cross over.
It looks like they kind of just shaved that polygon down and reissued it for that 2:45.
Yeah, it's just a continuation of the warning. But yeah, one thing I noted here, this is going to be pretty close to that I-4 corridor.
Right.
And just eyeballing it, I think it's going to be very close to the rest area. Let me zoom in a little bit tighter. I know we're simulcasting right now on WDBO, AM 580 and 107.3. So yeah, that is the County Road 557 exit there.
Right. Okay. So this is Lake Alfred, Haines City, Polk City. Anybody who is headed southbound, if you're listening to us on DBO, or I should say headed westbound on I-4, headed towards Tampa. I don't know why anybody would be going in that direction, but there may be people headed eastbound on I-4 still coming out of the Tampa Bay area that we potentially will have the severe thunderstorm, the capability of producing a tornado sliding right over I-4 here with just in the next few moments as we continue this warning until 2:45. So that's still about 10 more minutes on this warning. We'll have to watch and see if they advance it out any further into northern portions of Polk County, parts of Sumter and Lake County. But again, I really want all Central Florida residents to essentially be on high alert today for this. We talked about this.
That's 95 and Mico Road.
This is I-95 and Mico Road. Okay. Yeah, we're not seeing anything there. But again, we're going to keep an eye on that, some of those dark gray skies for us. What I was saying is that this is what we anticipated, the isolated severe weather threat, the isolated tornadic threat that has actually become a little bit more widespread, again, stretching all the way down into parts of South Florida. Multiple reports of visual tornadoes on the ground, multiple reports of some damage because of these tornadoes on the ground, and they're just now starting to approach southern portions of Central Florida and impacting a few parts of Central Florida, those being areas in Polk County, very close to the I-4 corridor, and then also parts of Osceola and Brevard County, essentially very rural locations, but still, nonetheless, we could see this crossover I-95. So you think Deer Park heading US 192 into Melbourne. We're going to have some significant weather here in the next few moments as the storm system continues to lift northward. There's also a whole lot of heavy rain and lightning with this as we take you big picture, but that warning goes until 3 o'clock. And if I flip over here to the velocity, we can see, again, look at that. I mean, that says it all. Look at that green and that red. That's the spin that we're seeing in the radar. This is why that the tornado warning was issued. And you can see that area of rotation just now moving into Brevard County, right along that southern county line. As we get down a little bit closer, you can see just how close it is to some of these communities. I'm going to see if I can get a few more city labels on here. Again, we mentioned how it's very rural portions of Brevard County, but you can see Grant-Valcaria, and again, Mico is going to be down here as well. Roseland, you can see this is closer to Ballard Pines. You know, that's talking beachfront. But as we get you down interior, right in the county line corners of Osceola County, you can see that rotation, and this is why the tornado warning is issued. Again, lifting to the north, this tornado warning goes until 3 o'clock. So if you do live on the outside skirts of Palm Bay, the outside skirts of Grant-Valcaria, just to the west of I-95, you're going to be wanting to do your tornado precautions, take shelter right now, as we have this area that's got significant rotation in it, and this can cause damage. You're going to want to stay away from those windows, potentially boarded up windows, you know, down in parts of Brevard County. A lot of people have been taking action there. Zooming out a little bit. Is that you, Tom? Moving my radar? That's okay. That's all right. Tom Terry is here also. We've got 75% of our weather staff here watching all these tornado warnings, but I want to get you a big picture and show you all the warnings again. All of these driven by some of those feeder bands of what is Hurricane Milton that continues to spin off of our far west coast, still expected to make bigger impacts as we head into our evening, overnight, and very early morning hours tomorrow. And again, this is another camera you can see just on the right-hand side of your screen right next to me. That's coming out of Brevard County as well. We've got the gray skies there. We've been tracking some pretty decent rainfall. And again, the cell that we're specifically watching in Brevard County is in the far, far southwestern corner of Brevard County with that tornado warning that goes until 3 o'clock. But I do want to send it back to David. I want to give you a bigger picture, again, broader picture. We're going to kind of reset here with what we're watching with Hurricane Milton. Again, showing where it is, where it's going, how it's weakening and all of that, because again, this is just I would say the mom or pop system to all of these microsystems off some of those feeder bands.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, exactly right there, Cassandra. And kind of the bigger picture here, we are coming up on around 2:40. As you see at the bottom of your screen there, we have multiple tornado warnings. This is mainly for areas south of metropolitan Orlando, but the threat for tornadoes in Metro Orlando is going to be beginning to increase here pretty quickly over the next hour to hour and a half. Here's the wider perspective. You're not under that tornado warning. Again, on Milton, some good news. We are beginning to see some significant weakening. You can see right here where my hand is, that dry air kind of working its way in. So the eye wall is definitely now open, which is good news. That's an indication that we have a hurricane that is weakening. It's probably going to weaken significantly. The bad news is winds are still 130 miles an hour, and it's about less than 12 hours away from landfall. So it's not going to completely fall apart. The system is going to impact the west coast and central Florida in the next several hours. Pressure 944 millibars. Want to show you kind of the sustained wind. We're going to kind of sketch out when things are really going to start roaring in your neighborhood. So here we are, 8 o'clock. You can still see some sustained wind, or some gusts, or excuse me, this is sustained wind, 30 to 40. Once we start getting into the 50s, 55, 58 sustained winds, that's when we're going to be dealing with the power outage concerns. So probably going to have more sporadic power outages here this afternoon. You may be saying to yourself, oh, it's not that bad. It's going to get worse as we head into the evening and overnight. We'll put this into motion here, 1 a.m. Again, this is sustained wind. This is not wind gusts out there. Sustained winds in the 50s in Metro Orlando, 61-mile-an-hour gusts in Haines City, 64 in the Villages. And again, we get towards the late evening overnight. That's when we're going to start seeing the more significant power outages develop. Also, that's when we're going to have trees down. I heard Brian earlier in WDBO. I think he made a great point. If you live in a neighborhood which has the giant cypress or oak trees, and you have one of those trees that kind of overhangs maybe one of your bedrooms, probably don't want to sleep there tonight. Maybe go to a different bedroom, maybe sleep in the living room, because that tree could potentially come down later on tonight. I think that's a very, very great point. And every home is going to be a little bit different on that. I don't have any trees in my house out on Horizon West that are significant, so my family's going to be sleeping in their normal bedrooms tonight for the most part. You can see here as we go towards the daybreak hour, some winds again, still in the 50s and 60s. So the core of the system begins to exit Orlando, but we may have some very strong winds here on the back end. And then we get into the late morning here on Thursday, 11 a.m. And we've been hammering this the last couple of days. Coastal Volusia, coastal Flagler could still have wind gusts well above 70 miles per hour or so here as we head into the morning hours. Then we begin to see the activity exit. Winds begin to lay down here as we head into the evening hours. So we'll be talking about improvement weather-wise as we get towards the back end of Thursday, but it's going to be kind of a bumpy 24 hours or so, it looks like, across the area. Here is the updated track on Milton. Unfortunately, the forecast thinking has not changed significantly. We are still going to be talking about a Category 3 major hurricane strike. Tampa Bay, Suncoast area. Hopefully, friends and family that you may have there, especially on the Bear Islands, heeded the evacuation warnings, because we could be talking about catastrophic, life-threatening storm surge there right at the landfall point and points to the south. We're going to have extensive damage wherever the landfall is occurred in this area. This is not going to be like Helene, which made landfall in a very rural area. Taylor County, Florida, I don't believe has more than 20,000 residents in it. Sarasota, Manatee County, we probably have over 1 million people live in that area alone. Pinellas County has about 1 million people. Hillsborough County has, I believe, 1.4 million people. Highly populated area here is going to be impacted by this. And here in Central Florida, we're going to be impacted by it as well. Category 1 hurricane Thursday morning, somewhere between the Osceola-Brevard County line, and then beginning to move its way back towards the east. Power outages are going to be a concern as well. And I believe Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry is on board and ready to go here on the tornado warnings. Tom?
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, they are lined up like trains on the track here. And I'm using TX10 over here at the main video screen. So lots of weather here. The tornadoes are coming fast and furious as they've been notating right now. And they are simply lined up. And where you see the thicker boxes through here, where it's a little bit more of a brick red, a little thicker outline, those are going to be confirmed tornadoes and tornado emergencies. This is by far the most prolific tornado outbreak I've covered during a hurricane. And we talked about this prospect for a higher risk for tornadoes yesterday, but we really cleared out the atmosphere, and that has really let these tornadoes roll right on through. So I want to show you, as we take a closer look right now, we have several tornadoes, 2 of them here across northern sections of Polk County. Those are one of the same. Then we have several that are lined up. That big guy we're going to track in a minute. It's west of 95, which is good. It's pretty rural on the west side of 95. But folks, look at that train of tornado warnings. That's why we are just imploring you to get home, get safe, get in the center part of your house, closet, bathroom, when we have tornado warnings that are issued out for your area, because these storms are quickly moving on through right now. Let me go ahead and track some of the heavier thunderstorms that we're moving right now. And again, if you can put TX10 traffic back here. We've got 3 computers running on. I'll use traffic for right now. I'm sorry. Take that back. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go WEX 3. WEX 3. We just switched around back here, but still, this is the tornado that could be on the ground right now west of 27. So we're working here south of I-4. So this is going to be over central Polk County, Winter Haven. So this is now racing northwest at about 40 miles per hour. So we'll do a little storm track on this, and everything is going to start moving a little faster as we head through the late afternoon hours, as the storm itself is physically closer and the outer rain bands are moving a little bit closer. So Auburndale coming up, the Gibsonia area, and importantly, the I-4 corridor. So we're really watching this just north of Cypress Gardens, working here near the I-4 corridor. And again, trucking northwest at about 30 miles per hour. I'm going to take this off, and we're going to work our way back over toward Brevard County, because you've also had this tornadic rotation showing up. And this is going to be a significant amount of wind shear and wind spin in the atmosphere. And I want to show you, this is on the west side of Palm Bay right now. This really shows up. This is one of the most well-defined tornadic signatures that I've tracked out of a hurricane in a while. So this is I-95 well to the west of Melbourne. This is very rural areas. Thank goodness. But this is going to be far southwestern Brevard County, lifting northwest at 30 to 35 miles per hour. But I want to zoom out just a little bit here because we have another one that's going to be coming in farther to the south near the Fort Pierce area. This is out of our coverage area. But again, just a sign that the major roadways are starting to get in the way of these tornadoes that have been spinning up very fast, and they're all racing in, and there are more back behind it. So everyone across Orange County, central northern Brevard County, northern Osceola County, northern Polk County, Davenport, Eva, you're all going to be feeling some of these tornadoes in and around your area. Hopefully they don't hit your house, but right now we still have that tornado warning there. Let me go ahead and zoom in, and we'll do a little more of a track on this particular storm that's going to be on the west side of Melbourne, working northwest again at about 30 miles per hour, maybe 35. I'll go 35 here just to make sure we don't go too slow. And this, again, continues to move up toward Deer Park and Holopaw. So you need to be in the lowest level interior part of your house. And thankfully, again, that is just on the west side of I-95. Let me zoom out just a little bit. Let's reset here all the tornado warnings. Tom Terry, Chief Meteorologist here at Channel 9 Orlando. If you're in from out of town, welcome. We're all going to hunker down during this warning together. Multiple tornado warnings going on. This is one for northern parts of Polk County we've been tracking. We've got this big guy I just tracked here on the west side of 95. Several more coming in from the south on the north side of Lake Okeechobee. And these individual little tornado icons are all tornado reports. And unlike many that we track here, these are not just radar indicated. David, you got an update?
Yeah, brand new tornado warning just issued here. This is going to be for Brevard, Osceola, southern sections there, Tom, of the both of counties. However, this is a PDS tornado warning, which is a particularly dangerous situation. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles northeast of Fort Drum, moving north at 30. I know the Fort Drum Service Plaza there in the Turnpike. A lot of people stop in that area, and so this is going to be pretty close. It's a rural area, but do have quite a few people traveling on the Turnpike. Some of us listening on WDBO there definitely want to take cover with this tornado warning, and that's going to go until 3:30.
Yeah, and again, this is I've got the right one here, correct? This one, the huge hook echo that's on the west side. Okay, so this is relatively rural areas, thank goodness, but right here along 192, so this is the Deer Park 192, so Harmony. Get in your lowest level closet bathroom. Get ready to hunker down during this tornado. This is a very serious situation. You see right now that appendage, and I'm going to switch over to velocity here, and you'll be able to see the actual storm itself. It's right there. So this is where the winds are coming in different directions, shooting out of Melbourne. Very close radar here. So this is going to be west of Melbourne. Melbourne's right over here. Let me zoom in just a little bit tighter, see if we can find any other streets and locations here. This is just Turnpike near St. Cloud is up, and I also have Cocoa Beach pointed back toward the west, so we'll be able to keep an eye on that too when it gets a little bit tighter. But this is going to be, again, rural sections. Here is the Osceola County line. Thank God this is out in the middle of nowhere. So we're watching here west of Palm Bay, west of 95, working its way farther to the north. So that is what we call a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, and we get those here in Florida when we get a confirmed. You got some CC over there? You can see, David?
Yep, we do now, yeah. So we'll go to the monitor here real quick.
Meteorologist David Heckards kind of has some of our newer technology we've had here to show where you can actually see it.
Yeah, so right there, you see it right there. This is our debris detector. This is called a correlation coefficient. Basically, what the Doppler radar is doing, kind of doing a quick MRI, if you will, of the thunderstorm. And what it's pinging right now is likely some type of debris, probably trees would be my guess, that's aloft, which is a very, very strong indication we have a tornado on the ground here. So this is, as Tom said, a dangerous situation. The line you see right there, that is US 192. So this is, again, rolling through pretty rural area of Osceola County, but this is going to be a very impactful tornado, confirmed tornado, clearly. And I'll stop the loop here real quick, and we'll walk over. And again, this is going to be very close to the Harmony area, I believe there, Tom.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, we do have a confirmed tornado now, at least by radar indication.
Okay, so again, in that Harmony 192 corridor, go ahead and stay hunkered down where you are. And we're watching not only you, but this entire area right now. So there's the look from Cocoa Beach. So we're going to be looking back west toward that particular storm. Probably not going to see it. It's a little too far away. It's going to be wrapped up in rain. Very, very heavy rain bands working through. So this is the tornado warning we were tracking. Dave was just showing you the debris signature here, and all these particles get lofted. They're blown up in the air, and they're much larger than the surrounding raindrops, and our radar knows that, so it can kind of tell us, okay, this is not rain, this is something else, and that's what he was showing you. So this is probably going to be mainly trees. This is going to be working toward Deer Park. Take your tornado precautions lowest level. So rest of Central Florida, it's rainy, it's wet. We don't want you out and around today, and again, because these tornado warnings are going to become more numerous, and based on the fact that this is the middle of the afternoon, this is one of the things we were talking about yesterday, the fact that we're going to have prime heating for these tornado warnings to feed off of these tornadoes. So this continues to be an issue, and as I zoom out, you can just kind of see all the different tornado reports that we've had. We've had damage reports along the southwest coast and the Fort Myers area. Multiple tornado warnings remaining in effect. I'm just getting the chat here from the Weather Service. So this is all going to be continuing to work to the north with our hurricane in a prime position. We're in this northeast quadrant of the hurricane, which will be making landfall somewhere up here around midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. But folks, that is the gravy train coming up from the south. We're going to keep in very close tab on that. Let me go ahead and zoom back in right now. David, let me know if you get anything new on that debris signature.
Yeah, so kind of resetting the scene, and we apologize. The warnings are coming in fast and furious. Yep. So the warning that we were tracking earlier, that is been extended. That's for Camp Hawley Fish Camp. So I apologize for the confusion. That goes until 3:30, Tom. So that's the northern one. And then down towards the south near Yeehaw Junction, kind of exiting Okeechobee County, heading into Indian River County. That one's much closer to the turnpike. That is the particularly dangerous situation, the PDS tornado warning. And that also goes until, I believe, 3:30 as well. So we got 2 tornado warnings. One here, both of them. This one almost certainly producing a tornado. This one we are getting, it looks like a debris signature, so high likelihood we could be seeing a tornado in that one as well. There's good news here in all of this. Is a very, very rural area, kind of right along the Osceola-Brevard County line and then back through the Osceola-Indian River County line. So again, 2 tornado warnings, one near Camp Hawley Fish Camp, another one very close to the Fort Drum Service Plaza, both of them kind of moving in a northerly direction there, Tom.
Okay, and again, this is not a good thing, but the fact that it is as intense as it is really standing out. So that's going to be our tornado right there. We also have it co-located with all this lightning, so there's a strong updraft. We're really keeping this thing rolling, and normally 9.5 out of 10 tornadoes will track during a tropical system are brief, short-lived tornadoes. This one appears to have more leg to it. So this is right through I-95. Here's the Florida Turnpike and 441. So this is going to keep working up right toward the Deer Park area. This is all basin for the St. Johns River, not very heavily populated, but this continues to show very good rotation working north toward the 192 corridor. And if we just expand out a little bit more, again, fortunately, if we had to put a tornado somewhere, this is probably where you'd want to put it based on the fact we just don't have a lot of people that are here in this vicinity. But we are still tracking this very, very carefully as it moves north now at about 30 miles per hour, moving in toward the Deer Park area right along 192. But there is that guy plain as day. So heavy rain along the coast, no tornado right now for Melbourne or for Palm Bay. This is west of 95, continuing to move north at about 30 miles per hour. But we are watching additional rotation down to the south by Fort Pierce. And again, these big, thick polygons indicating more confirmed tornadoes. And you can see where we've had these confirmed tornado reports working north along 95. So working from Fort Pierce all the way up to the north. Where's this camera, guys? Turnpike near Yeehaw. We're certainly going to keep an eye on the turnpike near Yeehaw as that storm is going to be right in this vicinity. So there is that hurricane-induced tornado that is working right in toward Deer Park. It's going to go front line, center line, right in toward Deer Park. Again, tornado precautions, lowest level closet, bathroom. If you've got a bike helmet, put it on. Anything to help protect yourself from this particular storm. Growing up in Oklahoma, this is all the tips that we were given from people on TV telling us what to do to hunker down during a storm, and it certainly is still valid today. Did they drop that tornado warning out for Polk? I think it's still there. I want to track this again too, because this rascal looks like it's still spinning. This is going to be right along US 92, working here south of I-4. There's a big disruption there, so that's going to work toward the west, and everything is kind of working in different directions. It's kind of north-northwest along our east coast and working more back into the hurricane itself as we head farther west. This is Polk County, so if you're listening on 580 WDVO 107.3, this is going to be right along Interstate 4 in central Polk County, right along heading toward the Comey settlement. So it's going to be, again, heading toward the Tampa area coming up in a few minutes. So just a quick reset. This is really only the big tornado we have in town at the moment, and it's going to be in rural areas here approaching 192. This is in far southwestern Brevard County. If you're listening to us on the radio, headings from I-95, it's very wet, dry. There's some heavy thunder on your west side, but that storm is, again, in rural areas at the moment, right on the county line with Osceola. And David, again, they did extend that further north, and we've got several more back behind this storm, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty busy early evening for everyone here. So yeah, we got, I just made a quick note. So tornado warning till 3:15 for Polk County. That's the one that Tom was just talking about. Then with the pair of the tornado warnings, 3:30, one near the Holly Fish Camp, another one near the Fort Drum area, both of those moving northbound. But Tom, no doubt about it, it looks like the threat for tornadoes is increasing here in Central Florida over the next couple of hours. I'm going to have it ready to go here, but the Storm Prediction Center just sent an update as well, Tom, and I'll have this graphically in about 5 minutes. There is a threat for tornadoes, we'll say from a line from Sanford, Orlando, to about Winter Haven. Points to the coast, and they are concerned about the potential for a strong tornado or two. That'd be EF2 caliber or greater. As Tom mentioned, that is exceptionally rare to see a strong tornado with these systems, but there's a lot of shear in the atmosphere, and so that's likely what's leading to that. So again, it looks like the biggest threat for tornadoes, according to the Storm Prediction Center, basically the I-4 corridor, Sanford, Orlando, Winter Haven, and then all the way up towards the coastline. So kind of bumping up there to Oak Hill, if you will, in Volusia County. So a really serious situation may be unfolding here in terms of the tornado threat in Brevard, eastern Osceola, eastern Orange, eastern Seminole, and then really much of Brevard County as well here, Tom.
Okay, thanks a lot, David. And just keeping an eye here on the Kenansville area as well. And I think I have to probably go back to 2004, and the day after Francis made landfall, we had one of the largest tornado outbreaks in Florida history. I spent all day Monday, as I remember, tracking tornadoes on that day, and you can see these tornadoes that are rolling in from, this is going to be in South Florida, but this is the southern extent of Polk and Osceola County, and that's where they are all lined up moving north. And we've had a pretty quiet environment over Central Florida, although now they're starting to move into some more rainy areas where we may not quite have just as much instability, but we are still going to be seeing some significant rotation out of this particular storm. If you're just joining us, quick reset coming up on 3 o'clock. Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry here in Central Florida, Orlando. We have mainly rain at the moment. The camera you're looking at right now is along the coast, and we're kind of looking back in towards some very heavy rain. We've had a whole bunch of tornado warnings to the south. This storm continues to be the biggest one we've been tracking west of Melbourne. So that's the turnpike near Yeehaw Junction. So that's where it's, well, that's going to be just on the, we have heavy rain near the turnpike in Yeehaw Junction. Let me zoom out just a little bit right now. So this camera is right in this course. So here's the Florida Turnpike as we work down toward Yeehaw Junction. So that's a kind of a lone stopping point there on the turnpike. These cells are going to be closer to 192, and we're still watching huge storm cells that are near Fort Pierce. If you're in Metro Orlando, nothing here yet. But again, this is why we've been harping, get in your where you're going to be by early afternoon, because it's going to be an active day. And this can continues to really show incredible amounts of rotation. Let me switch over again. We use our Doppler radar, and it's kind of like the old speed gun when they catch you going too fast down the road. We're actually able to see how fast the raindrops are moving. We can also tell if the raindrops are coming toward or away from the radar. So where we see these opposing colors, the red and green, that is a clear signature of a tornado. And it's been a while since I've seen a tornado on the ground this long out of a tropical cyclone. So this is approaching 192. Again, stay in your safe rooms here, the Deer Park Harmony area. This is well to the west of Melbourne and Palm Bay. You are not out of the woods, not from this storm perhaps, but ones that we're tracking farther to the south. And let me go ahead and, David, it does look like the, as I catch the latest velocity there, maybe it's flattening a little bit, losing a little bit of punch, but we're certainly not going to tell folks that that it's all clear by any means. Let me
yeah, that is correct. Just doing a quick scan here. New tornado warning. It's going to be for far western sections there of Polk County. So I don't think that's going to be kind of in the end of our coverage area. New tornado warning down towards the Sebring area. But I'll quickly show you this. It's kind of crudely drawn, but it kind of gets the job done here. So right now, this is the area that we're kind of concerned about for the highest tornado threat according to the Storm Prediction Center. So kind of lines up here, eastern Seminole, eastern Orange, much of Osceola, say east of St. Cloud, all of Brevard County, Indian River County there, and the southern tip there of Volusia County. So this is the corridor. Now, as Tom mentioned, we're battling a little bit more rainfall, but as I go back here to our regular Doppler radar perspective, you can clearly see, notice how these areas, it's almost like splotches of red popping up. Those are supercell thunderstorms. Those are separate from the feeder bands we were talking about earlier in the day. And these have now popped up, and these cells have had a history of showing rotation. These cells have had a history of producing tornadoes previously. So remains to be seen how strong these cells will continue to be as they work their way northward. But
it's big down near Vera right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it there, Tom. We do have a pretty significant tornado threat, again, kind of east of the I-4 corridor. And eventually we'll probably see some tornado warnings in parts of Metro Orlando, would be my expectation in the next hour or so.
All right, thanks a lot, David. And again, I've just been just kind of marveling from a meteorological perspective here, David.
Yeah.
We were talking about it with Cassie and Brian, just the environment so primed for this. We're in this northeast quadrant. There's a maximization of the wind shear. Everything's just swirling around. And we had this wide open area earlier today. When I woke up, I saw this clear slot coming up from South Florida and went, uh-oh, that's a whole open field for these isolated discrete cells to get fired up. And you've been watching those storms. I tell you what, I'm going to tackle the storm in Brevard. You take a look at that storm in Polk County. We'll divide and conquer here, and I'll get back to you in just a minute. Thank you, David, and great team here in Severe Weather Center 9. Not our first rodeo, but this is, again, very, very unusual to see a storm of this magnitude that is in now crossing mainly over into Osceola County, as far as I can ascertain here. And I'll put on the velocity, and some of these colors are going to go back and forth. This is just us doing the analysis in real time. So here's our most of our people, Palm Bay, Melbourne, in this section of southern Brevard County. This is way over here, right on the county line, not totally unpopulated, but we're certainly watching this shear right there. The winds are switching direction, and that again is moving mainly north at 30 miles per hour. So that storm cell will be working its way right in through Deer Park. They move this north at 30. So Deer Park, you're just going to be on the edge of this. Harmony is just down the road. I'm hoping this can thread the needle here, and we can move this right in between these two communities, but especially in the Deer Park area. Go ahead and keep your tornado precautions in place. I'm also watching, because I talked about this one was probably going to miss the Melbourne Palm Bay area. It is, but just down to the south, we have another huge circulation showing up. This is going to be near St. Lucie Village right there. See how bright? The brighter that color, both directions, bright red going away, bright green coming toward, that is counterclockwise spin. So right on 713 here. So this is just south of our coverage area, but I'm watching it because that's what's moving north. So we're hoping this will go ahead and again arc its way west of 95, because it's on the east side of 95 that we have a lot of our viewers here in Central Florida, but no promises. This started farther east. These came in from the Lake Okeechobee area and were confirmed. This is another tornado. You can really make these out today. Sometimes it's really hard to find these. We're like, where is this thing? And there it is. There's one right here. That's going to be farther south, Martin County, St. Lucie, Fort Pierce. So that's all working north. Let me back out of the way. So this is where we had a confirmed tornado earlier earlier where you see these tornado icons. And the fact that we have already had tornadoes reported gives us more confidence that we're going to keep tracking these as potential touching down tornadoes. All right, so David's watching the weather over there in Polk County. There's kind of a broad rotation there south of Winter Haven, but nothing that really sticks out like this guy does in the Melbourne area, west of Melbourne, I should say. Here is 192. So just to get your bearings, we're coming up on 4 minutes after 3, and we still have our hurricane that'll be making landfall around midnight tonight along the Gulf Coast. We're in this northeast quadrant where all the spin is wrapping up, and extremely tightly, I would say. So here's the Florida Turnpike. We've had some cameras along this area, and it's been very wet, very squally. We're glad that people are not out on the roads right now. Let's see. So they just canceled the warning for Okeechobee. They continued the warning for Brevard, Indian River, and Osceola. Okay, so this is going to be the same area. So this is right along the Florida Turnpike.
And Tom, again, using some pretty strong language here, confirmed large and dangerous tornado located over Blue Cypress Lake, moving north at 30. And again, that continues the warning for Brevard and Osceola, kind of that rural area, until 3:30.
Okay, so thank you, David. Continuing to track this as it moves north. Let's go 33 miles an hour, so I don't want to miss anybody. But here from the Deer Park area, and I'm going to go and zoom in a little bit more and put on just the normal rain mode of this, and you can see here's Deer Park Road 192. This is going to be front line, center line to go just on the west side of Deer Park, or very close to Deer Park and the 192 corridor. So Deer Park Road, let me get a little closer here so if I find anything else popping up. David, are you on links over there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Let me know if you get any better roadway, because I know we do have some roads out over here, but generally the Deer Park Road area, this is 192. The tornado is just now to your south, moving north. So Deer Park is front line in the path of that particular storm as it moves north at 30 miles per hour. So if you're listening to us on 580 WDBO, when the power goes out, we will have power outages, of course, fairly widespread. We're going to try to be descriptive of this. We're in a TV media, but talking to folks that cannot find out exactly where we're talking about. But I just want you to notice on the farther southern extent of 95, it is Tornado Derby all the way down south toward Port St. Lucie, and all of these are going to be working up along the coast. So if you're in Cocoa Beach, Melbourne Beach, Sebastian, all these locations along the coast of Brevard County, start thinking now about where in my house I'm going to go to be safe from this particular tornado or tornadoes that we may be tracking your area here in the next 30 to 45 minutes as it continues to develop south and move up here to the north. This is not in Orlando yet. We are still mainly just dealing with rain, but we've had that tornadic thunderstorm that continues to spin furiously here in the Deer Park area, and the brick red ones down here. These are ones we've had confirmed tornadoes. That's a tornado emergency, I believe, that's going to be moving in from the south. Farther to the west here, we still have tornadoes that are coming in across extreme southern sections of Polk County, and again, these are being repeated farther south, so it's going to be just a very long afternoon, as unfortunately we knew it would be. But I want to zoom back in here. Let's keep track of this tornado that's now coming through right along 192. Put on our great tools here, early warning Doppler 9 radar, our network of radars. When it comes to looking for low-level spin like this, you want to pick that closest radar so you get that low-level scan. Anything new on that over there, David?
No, just kind of want to show you a quick bigger perspective, though, Tom, here. We really widened everything out. This is the Tampa Bay Doppler radar. Here is the center of Milton, so if you're curious about it, it continues to weaken. It's about 100 miles or so away from the Fort Myers area at this time. So we have this area here. These are the supercells we're really concerned about for a tornado threat, again, east along and east of the I-4 corridor. And then, Tom, look at this. This is probably going to be the first major feeder band that's working its way through now. I'll stop the laps real quickly for everyone, kind of get your bearings. So the first feeder band, Polk County, Highlands County, right over Lake Okeechobee, then extends all the way south into Broward County. That is going to be the first real punch of a wind and rain probably across much of the area. So we'll be keeping a very, very close eye on that. And then we also, I believe our control room has a great image coming up. Oh, okay. I think that was for just someone else. Apologize for that. But yeah, so we have two areas here, Tom, we're going to be keeping an eye on very, very closely. But even if you escape the supercells here, this band is going to be pretty serious. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, probably winds well over 50 miles an hour as we head into the next couple of hours as that system begins to work its way in. And right here, you see this, what looks like light rain, Bradenton back through the Cape Coral area. That is where the tropical storm force winds are now beginning to move on shore. That is the beginning of the steady rain, the steady wind that will begin to impact the area later this evening there, Tom.
Okay, thanks a lot. See if you can get that CC pulled back up, if you would, for that tornado that's in the Deer Park area right now. And tornado warning is going to be right near 192. And this is our early warning Doppler 9 radar. I'm looking here. We've got the big wedding barn. I'm assuming that's a wedding venue right near the Deer Park area that we're keeping an eye on. That's going to be just south of 192 through here, working its way up north at 30 miles per hour. So continuing to work in. Okay, who do you have on the phone? Melanie Holt, you're live in Brevard County. What are you seeing out there, Melanie?
Well, I can tell you right now, we are on Merritt Island, and the wind is not too severe at the moment. Really, it's mostly rain at this point in time. I know that the conditions, may deteriorate as we go through the evening, but at the moment, at least the wind's not too bad, but plenty of rain.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mel. You just stay safe over there. We're going to continue to monitor that entire area. And again, it's right in Deer Park right now. So we have Bull Creek, which is not too far away. Again, if we had to put a tornado somewhere, let's put it out here where we don't have the maximum amount of people. That's going to be over here near I-95 in Melbourne. But again, there are a lot more that we're watching farther here toward the south. So that's moving north. We don't really have any organized communities on the north side of Deer Park here. This is kind of more ranch land, and we're getting into, again, the basin of the St. Johns River. Everything flows in and steadily heads to the north right there along the river itself. So I want to zoom out just a little bit, do a quick reset. Here we are. It is 3:10. This is Hurricane Milton, winds 130 miles per hour. Cat 4. This is going to weaken to a Cat 3, come in about right here around midnight, come all the way across. And out ahead of this, we have this tremendous tornado outbreak. We've already had damage reports in the southwest coast. We've had numerous what are called debris signatures showing up, where we can clearly see that we have rotation in the storm itself that continues to do damage up there through Lake Okeechobee. These are all spiraling up, so we're watching extremely sparse southern sections of Brevard County. Those warnings will likely be extended farther north, and unfortunately this is going to be more of a coastal event for Brevard County. The next ones are going to be more along the I-95 and Highway 1 A1A corridor. Keeping an eye too on these tornadic cells are going to be working north of Lake O. That's coming into southern sections of Polk County, and just a steady shield of rain up here to north. Very prolific amounts of rain. This again will be one of the lasting stories behind this hurricane, is how much rain that we are going to get. And this is just a look at the active tornado alerts that we have right now.
Tom,
yes, go ahead.
Darlene here. I want to ask you a question because I am getting some messages from people out there watching us. How long, can you give us a sense of how long this kind of activity, tornadic activity, can stay on the ground? Because those who are in these watches and warnings or expect this to be moving closer to the metro area are wondering.
Yes, I would expect that we will have tornadoes in and around Metro Orlando at some point here in probably the next hour, between 3:30 and about 5, maybe 6, because the new watch extends all the way north through, I believe, 9 o'clock. Okay. So it's going to be all day ahead of this. And we've seen this with a handful of other tornadoes. I remember Irma, we had lots of tornadoes that came in off the Atlantic, and that was an all-day event with that particular storm itself. We even had some winds well over 110 miles an hour in some of the tornadoes we were tracking back then. But a great question. And again, we are here to alert, not to alarm. So you need to just be staying hunkered down. We have video from Fort Myers that we want to show you right now as we continue to monitor some rural tornado outlook there. That is in the Fort Myers area, and you can see the winds that are blowing by. You can actually see the winds from the tornado that are increasing as it passes through. And they did have some damage as we can
There's
see
some down
right
powered
there.
lines there too. Some of the street signs there are gone, and this is what we have been telling you about, the type of damage that we could see and experience as Hurricane Milton and those outer bands started to make its way to the state of Florida. You can see the damage that's already happening there, and that is the storm that is moving toward our area here in Central Florida.
The outbreak we're seeing, Tom, of these tornadoes, it was expected. You guys were warning about this tornado threat, but seeing those boxes on the map and already seeing the destruction from some of these tornadoes really paints the picture of what this storm can continue bringing.
Alexa, this is a residential neighborhood, and for those familiar, as many of us are, I believe that was a 7-Eleven sign that we saw in the video as well, and that shows you how far some of this damage is scattering around as this tornadic activity sort of blows around the area. In the middle of a residential neighborhood, a 7-Eleven sign has made it there, and you see some of the down power lines there, and this is what, there it is there on the left. This is why they don't want you getting out and about during and immediately following these storms, because this is when you will start to see the damage there, and you don't know what you can run into, what's out there on the roadways, and this is without flooding. Imagine if these roads here were flooded, you wouldn't even be able to see all the down lines and down power poles there here in the Fort Myers area.
Yeah, and a few hours ago, it was in Sunrise in Broward County where we saw a tornado that was spotted nearing Alligator Alley, nearing I-75, and I can imagine the fear for those drivers as they're out. Of course, you know, we have been warning people to stay in, but you're driving on a busy roadway and you see that up in the sky to your right or to your left, just terrifying, no doubt, for drivers and people across these areas with these tornado warnings right now. So as they continue to move into our area, the threat of them in Metro Orlando, stay at home if you can. If you want to be hunkered down. Yeah,
have the plan of where you're going to go. Before I left, my family was asking, you know, where do we go? So we have a plan in place for my family at home. We want to get you back.
Will be here with Tom Terry.
Yes, we want to get you back to certified meteorologist Tom Terry and David Heckert as they continue to track these tornado warnings.
Yeah, I just was switching some color palettes here. It's really kind of hard to see some of these debris signatures, as we call them, when we have these tornadoes that come through. But again, the damage you were seeing just a moment ago out of the southwest coast of Florida, and that unfortunately has been the calling card of this hurricane so far as it still approaches with storm surge on the west coast. We have trains on the track here lined up coming in from the south. Not all of these are rotating, but we've had a history of tornadoes, including this big batch. And I want you to see all the those are lightning strikes co-located with that circulation. So very, very, very strong updraft. The one thing I will say is that I do believe some of the rain we've had over Central Florida may help limit some of the unstable air that these tornadoes have been feeding off of, but I definitely don't think it's going to be eliminating at all our prospects for more trouble from these tornado warnings over the next several hours. So let me go and get a fresh look at the rotation within this particular storm, and it continues to be right along 192. So we're going to be now moving just a little bit past Deer Park. This is going to be on the east side of Osceola County, working north at about 30 miles per hour. There's a pretty good wind coming in along 192 over here. I don't really see the opposing colors. We have some red and some darker red, so there's a little bit of speed shear there, but nothing that appears to be rotating at this time. But this particular storm continues to be a long track system, and you can kind of tell here as we widen out a little bit, we've lost some of the contrast in color, so we're still keeping an eye on that. That's rural areas. So let me work my way farther to the south here, because we have yet another one, and you can see where the contrast in colors is back. It is in far northwest Indian River. That is Brevard. That is Osceola. So that again is in a fairly rural area just east of 441. We'll take a track on that in a minute, but not too many cities are going to show up. Look at this rascal down there. This is coming into southern Indian River County, and that cell right there is going to be right near I-95. So Alexa, I-95 and yeah, near Indian River County. I don't know if we go that far south on our cameras, but that's going to be really, really, really close. And let me do a track on that. So this is, again, we got a whole county to go before we get into our viewing area. But if you're going to be, again, trying to head around on 95, you definitely don't want to be getting out with this particular storm as it continues to move north at about 30 miles per hour. So this is going to move it in from the Vero Lake Estates in the Brookside area in the next 25 minutes. So it's going to essentially cross the county in half an hour. and then it's going to get into southern Brevard. So again, you have time to get everybody all indoors and all of that and continue to monitor the tornado threat out of this particular storm. How long is the warning in effect? That's a great question. Till 3:45. So we have till 3:45 for this particular warning as it moves to the north. This is Indian River County. And for this particular tornado warning in effect until 3:30. This will probably be extended based on what I've been able to see. And a new tornado warning just came out for the Winter Haven area. That's going to be in the Fort Meade area heading up toward Bartow until 3:30. So this is the circulation we've also been tracking. It's in our far western viewing area. But if you're on the west side near Bartow, here's Highway 17. Again, this is, you can see it right there. There is that guy northeast of Fort Meade. This has had a history of producing tornadoes heading right up toward Highway 17. And we are still seeing very strong wind shear with this whole core. But that's going to be that tornado warning over by Winter Haven until 3:30. David, we're going to keep extending these warnings over time. It's just going to happen.
No doubt about it. And another thing, Tom, we got to start worrying about is the threat for flooding rains. We now have our first pair of flash flood warnings that have come on the board. This will be the first of many, many, many flash flood warnings we're going to be dealing with here in the next 12 to 24 hours. So we got a huge flash flood warning. You can kind of see it behind me. This is for Polk, Hillsborough County, goes all the way south towards Fort Myers. That's going to go until 6:15, but that's likely going to be reissued. And then up into parts of Flagler County, you have picked up a lot of rainfall as well. You have a flash flood warning until 9:15, but all of us at some point are likely going to be dealing with the flash flood warning here. And I know some of us may be new to the state of Florida and don't understand when we talk about tornado warnings and tornado watches and kind of what to do here with that. Well, the first thing you need to know is there is a key difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. A tornado watch means conditions are favorable for a tornado. A tornado warning means that we actually have something on the ground or it's radar indicated and you want to take shelter now. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with tornado warnings, and these are what we call high-end tornado warnings, meaning that this is not radar indicator. We're seeing some rotation. We're starting to see things like debris signatures. We're getting reports of video of tornadoes on the ground, getting reports of damage, all indications that you really do need to take tornado warning seriously, and you want to seek shelter if you are underneath one of those tornado warnings. Let's also talk about where you need to go in the event of a tornado. Because again, if you're new to the state of Florida, if you're from a northern area, maybe you're from another country like Brazil, you probably don't deal with tornadoes. So we want to move the lowest floor away from windows, want to get into interior hallway. I know a lot of Florida homes, we have the open lanais, we have the living room kind of extending sometimes into the pool area. We don't want to be in that area whatsoever. We want to get into like an interior hallway. And if you have time, and if you live in Brevard County, and you live in the parts of Metro Orlando, and we haven't even, and maybe you've already done this already, but you want to vacate the mobile homes as well and get out of them. Well, I would want to do a quick update here on Milton as well, because it continues to churn its way into portions of the west coast of Florida here. This is the first major feeder band. These are the tornado warnings Tom is tracking, but this feeder band will begin to roll in the next, say, 1 to 3 hours. That's really going to kick up the wind here, it looks like, in the late afternoon. The core is about 125 miles away from Tampa. It is weakening, but there is still some lightning. So this is a very, very significant hurricane with winds of 130 miles per hour. Pressure 948. The forecast track has not changed. We'll get another advisory coming up at 5 o'clock. So, Tom, a lot going on. And as I look down here, we have a brand new tornado warning, and this is going to be for Brevard and Osceola. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Kenansville, and that's going to go again until 4 o'clock. New tornado warning. This is going to be for the Treasure Coast, Martin, and St. Lucie. So again, new tornado warning till 4 for Brevard and Osceola.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. And this is, again, going to be an all-afternoon affair. So if you're watching from Central Florida, thank you for trusting us. We've been doing this really since Monday, warning you since last week that we would have a tornado or a hurricane impact, and now a tornado impact ahead of the hurricane itself. This is the new warning they just issued until 4 p.m., and it is a rather large polygon that extends right through here. So all these overlapping squares, we're going to be watching that right in there. So that's going to be the troublemaker that's right on that 3-county line. It's going to be east of 441, moving due north. And again, we've been threading the needle with a lot of the population here, fortunately, with this particular storm, but that still shows that is a great deal of wind shear showing up out of that cell. See the bright red and green right next to each other? So that is rapid rotation through here. There's some very strong wind shear right over here. So this continues to be more on the Osceola County side of it, but on the east side of 441, lifting north at 30 miles per hour. Let me widen up. Here's I-95, Indian River County, and again, it's just kind of a washout. So a lot of these tornadoes are all wrapped up in rain. It's very hard to see. We don't need any amateur storm chasers out there trying to find this, but generally moving north at 30 miles per hour. So that's going to put this, and I just put a storm track and no locations really showed up because we're in rural area, fortunately, for the moment. But very heavy wind and rain. Let me get to
and
go ahead.
Quick update here. Got a new tornado warning. This will include parts of Orange County. I don't know if it's popped on the screen. Oh, it just popped on the screen there.
Gotcha.
Rural eastern Orange County. But if you live far eastern Orange, your cell phone may ping here, but this is going to be for the rural eastern Orange County out towards the beach line. That's going to go now till 4 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado northeast of Holopaw, the one we've been watching for a while now, continuing to move north at 30 miles an hour. So now Metro Orlando officially getting involved here on the tornado warnings. We want to stress, you're going to see Orange County at the bottom of your screen. It's going to be for that rural eastern section of Orange County. And again, that's going to go to the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, Tom.
Okay, thanks a lot. And again, just a matter of time, these storms are progressing farther and farther north. I don't think it's as tightly wound as it was earlier, but these can fluctuate in their intensity where they kind of spin up, then they kind of lose some of their circulation, then other factors come into play, and they can start spinning up again. If you're just joining us here, it is 3:24, and here's the Lake Nona area, southern sections of Orange County, south of the Beach Line Expressway, and we've put this tornado over the most rural area we can find here across northeastern sections of Osceola County. Right in there where you see that colored discontinuity, north of 192 is the actual potential tornado that is working its way northwest at about 30 miles per hour. And here's a look at the actual rain mode of early warning Doppler 9 radar. And just to show you, we still have 2 different tornado warnings. The newest one here until 4 is going to be for that one that includes extreme southeastern sections of Orange County. Again, very... Okay, and we have a new video coming in as we continue to monitor this over rural areas. This is in I-75. Where's this again? Broward County. So near Big Cypress. So that was earlier today. Big tornadoes. That was in South Florida. And that's where we had kind of this wide open real estate for tornadoes to grow and develop. But that was just some of the video we've gotten into our newsroom from the tornadoes that were moving through earlier today. And that was in the southwest section and southeast section of Florida. We've had kind of dueling rain squally bands, these feeder bands that come through there producing all this issue. So Metro Orlando, we are still closely monitoring this particular cell that's over here on the east side, and this is the one that is producing some very heavy wind and rain and continuing to move toward the north at about 30 miles per hour. I put a storm track on there, but no city showed up, but we're north of 192. There's another storm that's on the south side. This one is continuing. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Yeah, and Tom, I'm looking at this here. This is really powering up here. This would be, and kind of get your bearings here. So this is the turnpike. The turnpike's going to miss this tornado. Right here, this is the Brevard, Osceola County line. This is very rural area, so if you're listening to us on WDBO, this is not going to impact 95, the turnpike, but we're start seeing these greens and reds really starting to come together here. Also notice the lightning beginning to uptick. Got 41 strikes here in this image. So that's an indication we have a supercell here that's beginning to probably intensify a little bit more, and that's going to be moving. You see our arrow right there. It's going to be moving almost due north, slightly north-northwest. The tan line is going to be US 192 there in rural Osceola County. So something we'll be keeping a very close eye on here, Tom, but we're definitely seeing a cycle uptick with this storm. Earlier I checked over with debris and I did not see anything.
Yeah.
Check again. Yeah, we may have a bullseye there.
Yeah, I got it right there.
Yeah. So again, this would be rural Osceola County, but if you live in this area, far eastern Osceola, kind of right along the Osceola-Brevard County line, south of US 192. A pretty serious situation could be developing here, Tom.
Yeah, so what David, go ahead and point to that, David, and I'll point to this. Yep. So that's going to be, that little spot right there is that where we have probably some lofted trees, things like that, and it's really, really highly reflective. It bounces back very well on our radar, and we can tell that it's a big object, not just a small raindrop. So that's going to be very closely co-located with this particular storm. So there's our first tornado warning. This one appears to be weakening a bit, but still could be damaging as it comes in across northern sections of Osceola County. Then this one has refired, and that's the one that we could see at least some lofted debris of some sort that is continuing to move toward the north and probably just a little bit west of due north. So let me track that. Let me go 35, 37 miles an hour just so I get a few people in the way for a time of arrival. So here is the whole again, Deer Park, Holopaw, 192, Harmony over here. Stay in your safe room as that tornadic thunderstorm continues to rapidly lift up here to the north. And David, I'm going to also keep an eye on the new cells that are coming across southern Brevard County as well, because these are going to really pack a wallop at the same time. So we're in Indian River County right now. These are working up toward the Vero Beach area. Strong rotation here. Another one near Fort Pierce. They're just lined up. So we're going to be watching Sebastian coming up in the next few minutes, and also up toward Floridana Beach and Melbourne. So you need to go ahead and get hunkered down. Those tornadoes warnings will probably continue. They've been longer track tornadoes, which is unusual for a tropical system, but this is a very unusual hurricane. As we know, big, powerful wind field. And again, the wind shear is pretty extreme. So that's over rural eastern sections of Osceola County. We get real-time updates from the Weather Service as far as the what they're seeing, what reports they're getting. Again, we are getting more of these flash flood warnings because we're getting very high rain rates. We've got some down in the Martin County, Indian River County area. And again, as you saw some of the video, if you want to do a 2-channel real quick and show some of that video from the tornado damage while I continue to monitor this right now. We're still over pretty rural areas. We can go ahead and do that and show you some of the damage that we've seen so far. But these are some big rotating storms, rural areas fortunately. Florida Turnpike, southern Osceola County. This is going to be on the east side of Fort 41 where it's got that little boot heel right through there. That's going to be a tornado likely on the ground. Extremely rural areas here. That's going to be south of 192. And boy, look at that thing hook up. This has been a very intense storm. This almost reminds me, David, of what we would see during an El Nino winter.
Absolutely.
Back in 1998 and in 2007 when we had these long track tornadoes.
If you've lived in Florida for a while, you know that normally when we start dealing with really significant tornadoes, a lot of times it's in the winter months. Unusual because a lot of us are from the northern part of the United States. We think of tornadoes in the spring and summer months. But yeah, this is what we're seeing here. I worked Irma in 2017, Tom. I do not remember tornadoes of this magnitude, and we had, I believe, over a dozen tornadoes in parts of Brevard and Indian River counties as the outer bands kind of worked its way in. So a very similar situation. We're at the bottom of the hour now at 3:30, so let's kind of reset the scene for everybody. So this is the wider perspective on early warning Doppler 9. The flashing red boxes you see here, those are multiple tornado warnings. They are primarily in effect here for just the outskirts of Metro Orlando and then down towards the south into parts of Osceola and sections of Brevard County. But right now, the worst of the tornado threat is kind of in rural eastern sections of Osceola County with these 2 cells that we're watching right now. The flooding threat is also beginning to increase as well. Flash flood warning in effect for the majority of Polk County. We now have a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Flagler County. At this point, none of us really should be out and about, but the flooding threat is really going to begin to tick higher here in the next several hours. The rainfalls continue to increase in the Metro Orlando area, and I want to zoom out here because what you're seeing into sections of Polk County is the beginnings of the first major feeder band, and I'm going to put this into motion. This band right here that you see stretches from Lake County kind of through Lake Okeechobee here in Okeechobee County. This is going to be the first real band of wind we anticipate, and that's going to pinwheel its way up into Metro Orlando here probably in about an hour or so, I would say, Tom. So this is when conditions will really begin to go downhill. So we've been stressing you really need to hunker down. If you haven't done so already, maybe you have a family member still out and about, about, finding gas or something, in about an hour or so, we need to start hunkering down and getting into our safe spot here, because once this band goes through, the winds are really going to begin to increase. And I'll flip the Doppler radar over to Tampa, and I will show you, we can see the eye wall now on radar. It continues to move towards the northeast. Tom, a quick update on Milton. It's now moving northeast versus north-northeast, so it remains on a glide path here. It looks like a landfall later on tonight, again into parts of the Tampa Bay and Suncoast areas. But our big concern remains the tornado warnings, and we do have a couple on the board, and those are mainly for sections of Brevard and Osceola counties. We'll stop the lapse one more time, and you can see here is the warning for Osceola County. That goes until 4 o'clock. Have a second warning for Osceola Brevard, kind of right up to about Lake Hart there in Metro Orlando until 4 o'clock. So we'll get back to Tom here tracking this activity.
Okay, thanks a lot, David. And I'm just kind of trying to make sure that we get some of the locations in and around Holopah. So in Holopah proper, this is a fairly small community out there, but you definitely need to get ready, because this tornado is on its way. You can see. Go ahead,
I'm
Dave.
sorry, just as I was talking, got an update. We now have a confirmed tornado near Kenansville moving north at 30, and that's what we were talking about just a few minutes ago there, looking at velocity data. So yeah, that's tornado now near Kenansville.
Yeah, that's that storm.
Eastern Osceola.
Eastern Osceola. Thank you, David. So here's 441. That is very, very, very bright colors. That is no joke. That's probably going to be EF1, EF2 looking at from the radar. So this is going to be winds over 100, 120 miles per hour circulating in and around this storm. And this is kind of like a little tiny mini hurricane, if you will, or continuing to move north, just a bit west of due north. So that's going to be just on the east side of 441. But into Holopah, we're really going to have to make sure the Holopah Community Center, right on the east side of 441. We've got Salem Road, Topeka Avenue, several of these communities that are right there on the south side of 192, because Holopah is 192 and 441. Get in your safe spot. If you have one, get inside an interior part of your house under some sturdy furniture, grab that bike helmet, put a mattress over the kids, get them in the bathtub. I remember when I was 3, 4 years old in Oklahoma City, we had 3 tornadoes go over my property. My mom put me in the bathtub, put the pillows and stuff on top, said don't turn on the water, but you're in there to stay safe, and we had to go right over our house back then. So this is going to be the tornado that really, I think, is going to be the grinder coming up through here. We're also watching this cell, David. It's not quite as wrapped up as it was here, but this is going to be working into far southeastern Orange County. Again, this is a very rural area, but if you're right along 441, this is going to be just really halfway, just on the east side of Harmony. So we're going to be watching Harmony. You may be just too far to the west. Your Harmony's right over here. So this is going to be probably closer to Holopah than it will be to you. But this is really going to pack a wallop. That is an incredibly intense storm cell, and I was able to find it again. You can see this is the what we call correlation coefficient. We're able to see the debris showing up. So right there, David, a pretty clear signature that we have still some lofted debris, mainly trees, I'm assuming at this point, due to the rural nature of this storm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at everything here. In fact, let me kind of roll back here in reflectivity mode, or kind of a more traditional mode. And you can see right here, this area, again, this is very rural terrain. I'll zoom in super tight, and we'll try to get some streets. But as Tom mentioned, this is a very rural area of eastern Osceola County. But almost certain we got a tornado on the ground here in sections of Osceola County, and we'll actually zoom in even tighter, and we'll try to get a little bit closer to this activity here. And you can see that this cell, again, very rural area. Okay, so we would be talking about some rotation probably right along 10 Mile Road. And the tan line you see, this is Kenansville Road. So right on top of 10 Mile Road, this is a very rural area, eastern Osceola County. Almost certainly have a tornado on the ground here. And then we'll zoom it. We just got an update there on our radar, Tom. So lifting its way up towards Fontana Lane. And I'm going to kind of tilt it a little bit. And also into sections of Donovan Cruz Road. I wish I had more, points of interest here of streets, highways, but we just don't have anything major here. But if you live kind of right along Kenansville Road, this is a very, very dangerous situation here. We likely have a tornado on the ground, and you can see this is what Tom's talking about. This is this hook right here, and we're getting a little bit of a stronger reflectivity signature, which is an indication we may have debris lofted in the air right now. Also some lightning, so this is a pretty intense thunderstorm moving northbound. and I'll put a quick storm track on this. Again, we're going to put a storm track on the core of the system where we think there's the threat for the tornado. And
we're about 15 minutes away from the Holopah area right now, David.
Yep, so we'll put a quick track. I don't think we're going to get a ton of cities here. Everything's kind of moving off towards the north at around 30 miles an hour. So yeah, so there's no major cities that our computer model is keying in on, but this is the area that Tom is talking about. And the cell up towards the north, Tom, does look a little bit weaker now. It's a little bit broader in rotation. This is the one that's getting a little bit closer to the more populated area, kind of the far edge of metropolitan Orlando. But yeah, pretty serious situation in eastern Osceola County, it looks like.
All right, thanks, Dave. Just a quick reset, some of the warnings that we're tracking. Nothing yet for Metro Orlando, although we're watching these storm cells south. No warning on these yet. Moving in across Metro Orlando now, very strong wind shear in the atmosphere, and these storms have been feeding off of that, and very, very classic what we call hook echoes showing up with these particular storms. And we will see this all the time where I'm from back in Oklahoma, but we don't see that little appendage right there. See that hook right there? Right in there where it hooks around is where we likely have a tornado on the ground, but it's in rural areas at the moment, but moving right in toward Holopah, coming up right at the 192 and 441 is where Holopah is. So again, this is going to be producing at least some wind damage, heavy rainfall, and
Tom, if you go back over to the debris detector, this is almost a no doubter now. I mean, we're getting some darker shades of blue here.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so is that actually 2 right there, David? Did I see?
You know, I think this. I think the second one that may be a false scan.
A little artifact.
Because it kind of extends back a little bit towards the turnpike, but that highlight of blue there. Right along Kenansville Road.
Okay.
That's almost a lock, I would say.
Yeah, so this is definitely, you can see that it really sticks out like a sore thumb. So that is a tornado on the ground. It is picking up debris, tossing it several thousand feet up into the air. And you can see the latest scan coming on through. So that is tornado on the ground approaching the east side, because Holopah is right here. Gosh, I hope we can thread the needle, get this on the east side, but this is going to be moving right here on the outskirts of Holopah. I'm going to put on the latest, here's Holopah proper, and here is Harmony up here just on the west side on 192. So this storm cell is going to be awfully, awfully tight as it moves toward the northeast. I'll put a time lapse on this over the last just 15 minutes so you can kind of see it working its way north at 30 miles per hour. So we'll track it right there. There it comes, and that is debris. This may be just, I don't know, heavy rainfall, but boy, that sticks out. It's nice, it's round, that's just lofted debris. Here is Holopah. There's a tornado. So again, if you're in the Holopah area, lowest level closet bathroom, this is going to be west of Melbourne and Palm Bay here, but we're still keeping an eye too. And again, I'll leave this debris detector on the map, but there is that debris. That's probably just very heavy rain, but I can't rule that out as some possible debris that's being lofted. And we also have some other debris signatures showing up with heavy rainfall that's coming in from the south as well. So this storm has had a bad history of being a bad storm.
And Tom, we got a new tornado warning, actually, excuse me, a pair of tornado warnings coming on the board here for Polk County.
Okay.
And they're going to go right up to the Davenport area along I-4. So this is a brand new tornado warning. I'm waiting for the second warning to pop in. We'll go to the more reflectivity data. So it's going to be till 4:30 for eastern sections of Polk County. This includes Lake Wales, Haines City, Davenport. This goes right up to the county line. So if you're in Champions Gate, you are knocking on the door here of this tornado warning. Your cell phone probably went off in the last minute or so. And then I'm waiting for the second tornado warning to pop in here, but we got a pair of tornado warnings. And again, this brings I-4 back into the equation here. I-4 basically from around the rest area to the county line, to Champions Gate. That's going to be the area of concern here. So a lot going on, and we continue to watch that very significant rotation and likely tornado in Osceola County there, Tom, which goes until 4 o'clock.
Yeah. David and Tom, how long can these tornadoes stay on the ground? Like the one you just spotted, are we talking a few minutes?
This normally, I would say a few minutes. Usually they're probably no wider than the studio we're in, 50 yards, 100 yards across. This one is going to be more substantial. It's going to stay on the ground at least most of the time. So this is going to be a rare long track tornado that we're tracking here in rural sections mainly now of Osceola County, but getting awfully close to the Deer Park area and also into Holopah, which is just up here to the north. Here's Holopah right there. So this particular tornado could be producing damage right now approaching Holopaw. This may just scoot on the east side of Holopaw. I've got my Google map out here because it's going to be moving toward the Holopaw Neighborhood Park, which is on the eastern side of Holopaw, about right over here. So hopefully we can put this just on the east side. It's going to be on the Holopaw State Forest and just near the Triple N Ranch Wildlife Management Area. So that kind of gives you an idea how rural this property is. But we're going to have to really be concerned. These rural areas, we have a lot more manufactured homes, mobile homes, trailers, things like that, not newly built substantial homes, unfortunately, in this Holopaw area. So I think we're going to get some problems. And right where that hook echo is right there, this is so rare, I will say, to see something this well formed here in Florida, but that is a clear as day debris ball, as it's called, and that's where the tornado is, on the ground, lofting debris. That's going to be south of 192 and just outside of Holopaw, which is right here. So this is going to move just on the eastern extent. Hopefully this can just miss those homes through there. But 192 corridor, and that eventually, David, is probably going to get up into southeastern Orange County as well. And fortunately, the east side of Orange County, relatively rural in that part that we're watching. So there's our little tiny tornado, but it's going to be relatively big by Florida standards. Very well. Holopaw's here. We can thread the needle. I hope so here, getting across far northeastern Osceola County. But that is an impressive, impressive storm. So, David, if you can give an update on the Polk County storm, I'm going to keep an eye on this one because it's going to be getting closer to that Holopaw area here as well.
Yeah, so I'm actually reading up a little bit more on that. Looks like got the pair of tornado warnings. They're calling for a rotation near Avon Park. So I think what they're talking about this area down here, in fact, near the Lake Wales area. So it's rapidly moving off towards the north. Now, one thing you'll notice here, and I'll actually flip Doppler radars because I think it may have a better view of this, is this is probably right here, this brighter shade you see near the frostproof area. Actually, could be a little bit of rotation there north of Lake Wales, but this is not standing out like this one here. The Osceola County one, we got a tornado. This is more radar indicated activity here, but what's happening with this is the beginning of that feeder band that I talked about earlier this afternoon, excuse me, and you can see these cells are not necessarily as organized as these cells. These cells are more supercellular in nature. This is more of that feeder band of activity. And so what the Weather Service is really doing here with this kind of elongated tornado warning is it's just kind of a blanket warning, because what will happen with this feeder band is these type of tornadoes will be very short-lived. They may spin up, last 2 minutes, and then fade away. And a lot of times when you hear reports of tornadoes in these feeder bands, oftentimes it's a neighbor's house lost some shingles, or there was significant tree damage, and then across the street there was nothing because the tornado lifted up. That's what we're talking about here with these. It's still dangerous. You still need to be in your safe room in parts of Polk County, including in the Champions Gate area and into sections of Davenport as well. But the more concerning cells, and the ones that really has Tom and I's attention, are over here in Osceola County and then Indian River County as well, which will eventually lift up into the much more populated area of Brevard County. So again, we're going to monitor this activity into parts of Polk County, but right now, Tom, I don't see anything as dramatic. I think the bigger issue with this band of rain right here is going to be those very strong winds. This is the first feeder band of activity, and this will lift its way up into Metro Orlando probably in the next, say, half hour to hour. So we're talking, it's 3:45 now, 4:15, 4:30. That would be my time period here for this feeder band to begin to impact Metro Orlando. And that's when conditions, regardless of whether we have a warning or not, are really going to go downhill, Tom.
Yeah, and thanks a lot. That's a good reminder here. 3:45, if you're listening on radio or on TV, we have a substantial tornado outbreak ongoing. It's mainly been across southwest Florida. We've had lots of video coming in of damage along the Fort Myers area and also in southeast Florida. This is the concern right now, and this is, again, in extremely rural areas south of Holopaw, but this is going to be very close to the eastern side of Holopaw. So we get over by Topeka Avenue, Salem Road, the Holopaw Neighborhood Park there on the east side of that rural community that is basically from 441 through 192. So that particular storm, and of course we have Deer Park right over here near the county line. So we're hoping we can thread the needle here, but it's going to be awfully, awfully tight. That tornado moving north now at 30 miles per hour.
And Tom, we do have our first tornado warning now for the more urbanized area of Brevard County.
Okay.
That is going to be for southern Brevard, Indian River, and until 4:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Winter Beach, moving north at 35 there. So now we're going to start bringing the more populated areas of Brevard County into play, unfortunately. Still a ways, you can kind of see that. I don't think it's popped into my box just yet, but it will shortly. But we're now going to bring in the more populated areas kind of along and east of I-95 there, far southern sections of Brevard County. And again, that warning will go until 4:15 there, Tom.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so let me divide and conquer here. We do have this particular tornadic cell. It is going to be it's going to be real tight for Holopaw. Again, stay hunkered down where you are. This other cell is going to move in just on the south side of Brevard County, coming up into the Micco area, Micco Barefoot Bay. This is a very large, popular with the locals, mobile home and trailers and manufactured homes, folks that have their vacation or they live here. They're just, they love it along the coast here in Brevard County, and they unfortunately are going to be in the path of this. We've seen several of these tropical events where it always seems to hit Barefoot Bay and the Micco Grant area. So we're keeping an eye on you as that tornado kind of works its way north right along Highway 1. So it's going to be riding in just on the south side of Melbourne. So I'm keeping my eye on this. The velocities are still very high. Let me switch over to our debris detector, and we can still see it right there. So this is going to be what is left of the debris, and sometimes there can be less of a signature because there may not be anything really large being lofted for us to be able to see. But I'll back up the time frame. This is just at 3:35. You can really make out that debris detector as it works its way up. So we're losing some of the signature right there. Yeah, I know. I think this is the most substantial debris signature I've seen in Florida with our new technology in the last 10 years. So that, again, is over very rural areas, and Holopaw is sitting right here. So we're hoping that'll be just on the east side of Holopaw. We've got you. You
want to do a full reset here at 4 o'clock?
You can see this is the new tornado warning. I'll switch back over, and we'll be able to look at the actual rain mode. And again, I just want to get just a ridiculous number of rotating supercells that are all coming in from the south. It's going to be the southern side of these where all the spin-ups are. So there's that storm that we're still keeping an eye on. And just because the velocity signature, it's still very powerful. So that cell is going to be near Holopaw. This whole line continues to move up north. So this is going to be a concern for our beaches as well. And if you're just joining us right now, welcome. It is 3:50 almost. We're on the northeast quadrant of Hurricane Milton. This is still a Cat 4. It will be making its approach and landfall here after midnight. It has sped up a little bit, David. I know we've been watching tornadoes left and right here, but it looks like it's getting closer to this coast. It may have sped up just a little bit.
Yeah, we're northeast at 16 here, Tom. At 3 o'clock, we'll get hourly updates here on Milton. One of the big notes, this was northeast at 2. If you notice, in fact, we'll just kind of watch my hand here. It's now moving more in a northeasterly direction. So the threat really beginning to tick up now for the Tampa Bay area, Suncoast area, almost certain landfall in that corridor here later on this evening. But you can also see this dry air really cutting in to the southern end of the eye. In fact, right there, that's almost half an eye now. So the eye has significantly been impacted by the dry air, by the wind shear. We thought that's what was going to happen with this storm. So we'll keep an eye on Milton, but clearly our big focus, Tom, is a pretty significant tornado threat right now for eastern Osceola County.
Absolutely, and I'm back on Holopaw again. We're going to try to keep this just on the east side of Holopaw proper. Very, very strong indications of a tornado still on the ground. Darlene asked me earlier, this is very, very unusual. So here's Deer Park Road as we head north. It's going to be on the west side of Deer Park, approaching 192. Holopaw, put my hand right there. This is Holopaw. So just on the east side, the rotation is going to be probably just about a mile or so on the southeast side. In fact, I'll do a distance from you. And from downtown Holopaw, we're about 6 miles. So moving north at 30, just east on the east side of Holopaw. This will not come through here, which is right where everybody has their homes, but this is going to be very close, and it could be even a multi-vortex. Sometimes we can get these larger tornadoes that can have a couple of different tornadoes swirling around a common core. I'm not sure we have that in this one yet. That would be more for Oklahoma, Texas, Tornado Alley size storm, but that is a very large circulation. In fact, I'll show you the actual size of this circulation is going to be about 2 miles across. The tornado won't be that big, but the circulation is very large. So that whole circulation center is going to be moving up through This is southern and eastern sections of Osceola County, now getting to northern sections of Osceola County. So that is, well, that's a whopper.
And Tom, we're going on about 7 minutes now. This has been on the ground there.
Yeah, this is probably longer than that.
Actually, yeah, I got a great graphic here. This is the wind shear swath graphic. And look at this, Tom. This thing has had, now, this is not on the ground, but this is definitely some significant rotation from about the Fort Drum Service Plaza through western sections of Indian River, far southeastern Brevard County, and now working its way up into eastern Osceola County. In fact, let me do a quick distance marker on this. But as Tom said, you just do not see tornadoes like this with tropical systems. That's a 42-mile swath there, Tom, of a significant wind shear with this activity. So, yeah, this is a very notable tornado. Almost certainly, as Tom has mentioned, probably an EF2 caliber plus. Extremely rare to see these. We have a tornado outbreak now underway across the entire state of Florida. We've had multiple reports of touchdowns in South and Southwest Florida. And here we are coming up on 4 o'clock, and this is the wider picture. Everything that is flashing red right now is a tornado warning. Just looking at it, looks like the tornado warning for the Champions Gate Davenport area has gone off the board, so some good news there. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 current tornado warnings across the state of Florida, Tom. Very, very remarkable for a hurricane. Very, very remarkable.
Yeah, indeed. And again, this is just textbook. When you learn about tornadoes in meteorology school, they show you an image that looks like this, where we have this hook appendage right in there. That's going to be very high reflectivity. That's going to be the actual tornado. If we were looking at it from the side, you would see that tornado vortex going up into the cloud. So,
and Tom, they just extended, I think you may have that on the board there. They just extended the tornado warning there into Orange County a little bit further.
Okay, so yeah, so that particular tornado warning now just on the east side of Holopaw. Gosh, I'm sure hoping we can keep this just east of Holopaw proper. And there it is working. This is going to be, that's going to be the tornado likely right here. This is going to be some wind flow kind of running into the storm because these tornadoes are wrapping up. There's air rushing in all around, forward flank, downdraft, and all these other things that are in the mechanics of this tornado. But it's going to be just on the east side. Just on the east side.
Now, one thing to note is the Weather Service saying severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and it does look like the rotation may have broadened out just a little bit, Tom.
Yeah.
And I'm not. I just did a quick pass here on debris. I'm not seeing that strong signature. If you remember earlier, we had a big blue area. I'm not seeing that here on our graphic right now. So
no, I'm also looking too, Dave, and I was thank you for that update. You know, we worked together through all this. This is mainly a very rural tree-lined area through here. So fortunately, we don't have any homes and roofs and things like that that can be highly reflective. But that particular storm looks like it's going to be bringing wind damage in toward Holopaw, just on the east side. So we'll get.
You guys want to do a full reset here at 4 o'clock?
Keep moving up north. And again, this tornado warning in effect until 4:30. New tornado warning until 4:30. This is the same cell, though, right, Dave? This is going to be this one here.
Yep.
This polygon. They're just all overlapping. We apologize for that. It's just kind of how they issue these tornado warnings. But we can clearly see, despite all of this noise, we've got that potential tornado in our sights. This was the first one, which continues to show some spin. We've got a pair of them. That appears to be weakening a little bit. I'm hopeful, fingers crossed, that we have had enough rain to limit the overall instability. They had more sun in South Florida earlier today, which really ramped up the instability, got those tornadoes all fired up, that these will weaken as they keep moving to the north. But we're certainly not going to count on it. That's continuing to move just on the east side of Holopaw. Let me put on my tornado detector. And again, I almost never get to use this tool, thankfully, here. But let me go ahead and back it up, and we'll be able to see the debris from that particular storm. If I can find my bearings, here I am. Okay, so, and put this into mode so you can really see that is the debris. And again, that signature did kind of go down, which is really good. Let me check what this guy is over here on this side. No, that's going to be probably just some heavy rainfall. I don't see any signs of rotation out of that particular storm. But again, just a quick reset, David, we also have this tornado warning that's in effect for extreme southern sections of Brevard County. That's what I'm tracking right now. We'll have to check on that wind reading right there. But this is in the Indian Shores area, Sebastian, and coming up through Floridana Beach here eventually. So that storm cell is moving in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, moving north at 30 miles an hour. I'll track this for you here Looks like it's going to be about right there. So let's go north at 30, 31 miles an hour. So working into the Wabasso, Orchid area, Sebastian. Then we get into Mico. So that's when we cross over into our local viewing area here in southern sections of Brevard County. But tornado warnings continue down to the south. I'll just switch over my map here. You can still see, as David was indicating, trying to count these, it's like counting cats. They're just lined up through here. We've had very strong tornadoes here along the coast, and if you have a moment, you can perhaps channel in and show some of the debris, some of the video we have from earlier today coming in along from the tornadoes down here to the south. But I want to show folks kind of what we've County Road 516 in West Palm Bay. So we've got a camera through here on the side there. So that's in the Palm Bay area. And the tornado warning is in effect for far southeastern sections of Brevard County. So Floridana Beach, the Mico, Barefoot Bay, Sebastian, you again need to be inside as safe as you can be with this particular storm. I'm going to get to what's this query right over here for that wind near Vero Beach. 66 mile an hour wind gust in Vero Beach. So that's going to be some of the strength of the winds that are coming in along with this storm cell as it moves in from the south. So another quick reset here. We're still watching a pair of rotating supercells coming in. This is going to be now east of Holopah or on the eastern side of Holopah, but anywhere in this hook is where we could see some potential damage. So Holopah, stay right where you are. We got to get this thing north just a little bit more, and this is going to be in far northeastern sections of Osceola County, which is going to be a little bit more rural. It's already a rural area. We're going to make it even more rural. And here is the velocity. David, it's lost some of its gusto here, thank God, but this is still, here's Holopah proper, lots of kind of wind shear through here, riding into this storm, which continues to still show a very good signature on radar. The velocity is a little bit muddy at this point, but again, it could be right near Holopah doing damage while we speak.
Yeah, and in fact, if we wait just a second here, I want to put a quick storm track on this activity here, because one thing I'm starting to notice here, Tom, is this is starting to tilt into parts of Metro Orlando. So I'll put the laps on here. And so you can see this was moving north, 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 and now it's starting to tilt a little bit more northwestward. So again, luckily we are seeing some weakening there of that rotation, but these are supercell thunderstorms still holding together, and they are going to begin to now look, at least push their way into the eastern suburbs of Orlando around 417, and then eventually possibly into downtown. The angle will be kind of difficult to know for certain because a lot of it's going to depend on Milton, which is a couple hundred miles away out in the Gulf of Mexico. But you can see here, we could be talking about in the Lake Nona area here in the next few minutes. In fact, I'll stop the laps for everyone. Lake Nona here in the next 3 minutes, Wedgefield in 7 minutes, Flamingo in 8 minutes, Christmas in 12 minutes, Taft in 14 minutes, Belle Isle in 17 minutes. That's not a tornado. That's just when the stronger rain and wind will begin to impact your particular area. So it does look like this is now starting to turn in a more northwestward direction. So let's kind of reset the scene for everyone here at 4 o'clock. We are still watching multiple tornado warnings across the area right now. Tornado warning continues for Orange and Osceola County. Actually, that just is going to go off the board here. We have a Polk County warning very at the bottom of your screen there that doesn't impact really anybody in the Channel 9 viewing area. That goes until 4:30. And now Brevard County also has a warning until 4:15. And I believe this is a 4:15 warning as well for Osceola, far southeastern sections of Orange County.
That's going to be 4:30, yeah.
That's until 4:30 as well. So weather conditions continue to go downhill across parts of Metro Orlando. Our biggest threat is the threat for some long track tornadoes into parts of eastern Osceola, Brevard, eastern Orange, and maybe even parts of far southeastern sections of Seminole and far southern sections of Volusia County. I want to show you the difference here between the tornado precautions at this time. Some of us are new to the state. Some of us is the first time we've ever dealt with a tornado warning. I totally get that, okay? Here's what you need to do if a tornado warning is issued. You hear the buzz on your phone and you're watching us here on Channel 9. Move to the lowest floor, get away from windows, interior hallways. I know a lot of homes here across Florida. They're built with kind of that open floor plan. We have the open lanai, or kind of the living room that opens up into the pool. We don't want to be in that area. We don't want to be anywhere near big picture windows. I have a big sliding glass door in my living room. We're not going to be there during a tornado warning. Interior hallways, want to get away from windows. If you haven't done so already, and I think most of us kind of made the decision here as Milton approaches, also want to vacate those mobile homes as well. Quick update on Milton. The 4 o'clock advisory just came in. I believe it has gotten a little bit weaker. Yes, it has, with winds of 125 miles an hour. And it feels like it's accelerating here, Tom. Northeast is 17. This looks like it's going to be a landfall before midnight, and I'll dig a little bit more deeper into that one, but I just want to give everyone a quick update on Hurricane Milton. Again, power outages are going to be a concern as we head into the evening and overnight. We are simulcasting live right now on WDBO, AM 580 and 107.3 FM. We're going to be with you every step of the way, but our big concern here in the 4 o'clock hour is the threat for tornadoes, significant tornadoes, Tom, into far eastern sections of our viewing area.
Yeah, I hate it when you know it. It's going to be one of those days. So we're now, as I show you the velocity here, this is going to be, and there, okay, we just got a tornado report. Let me stop this and I'll pixel query it here. We'll see what they said about that. But
that's going to be the Holopah tornado.
Terrain spot reports tornado touchdown on US 192 thankfully, between Deer Park and Holopah. I hope we've got these folks out of danger with this particular storm that's now going to be on the north side now of the Holopah area. That's kind of one thing we were just back here, oh geez, steer clear. But this is going to be the potential tornado now. We're northeast of Holopah. There's probably strong winds wrapping it around on the southwest side of this, but this is going to be clearing the Holopah area for tornado damage at this time. But we may have just had a tornado cross the highway. Gosh, look how close that was. Deer Park's over here on the county line. This is over here to the west. Hopefully everyone down there has dodged the proverbial bullet on that. And again, this is going to be pretty rural areas, northeast Osceola County. That's going to keep tracking toward the north and east. I'm also watching here, David, it looks like we're starting to tighten up a little bit here east of Lake Nona, Innovation Way.
Yeah, we are. You are correct.
I'm going to be watching this like a hawk. We have a terminal Doppler radar, which is south. I've been there south of the airport, and it's really fine-tuned for turbulence and wind and things like that. So it really shows that very, very well. At least there's some broad rotation with this. So here's the beach line. Don't have a warning on this yet. This is kind of coming out of that warning. They may issue a new one, but this is going to be in the Lake Nona area. So we're getting closer to the big population centers across Orange County with that particular cell. Not a slam dunk that it's developing right now. And again, that particular tornado, boy, that thing is still spinning like a top. Let me put on the velocity here, or the radar. And again, this was a confirmed tornado coming right across 192, and that matches perfectly with the little hook echo that we were talking about and the debris signature. And just because the debris signature we showed you went away doesn't mean that it's not a tornado. It just means it hasn't had enough debris to actually get lofted up into the air. We're watching Orange County, the Lake Nona area. We're really going to have to be careful with this storm. Hopefully we'll continue a weakening trend, but we're going to be out closer to the Wedgefield subdivision coming up, and then eastern sections of Orange County. It's not there yet. We're watching the mechanics to see if the storm will hold together, but like Darlene asked me earlier, do I think it'll hold together? We have to assume that it will. It is kind of getting into kind of more of a wet environment. There's not as much instability as there was in South Florida when these things got spun up earlier today. I'm also watching, we've got several tornado warnings in the Mico, Floridana Beach, Sebastian area right along. That was a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust in the Vero Beach area earlier today. So this is certainly bringing wind, if not necessarily a tornado, to this area. But this tornado warning goes in effect until 4:15. They've got a new one just issued till 4:30. This is Indian River County. Here's Brevard County. So it's moving into southern Brevard County, and we're going to be keeping an eye on a very populous area here. Lots of people live here in far southeast Brevard County. We're talking about Mico, Barefoot Bay, Floridana Beach, Grant Valkyria. That's the community. So you need to go ahead and get in that center part of your structure, whatever you are in. Hopefully some folks have gotten off the beach here. We did have the storm surge expected here after Milton moves offshore of about 3 to 5 feet with this, but that's going to be after the storm. Right now, we've got to get you through this tornado barrage that's been coming in from South Florida.
Hey, and Tom, here in northeastern Osceola County, the rotation's starting to come back on a terminal Doppler, it looks like. Let me go back here and show that to everyone. So this would be, yeah, you can kind of see that, that broad rotation now popping back up here. So, and unfortunately with long track supercells like this, they have a tendency to spin and then kind of fade away a little bit. Sometimes the tornado dissipates, but they kind of keep that rotation going that never completely fades away, and that's what we're talking about right here. Still pretty broad. And then we got this other area here, which is right at the county line. So two areas we're going to be watching very closely. This one is somewhat concerning because if it continues, that would get into a much more populated area along the 417 there in the eastern suburbs of Orlando there, Tom.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot, David. Kind of looked like maybe I was getting a little bit more of a debris signature showing up on that cell right there, because that was the confirmed tornado. This on the east side of Holopaw, but very, very close to Holopaw still right now. And let's see if we can watch this together as it comes through. Okay, so here was the debris signature. There it comes, there it comes. So that's what they saw coming right across. And it's kind of hard. We don't have anything clear yet, but we're going to keep an eye on this, David, to see if we pop up anything additional out of that. But I want to give folks fair notice here in southern sections of Orange County that we've had confirmed tornadoes on the ground, lofted debris, hopefully no one impacted directly. This is rural areas still at this point.
And I'm sorry, Tom, we need to go back to velocity there on MLB. We got some very significant now rotations. The latest scan that just came in, and I'll zoom in a little bit tighter here for everyone. But we, this is... This is some very significant signature here, and this is right where, this is Holopaw, right here. So we're talking north of Holopaw, right around Turnaround Bay Road. Here's Old Brick Road, Tram Road. And where you see this green and the red come together, that's a pretty strong signature we're seeing on a Melbourne Doppler radar. Let me flip over here to a terminal Doppler.
Yeah, we're getting some CC coming back, so we're starting to see some more lofted debris.
Yep, yeah, you can see this is what Tom's talking about right here, Old Brick Road. We're in northeastern sections of Osceola County right now, just north of Holopaw. So if you're in Holopaw, you're in the clear. But if you live in, again, very rural area here, northeastern Osceola County, Old Brick Road, Tram Road. I'm just going to kind of call out some of the streets for our people listening on WDBO. Nova Road near the, probably missing the Pine Grove area, but it may be a little close here. And this is the rotation that we're talking about. And this is, again, rural sections of northeastern Osceola County. But if you live north of Holopaw, you need to really take your tornado precautions here over the next half hour. And we are seeing more and more broad circulation right at the county line there, Tom, Osceola, Orange County line. And in fact, it looks like we got a new tornado warning. Okay, this is going to be, again, for the Nature Coast area. So going to keep two cells, keeping a very close eye on both of these now. Yeah, and again, this again, very, very rare to see tornadoes of this caliber showing up. And these have been clearly... And Tom, we now have a tornado warning for Orange County.
Okay, so that's going to be the northern cell that we're watching here too. Thank you, David, on that. Meteorologist David Hecker has been here a month, and here we go. We've already had 2 hurricanes. I wonder who the common denominator is. But right now, we have this cell. This is going to be on the east side of Lake Nona, and this is not as well pronounced as the one to the south. That one is, that's clear as day. That's a tornado on the ground here, north of Holopaw, and it's starting to arc. This is kind of just a little west of due north. So this is going to be kind of twin trouble here, working on the east side of 192. So if you're in St. Cloud, if you're in Harmony, which is right over here, you need to stay inside away from windows and stay hunkered down for this particular storm. So we're going to be moving on the east side of 192. Here's Nova Road. So that tornado heading toward Nova Road here, again, relatively rural areas of northeast Osceola County. Then we're watching this guy, which is now crossing over the Osceola and Orange County line. You can still see the circulation that's showing up through there. So we're not far from Lake Nona, the Beach Line Expressway. There's the 417 as it arcs its way around the southeast side of Metro Orlando. Let me do a storm track on that because we can kind of see it. Let me go ahead and show buttons everywhere over here, but you can see this is going to be the storm cell that's been producing the tornado. We've got weather over here that doesn't look as concerning, but that storm right there again appears to be rotating. You're already getting heavy rain, and this is going to continue to exacerbate the flooding threat. We've been talking about this flood potential out of this storm. We can't ignore that fact either, because this is going to be something that we'll be dealing with more and more so as the storm gets a little bit closer. Before I do that, let me zoom in a little bit tighter so I can get an exact as I can. And let me put it over to
And Tom, I got a quick storm track here, or at least an early storm track on this cell. So again, we got rain around eastern Orange County. It's going to really pour along the 417. But what Tom's talking about here is this narrow corridor of rotation where this gray and green come together, moving kind of a northwesterly direction around 25. So it's going to be into Alafia here in 28 minutes and University Park. So the UCF campus under this tornado warning, and that again goes until 4:45. The tan line you see, that's the 417. The 417 officially under the tornado warning. I would go ahead and take our tornado precautions if you live along the eastern edge of the 417, say between Lake Nona and about the 408. That's the area that we're talking about. But our area of real concern here is in this red polygon you see right there. Again, kind of rural sections. Also, you shouldn't be at this point, but if you know someone traveling on the beach line, they need to get ready for, again, a possible tornado here in eastern sections of Orange County. Downtown is kind of at the edge of your screen here. So downtown, Conway, the airport, you're not in this tornado warning, but this is the first tornado warning we've had for a more populated region of Metro Orlando, Tom, and one we'll be keeping a very close eye on.
Yeah, fortunately, this is not the strongest rotator we've seen. That's still going to be the one that's north of Holopah now, north of 192. This is the rough center of this, and this is the problem we get into when we get these tornadoes wrapped all up in rain. The signatures are not as profound, and actually that's a good thing because that means they're probably not quite as strong. But that particular tornado could be producing damage here on the east side of Lake Nona. So this is going to be, again, still in a relatively rural area here across southeastern sections of Orange County, but we're going to be getting in toward the Lake Mary Jane area and on the east side of Lake Hart, which is over here as well. So if you're in the Christmas area, we're keeping an eye on you as well. This is going to be the beach line, Azalea Park, Lake Nona, Lake Hart. This is a I had lunch over there a month ago. It's just exploded since the last time I was there with businesses and homes and so on. So if you're in the Lake Nona area, get again into your safe room. If there are lots of multifamily big complexes, apartments, things like that, there's no time for you to evacuate and get into anything safer. So just get in that bathroom or under some sturdy furniture, and take our free weather app along with you so you can watch along as we continue to track this particular storm. And there's the 417 in that area. So very, very heavy rain wrapped up in all of this. Again, let me do a quick reset coming up here at almost 4:15. Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry, Meteorologist David Heckert here, tracking one of the larger tornado outbreaks that I've done here in 28 years. And a lot of them are coming in across from southeast Florida. We've had numerous reports of tornado damage in southwest Florida earlier today, southeast Florida, which we're still keeping an eye on. There is our hurricane, which is now a Cat 3. Is it a Cat 3 or still 4, David?
We're still at Cat 3.
It's strong Cat 3, so it's going to be working north and getting closer to the Tampa Bay, Sarasota area. And we're in this northeast quadrant where all the rotation and spin is. And you can see on the radar earlier today, we had this big clear zone through here where all these storms have had all this energy from the heating of the day, still a warm day in South Florida, to be wrapping on up. But we're starting to get a lot of flood reports as well. That's a flood icon that just popped in near Fort Pierce. So incredible rain rates that we're tracking out of this storm. We were putting together our rain forecast yesterday. We had to account for the rain that we would get in advance of this particular storm and see how much we could possibly get. But let me put on the velocity coming in out of the airport, and that little cell, David, it's just on the east side of Lake Nona. Let me put stop this, and I will put a distance on this. So this may not be heading directly toward Lake Nona, but I'm just going to show you how far away it is. 4.5 miles. 4.5 miles east of Lake Nona. This is going to head on the east side of Nona and get up here along the Beachline Expressway. There's the 417. So now we're getting into southeastern sections of Metro Orlando, and hot on its heels is this troublemaker that was a confirmed tornado that went past Yeehaw Junction, continued probably on and off, bobbing up and down, but may have been on the ground for the entire county of Osceola, which is extremely rare for a long track tornado like this. So that's going to work its way. That's extremely rural areas, thankfully. But we're going to be just on the east side, the 417, approaching Lake Nona. So let me do a storm track on this, and it's going to be moving a little bit west of due north. As I look at the rotation in that, yeah, west of due north. So we'll say northwest at about 35. I don't want to miss anybody. 35 miles an hour. So we're going to put this in from the Conway area, take your tornado precautions. Baldwin Park, Union Park, Goldenrod. This is going to be a potential tornado on the ground right now, and we're watching this one. This is a much larger circulation. You can see the difference in size here. This is the one that we have a clear shot from earlier. We could see the tornado that was reported coming over 192. So that's going to be now northeast of Polopah. That's rural areas. This is getting into a more populated area once we get toward Lake Hart and Lake Mary Jane. So continuing to track numerous tornado warnings now. Very heavy rain in Brevard County. And I'm keeping my eye here, David. We don't have any official tornado warning for Brevard County right now that I can see.
Correct, yes.
This warning coming up from the south that's the one that produced the wind gusts of 66. But see that hook right there? Right over Fort Pierce. So that's another hammer coming north right along Highway 1. So we'll keep an eye on that as it works from Indian River County northward. And again, we still have this tornado. This was a tornado report coming right over. And boy, you can still see, David, that hook echo is very, very prominent still on the east side of the Lake Nona area, or southeast side of Lake Nona. And again, here's the storm relative velocity. We subtract the motion of the storm so we can just see what the actual rotation looks like. That one is starting to spin pretty good here, and that one is clearly still probably producing a tornado that will be on the ground, rural areas here, northeastern Osceola County. And David, you were talking about this earlier. This is kind of a rain band that's starting to rotate in a little bit more toward the west. So
yeah, it's going to be, I think, a really close call here in Metro Orlando as to how close the core of that in supercell. And that's what really these storms are. They're supercell thunderstorms now, ahead of our rain band that's just right here. And so you can kind of see the movement. It was north, 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 north. Then it started to slide a little bit towards the north and west. The reason we can't know definitively, like if it was wintertime and we had a bunch of supercells around, is the direction of this is going to be tied to Milton. Everything that we're doing here is tied to Milton. So however Milton moves is how these cells are going to move. And that's why we think they're going to start moving more in a northwesterly direction. But then the last couple of frames, they've kind of tilted back towards the north. And again, that goes back to that core of Milton. And so that's why it's a little tricky here to really storm track. But we do have the 2 tornado warnings. I do want to stress here, this band right here, I know it doesn't look that intense, but what's happening now is the radar is really having to punch through these supercells, and it's having to punch through the wind. So this is kind of deceptive here. This is a pretty good band of rain and wind that is closing in now. In fact, it's now moving its way into the southwest suburbs of Orlando. So Champions Gate, Celebration, you're probably beginning to see the wind and rain tick up. That's going to continue. In fact, let me zoom in a little bit tighter into Metro Orlando here. So this is not a warning caliber down here. What we're worried about is the tornado warning over here in eastern Orange County. But that being said here, this area is going to quickly lift its way northward across the city as we head into the next half hour or so. And let me zoom out a little bit further that we can get a little bit
looks like that cell's weakened just a hair east of Lake Nona, but we're not going to take our foot off the gas with that one either.
Yeah, yep, exactly, yeah. So there's the band that I'm talking about here, kind of whirling through Point Siena. So if you're listening to us on WDBO or watching us, it's really coming down right now. That's going to begin to lift its way northward here, and then we're keeping an eye on these thunderstorms. And just before you went to me here, Tom, update from the Storm Prediction Center. The tornado threat they're saying is continuing in the east coast of Florida, including the threat for a strong tornado or 2. Environment will continue to support the risk of tornadoes, a few of which may be strong over the next few hours. So this tornado outbreak, I don't think is going to end here in the next hour or so. We could have more warnings in Brevard, eastern Osceola, eastern Orange County. Just get ready for it here this afternoon and this evening now.
All right, thanks a lot, David. And again, if you're just joining us, coming up on 420, Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry, Meteorologist David Heckert, our crews were all out in the storm, but this is a more immediate concern. And I want you to notice we had a little red and green. Now the red kind of filled in, but there's still a clear circulation through here. It's weaker than this. You can really see this one stand out. That one is still grinding here, about ready to cross over from Osceola into southern sections of Orange County. So if you're in the Wedfield subdivision, start finding the safe spot in your home, interior, away from windows, closet, bathroom, things like that, because if that holds together, it's going to be bringing at least a lot of wind. wind along with it, probably over 60, 70 miles an hour, if not some rotational wind higher than that. But that storm right now is on the east side of Lake Nona. This is working up past the beach line, 417. If it holds together, even if it doesn't, it's going to break up but bring a lot of wind and heavy rain along with it through Conway. And we're watching very closely the east side of downtown Orlando and into Baldwin Park. But the biggest rotation on radar clearly now, David, is still this long track supercell. A supercell meaning that it has its own environment. It can stay on the ground for a long period of time. And this is something we don't often see here coming out of a tropical cyclone in Florida. It's very hard to get the right ingredients to sustain a storm of this intensity for this long a period of time. And so far, knocking on wood here, we've been able to avoid a lot of the big major areas of our population center here in Central Florida. But we're still keeping an eye on that. I'm just using our live Doppler radar. This is all part of tracking and watching and multitasking. We've got some pretty big storms there for Meco and Floridana, and nothing that is showing up as rotation, but certainly strong winds and very heavy rain through this area as well. Floridana, Meco, Sebastian, there is going to be a lot of rain later on today, but I do think as the hurricane makes landfall and moves across, it may actually dry things out a bit for you. But in the meantime, this is where the flood threat is going to continue to be here. Current areas, let's see. Okay, so they're just sending out a map of all the latest tornado warnings. I may do that myself here, a good idea. But that's where we had a tornado. That's moving up here to the north, continuing over rural areas. Lots of rotation still far to the south of Brevard County, but this is a big rotation center again as we kind of go from one storm to the next. Ooh, I don't like the looks of that one right there. That's going to be approaching the Florida Turnpike. Dave, if you see this one, this is the Florida Turnpike.
That has been spinning for a while now down there. And for some of you wondering about Milton, I know not all of us are being impacted here by these tornado warnings. It's now within range of velocity mode here in the Tampa area. Kind of get your bearings. Tampa's here. Here's Bradenton, Sarasota, Fort Myers at the bottom of your screen. Look at these preliminary numbers that we're getting. 112 mile per hour winds, 93 mile per hour winds, 107 mile per hour winds, Tom, in this eye wall, which will likely continue to work its way towards Bradenton, the Sarasota area. Tom and I haven't honestly had a ton of time to look at this, but it does look like a landfall maybe a little bit earlier than scheduled here. And I'll get rid of the text there, and you can see there's the eye wall right there. And it continues to work its way. So it's now closing in here on a landfall, Tampa Bay, Suncoast area. We don't know exactly where it's going to be at this point. But as I mentioned, part of the reason I'm showing this is any wobble impacts the supercells that we're tracking here in Central Florida. If this thing starts turning a little bit more towards the north, these cells are going to start turning more towards the northwest. If it starts wobbling this direction, those supercells are going to be moving in a more northward direction. And that's very important because there is a narrow corridor here, Tom, that we could be talking about these supercells rolling through very rural terrain in parts of eastern Orange, eastern Seminole County, or an incredibly populated area in kind of the eastern suburbs of Orlando up through potentially the Oviedo area. So a lot going on right now. I know it seems like it's almost overwhelming. There's a lot going on here in the Weather Center behind the scenes, but that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. We got the tornado warnings on the board. Also saw that a green line pop in flash flood warning on the board as well. So we're already starting to see the flood threat really tick higher. We anticipated that. It's only going to get worse heading into the rest of the evening hours. But yeah, this is the beginnings of kind of the bad weather that's going to really overspread the region, Tom, in the next several hours.
Yeah, I want to get a quick update here on the track. We'll have a new one coming up soon. We'll get an idea of the position here, but this is supposed to be 8 o'clock tonight, Cat 3, 125, swinging in just south of Tampa, but it's such a large circulation as David was showing you, and that would be 8 o'clock in the morning, give or take, maybe an hour or so. So this is going to be an overnight event with the hurricane and the heavy winds swinging on through. But we're back to tornado coverage again. Update on the storm coming out forthwith from the Hurricane Center, but we've had a slew of tornadoes coming up through the I-95, A1A, Highway 1 corridor. I want to zoom back in. We've got heavy rain for Metro Orlando, heavy rain Kissimmee and St. Cloud, a steady moderate rainfall up here to the north, but the storms have been prolific down here to the south, and we're using the velocities here from our different radars, and this storm cell still is showing a lot of resiliency. This is going to be rural sections, Orange, Osceola, That is going to be working on the east side of Lake Nona. The one out ahead of it, you can kind of see some of the contrast and colors start to disappear, but very strong winds over here near the Lake Nona area. But I think this is going to be one of our next big concerns as it lifts north into southern sections of Orange County, how much energy this can impart and continue to lift up here on the northeast side of Lake Nona. So there's a little wider vantage point for us right now. So all the green on here indicating very strong winds along with the heavier rain that's spiraling on in from Rockledge to Port St. John. But that particular, again, is in very rural areas. That particular tornado warning moving north and northwest. Keeping an eye on Lake Nona area. It doesn't appear that we have anything too wrapped up at this time. But as I use the storm relative, we can still see a little bit right over by Innovation Way, the Moss Park Road area, Narcoossee Road, right through here, and that's kind of where we have some of our cameras. So there is 417 and Innovation Way, so that's pretty close to kind of where we're tracking this storm right now. So very heavy wind and rain. 417 quarter, that tornado warning in effect until 4:30. It's going to be a long, already has been long late afternoon and evening of tracking these potential tornadoes. And I want to give you again, if you're just kind of tuning in here, meteorologists Tom Terry and David Heckert here in Severe Weather Center 9. Here's Metro Orlando, Belle Isle, Lake Nona. Very impressive storms here on the east side, and this is kind of where the big population area is from Bithlo, and then this kind of corridor is relatively rural, thankfully, but we've had several storms that continue to develop. And David, you've been showing some of the live wind gusts as well. It's getting pretty windy out there, even
yeah,
in
you know, I was just looking at our network of cameras behind the scenes here, and don't need me to tell you if you're watching or listening to us here in WDBO that it is getting quite breezy outside. These are the updated wind gusts come in the last 20 minutes, have a wind gust 38 miles an hour in Claremont, 36 in Winter Haven, just updated in Ocala to 20, 35 out at the airport. Look at Melbourne, now 46 mile an hour gusts, 40 mile an hour gusts in Cocoa Beach. If you remember, we talked about the East Coast was really going to be dealing with some strong onshore winds. Those are already beginning in Brevard County. They really power up in Volusia and Flagler County here in the morning hours on Thursday. So the winds are already beginning to ramp up. We already have quite a bit of rainfall out there. So we've been saying this for a while. This is not the time to really be out and about. We just need to stay in our safe area, get hunkered down, and we're going to be here a while. This is not going to end anytime soon. I just did a quick analysis. I would say landfall, Tom, will probably be early or probably mid to late evening now would be my estimate. Talked to one of my other friends who's a meteorologist in Fort Myers, and he kind of agrees with that timing. So things are going to speed up a little bit. That means I think the tropical storm force winds are going to be here a little bit earlier as well. And so what we're watching here in velocity, and this is something I've kind of noticed here, Tom, and this kind of shows, I'm just showing wind, that's what we're looking at right now. And notice how these areas of spin, they're kind of tilting a little bit back, and that's Milton's effect here on this. So even though the polygon here, and we'll see what the Weather Service does with this, but this may be tilting a little bit more towards the 417. Not a guarantee, we're going to keep a very close eye on it, but that's something we're going to be keeping an eye on here. And there is just a lot of rainfall now, area-wide. And I think we have a new tornado warning, Tom. It's going off here at Channel 9.
Yeah.
And so that is going, let me stop everything here. That's the tone alert. Everyone's getting that right now. And has not popped into my computer just yet. It is going to go until 5:15.
Yeah, I've got it here. So thank you, David, for that. That's one of the benefits of having this alert system is that it lets you, no matter what you're doing, everyone just got that. So thanks for tuning in. Tom Terry, meteorologist David Heckert coming up on 4:30, and this is going to be the concern right now on the east side of Lake Nona. This particular supercell thunderstorm that's been rotating around. We've had pictures of it down south. I've seen it on social media. It's been a very prolific tornado so far, fortunately over relatively rural areas, but we're starting to see this increased spin and rotation. And this polygon right here is the one that issued perhaps if you're in Metro Orlando, you got that alert. We did here in downtown. So from Oak Ridge to Lake Nona through downtown, we're keeping an eye. There's a little bit of shear right over here. But now, David, as you were talking about earlier, we're starting to kind of spiral these rain bands back in. They were moving
that's exactly
more north.
What's now happening, yeah.
And now we're starting to spiral this in from the south and east. So, again, we can see this very clearly in early warning Doppler 9 radar. our radar network. So right in through here, there could even be, that could be a pair. It's kind of hard to tell, David, but we've got double trouble perhaps poking in from just on the southeast side of Lake Nona. And I'll go ahead and stop this and put a time lapse on it because it's going to be moving. We'll go, say, west-northwest at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to get a lot of bodies in the way here. It shows Lake Hart, but we're going to have a lot more people in this particular storm. 417 corridor, the Beach Line Expressway, perhaps near or just south of the Wedgefield subdivision. Here is the Beach Line, the 528 as we head east of downtown Orlando. Then we hit the 417, and that's where we got a whole bunch of people that are going to be having to stay in their safe rooms as this cell continues to develop. And I'm watching storms also coming in to the Mico, the Barefoot Bay area as well. So we've got that storm that we're tracking. David, if you would, divide and conquer. You keep an eye on Lake Nona for just a minute. I'm going to keep an eye on our friends in southeast Brevard County. These are all mobile manufactured homes mainly. So I think we're going to get a warning on this cell here pretty quick. It's going to be coming in just across the Indian River County line and moving northeast at about, let's say, 30, 35 miles an hour. So everybody in Mico, Barefoot Bay, Valkyria, Malabar, go ahead and get in your safe rooms, and if you have one, something available, interior part, and get ready because I think that's going to be a rotating storm right there along Highway A1A. So lots of weather coming through fast and furious. And let me reset here and show you the regional radar. If you're across Central Florida, there's a lot of rain. It's very wet out on the roadways, of course. We have very heavy rain in downtown Orlando. We can hear it outside the studio. But that was a tornado report that came through rural areas just east of Holopop earlier today. And now the lightning core and the very heavy rain. There's going to be a flood threat in addition to a wind threat along our east coast. So very heavy wind and rain coming through parts of Orange County. 55 to 65 mile an hour winds working up into southern Brevard County right now from those particular storms. But let me zoom back in here because this has been a troublemaker storm, and this is the velocity winds. This is going to be mainly just strong winds over by the Lake Nona area. There's still a little bit of broad rotation with that. That appears to be something we'll keep an eye on, David. It's right there on the county line. And also just on the south side of Wedgefield, we may have kind of multiple vortexes trying to swirl around. Let me put on storm relative velocity. I subtract out the motion of the storm, leaving behind just the rotation parts itself. And you can see we still have some pretty good wind over the Lake Nona area, probably winds over 50 miles an hour. This is the nature of these outer squall rain bands. They will be producing wind gusts as they come on through. And this particular storm that's in now southeastern Orange County, I'll track this one out again for you. And this is going to be moving generally northwest at about 30. So this is going to put it up from the Wedgefield area through Bithlo and working into southeastern sections of Orange County right along the 417. But this is going to be a very long rest of the day today. I want to go ahead and take all the radars off here so you can see we have a tornado watch in effect also. Going through the evening hours tonight, a flood watch and flood watches out for the whole area. And you can see all the lightning down across the southeastern zones. That's going to be that next round of potential rotating storms that will be moving in to southern Brevard County. We quieted things down a little bit here as the hurricane is approaching the coast over by Tampa. And you can see it right now as we take a look coming through. So here's the center of our hurricane right there, and still looks like it's going to be coming in very close to Sarasota, perhaps late this evening or early during the overnight. We're going to get an update from the Hurricane Center, see if it's sped up a little bit more. But you can clearly see this outer rain band feature that we've been tracking very carefully for you here, including lots of very heavy rain and the potential for rotating thunderstorms. And again, we still have this tornado warning out for Orange County. It doesn't appear to be as confined to this one single area.
It does not, Tom.
Yeah, it's kind of broad through here, but expect some wind gusts probably over 50, 55 right along the 417 and Lake Nona. We're still watching very closely for any additional spin-ups out of this. This little part on the east side also continues to show rotation. Let me put on debris tracker just to make sure I'm not missing anything. No, we're doing okay there. So that's a good sign. But this storm continues to be producing some wind shear right here. So that could be a little bit here on the south side of the Orange Osceola County line. But it's going to be for this area in southeastern sections near the beach line. David, I think that the Weather Service is monitoring. And I want to also take just a minute and take a look. This is from the Weather Service, just said that they're getting some winds over 55 to 65 miles per hour. No official tornado warning out of this. This looks like more of a straight line wind feature with the outer feeder band. But for Melbourne, Satellite Beach, Melbourne Beach, not only strong gusty winds, but very heavy amounts of rain as well. This is the rain mode of Doppler 9 radar, and it is a lot of rain through this area. There was that tornado report we had earlier today. This is going to be the very heavy wind and rain on the southeast side of Orlando. No slam dunk tornado out of that right now that I can see. But we still have a lot, oh gosh, a lot of these outer feeder bands that are coming in from the south, and they will start whipping north and rotating back into the hurricane, which is now off the coast of Tampa. You've been looking at some of the winds here locally.
Yeah, this is Metro Orlando winds. Again, nothing like what we're dealing with down in southern Brevard County, but we've been stressing this over the last hour that this feeder band was really going to ramp up the wind. We got a 58 mile an hour Doppler estimated wind here in southern Sumter County. Map just updated, 50 mile an hour winds here in northern sections of Polk County, about a 35 mile an hour wind in Kissimmee. And this is again the feeder band of activity. And you get over to our supercells that we're watching, which has the tornado warning in it, and you can see we still have wind gusts of 44 approaching 50 miles an hour. Again, this is Doppler indicated, and regardless of whether we actually end up with a tornado or not, these cells are really increasing. And in fact, just got an update. Okay, that's going to be a Treasure Coast tornado warning down there. But you can see the winds are increasing here in central Florida, and I want to go back to the regular reflectivity mode here and kind of show you what I think may happen here, Tom, is the supercell is now getting impacted, I think, by this feeder band. And so we will see how that plays out. It may get absorbed into the feeder band. It may kind of get enhanced a little bit by the feeder band. But you can see the presentation of it just isn't as healthy as it was just, say, an hour ago, which is fantastic news because it clearly did a tornado in eastern sections of Osceola County earlier this evening. So here's the feeder band. Here's the supercells working their way through Metro Orlando right now. And so we'll see how this plays out, but I'm cautiously optimistic, Tom, that this feeder band may impact the supercell and may kind of knock it down just a little bit. But the threat for a tornado is still there, which is why we still have that tornado warning until 5:15.
All right, thanks a lot. Great analysis there. Meteorologist David Heckard. We kind of divide and conquer when it comes to storms like this, but I put the last hour, and David, you'll be able to look at this along with me. We can clearly see the rotation right there that dropped that tornado, and now again it's kind of getting a little muddied out here with the overall wind flow that's spiraling in, but we still are watching for, at minimum, some wind damage from that storm cell that's working in from the south and east. I'll put a stop on that. So we're going to be approaching the Lake Nona area. Let me flip. What is it? No, it's mainly strong winds. So east of the 417 right now, about 5 or 6, about 4.5 miles. Keeping an eye on this area right there. It's Dave's got a little extra outbound that's kind of flared, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to be about 4.5 miles east of the 417. Here's Lake Nona, Lake Hart community, and that again is racing up toward the northeast at about 30, maybe now 35, or northwest, 30, 35 miles per hour. Let me back it up. Boy, these things are just, they like to hide in the rain, but we can see you. You're not getting away. So very heavy wind and rain. Boy, this is going to be, again, a big flood threat, as we've talked a lot about. Look at how much heavy rain we're already putting down into our streets and our basins and our rivers. And the rivers are going to start running more rapidly and filling up and then trying to get into the St. John's and the Little Econ and all of that. So heavy rain on the east side of Orlando. We have heavy rain along the coast in Brevard County. This will likely be the heaviest rain that you get from this hurricane because it is getting dry air wrapped into it, and it will start to dry out as the hurricane moves by, which is kind of the opposite of what you might normally think, but that's something that we've seen here. And you can actually see this dry air that's coming in. It's rain-free in the Sebring area, but boy, it's not here on the north side. If this is the center of circulation somewhere right over here, this is going to make landfall later on tonight, and all this heavy rain is going to ride right along through. So it's insult to injury. Heavy rain ahead of the storm, heavy rain after the storm, and we've been watching these rotating, again, as we turn them as supercells. These are rotating storms that have their own environment to be able to sustain the updrafts of the storms. These are very violent storms in nature, as we know, tornadoes, but they don't like to get all bunched up with a whole bunch of other stuff. They like to have their own space. And when they have their own space, those discrete cells, another definition for discrete is isolated, so those isolated cells can have a lot more room to maneuver. And we've been watching that next little cell approaching the 441 area. I want to go ahead and zoom back in because these things can sometimes fluctuate in intensity. And that's where our Doppler radar technology really comes in to help us track these particular storms.
And Tom, if you go over to terminal velocity here, we may have almost like a gust front that's coming through the 417 right now towards Lake Nona.
Yeah, oh, that's right there. I see it. That's this bright area.
Yeah, so there could be winds there over 60. Yeah, we're getting 55, 48, 42.
Yeah, velocity query. Okay, let's see what we got. So we've got 63. Okay, yeah. So very strong winds in Lake Nona. So there is the Wedgefield area. That's the beach line near Wedgefield. So Wedgefield right now, just some heavy rainfall in your area. We were watching that that storm that just wouldn't stop spinning like a top down to your south. It has mainly just brought a lot of strong winds, but essentially treat this as a severe thunderstorm that's approaching the Lake Nona area right now. So again, Lake Nona along Narcoossee Road, we get in toward the Dowden Road. Here is Innovation Way, Story Park Boulevard. This is where we have some of the strongest winds in this particular storm. And again, there is a tornado warning out this. We can't rule out. Sometimes these can be so small that they are within the too small for the radar to actually detect. But David, I think you're right. I think that's going to be just a lot of strong winds. Here's the time lapse. And okay, right there. So that was our big prolific storm, and it looks like it just kind of got split.
Yeah.
So part of it's up here. That's good, but it's not good because there's a lot of wind still emanating out.
And there's still broad rotation in this as well, which is why the tornado warning is going to continue. It could still spin up. But and it's this area right here that Tom's talking about, kind of get your bearings, Lake Nona, 417s that kind of goes from eastbound, westbound to northbound, southbound, right here where my finger is. That's the Beachline Expressway. Trying to get as descriptive as possible for our listeners on WDBO, but this is the broad rotation that Tom's talking about. But another product that we use here is showing that very strong wind. You can see that bright shade of green kind of blasting its way through the north side of Lake Hart into Lake Nona. This is probably going to impact the Medical City area as well. And now all of a sudden we're going to bring this a gust of stronger winds right through the metro area. So if you live along Cimarron Boulevard,
another shot there, Dave, right where you're about ready to point. This is going to be in the right on the Beachline Expressway. Look at that right there.
Yeah.
So a little bit of discontinuity with the winds, and sometimes it's just a little bit that we'll see, but this is Hazleton National Drive. Here's the Beachline Expressway, and here's 436. So guess where we're at? We're at the airport. So that's something that we're watching right now very closely in this area just on the north side of the International Airport is where that storm was. I just lost my map. I'll zoom back in. But that's going to be just near the airport. A little bit of wind that could be producing some rotation. There's Bear Road, and this is going to be the north side of the International Airport. So here is the airport proper. They have closed for the duration of this storm event. There was no one in there when Q McCrae was walking around there last night, but we need to really be careful right along State Road 436. That is going to work its way. I'm going to time lapse it. You can actually see, oh, yeah, over by Lee Vista. So that's where it kind of perked up a little bit earlier today. Yep, just minutes ago. So in the Belle Isle Pine Castle area, we're going to really be watching your area very closely. I'll put that northeast as about as fast as I can get to go. But Belle Isle, Pine Castle, Holden Heights, keeping an eye out for you. Again, stay inside, away from windows. That could be either some strong wind shear or a brief tornado just on the north side of the airport heading through. This will be Conway, Belle Isle, Sky Lake, Holden Heights. Can't rule out certainly some wind damage with this, which we would expect with a hurricane that's going to be coming through. Sometimes it makes it difficult to make out what is perhaps a brief tornado or what is rotation in that storm, but you can clearly see that showing up right now. Not as well defined as these were earlier, but that's going to be very strong winds, about 60+ miles an hour. Over by Wedgefield, you're getting some very strong winds. There's a little bit of wind shear through here too, but this, David, is just a whole bunch of wind and a whole bunch of rain. As I go ahead and zoom out a little bit here, we're coming up we'll be getting the 5 o'clock advisory, but quick reset. 4:45, we've had tornado damage in South Florida. We've had confirmed tornado on the ground in the Yeehaw Junction area. East of Holopah near 192, we're still trying to get word in from the Holopah area, make sure everybody's safe down there, but it just went on the east side of town, hopefully far enough away to avoid that damage. But this is going to be a whopper coming through. Notice the dry air mixing in south. There's lots of clouds, but not a lot of rainfall out of that particular storm system. We just get a new one, continues, so they continued that. That's a warning down for the southern sections here. So we've got a whole gaggle of tornado warnings just south of our viewing area. Still watching that little rotation I was showing you a second ago near Lake Nona, but lots of heavy rain, and this heavy rain will be unrelenting now all the way through tonight and through the overnight hours as we're on this northern eye of this storm, which will pass us down here to the south, we think. But the heavy rain threat continues. Our flooding is going to be more and more of a problem. And let me go ahead and zoom in. Let's see if we have anything new out of that particular storm. I love our radar technology. This is why we all went to school to do this. So this is the Belle Isle area. Still a little bit of wind shear through here. May have a brief weak tornado in this vicinity that's moving right along the Beachline Expressway just north of the airport. This is strong wind shear, probably 60, 65 mile an hour winds in Lake Nona. Not out of the question with the northeast side of a hurricane like this.
Yeah, Tom, when you slow down that velocity, Lake Nona is really taking some big wind right now.
Yeah, let me just do that. So we're using our live Doppler technology, and we'll be able to see there's Lake Hart, Lake Nona.
And it's approaching Cimarron Boulevard too, north of the airport.
Yeah,
so yeah, two areas that are you're going to be taking some big wind, probably enough to knock out some power as well early on here in the event, unfortunately.
Yeah, that would be curious to get a break here if you want to pull up the statewide power outage map.
Let's do that real quick.
We'll see what we've got here. But right now, while he's getting that ready here, the Lake Hart area winds well over 40, 50 miles an hour. It's kind of like a big severe thunderstorm that we're tracking in this area. Nothing that really jumps out, though, as a rotating something that would be standing out like it was earlier. We could see it. It was plain as the nose on your face earlier on today. And so I think that, again, has just kind of merged into just a whole bunch of wind on the east side of Orange County. We're watching the Wedgefield subdivision carefully. You're kind of out there tucked in on the east side of Innovation Way. Okay, yeah, so they're talking about if you're in your home or shelter, know where the safest place is during a tornado warning, center part of your home, closet, bathroom, and also we're going to have to really watch the flash flood threat with this because heavy rain in addition to heavy wind is going to be a big problem for a lot of us. So that looks to be, David, just a lot of wind with that. I don't see any rotation out of this right now. Can't rule out something small, but it's kind of caught up in such a large wind field that it's just wind sliding through near the Lake Nona area. We will continue to monitor this whole area for the tornado threat. Let me back my way out and see what's going on with our friends along the coast. So this is what we were seeing earlier. That stands out. Goodness gracious, that's a big tornadic water spout right now over the open water. This is going to be off Wabasso Beach. On the southeast side, here's Mico, and just got a wind report coming in out of Mico as well. Let me see what that one was, because they had a lot of wind come through. 64 miles an hour in the Melbourne Beach area from a non-thunderstorm wind gust. So that would be a tropical nature type wind gust coming on through. So that was 64 miles an hour. That matches, David, with some of the velocity signatures that you've been pinpointing around.
This is just remarkable, Tom. Remarkable. And I'll zoom out.
Yeah, that's remarkable. I mean, everything's remarkable. My goodness.
I mean, I'm not convinced that's a water spout. I think that could be water spout by definition.
Tornadic water spout.
That could be an EF2 tornado here, and kind of a bigger picture here on this. We still got tornado warnings, Tom. Palm Beach and parts of the Treasure Coast. This is not going to end in the next 30 minutes or anything. We're going to deal with tornado warnings, I think, into parts of Brevard County, potentially heading into the next couple of hours. So our tornado outbreak, which has really exploded across the state of Florida. We've had multiple touchdowns in South Florida. You've seen a lot of the videos and pictures here on Channel 9. That's going to continue. We have that tornado warning as well, which continues until 5:15. But we're kind of thinking this is going to be more of a strong wind event here in the city. Tom mentioned this. I want to quickly show you the power outages are already beginning to pile up. We have a computer program that can show that to you. And so this is the map. And you can see here already power outages piling up from about the Villages all the way south through parts of South Florida. here in Central Florida. We're beginning to get early reports of outages as well. About 700 people without power in Orange County, about 100 in sections of Osceola County. Already in Sumter County, we talked about this, stronger winds were going to get there first. Already 1,500 without power. And Tom, look at this, already in the Tampa Bay area, the power outage is really piling up. 1,200 in sections of Hillsborough County, 8,000 in Manatee County. Our expectation is wherever the landfall point is, whether it's Manatee County, Pinellas County, or Sarasota County, that county will probably have 90% plus power outages here in the next 12 hours. But again, our focus is at tornado warning, which continues for about another 25 minutes or so, Tom, for sections of the city of Orlando and parts of Orange County.
Yeah, just checked it. It's just a lot of wind and rain at the moment. Yeah. But you were mentioning the power outages there. Just got this from the Weather Service, and they're talking about they're going to be issuing an extreme wind warning.
Yeah, that's coming
shortly. This is the center of Hurricane Milton right now. That's off the coast of Sarasota and Port Charlotte. Here's Tampa up here, but you can see the velocity. This is not going to be at the ground. It's going to be at about 3,000 or 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet or so, but nearly 150 miles an hour. So yeah, so that's what's coming in a lesser extent. This will probably be closer to 125 or so, 120 at the ground. But that's going to be the reason why they're going to issue an extreme wind warning for the West Coast. This may also include parts of Polk County as well. So as we continue to monitor, we have just a whole bunch of rain. It's coming down in buckets. Downtown Orlando, I'm looking at some of the cameras. We've got the Port Cam. We've got Daytona. If you guys want to do a little 2-channel and maybe go through some of the cameras, that would be awesome as we continue to monitor this storm that's in East Orange County. Go ahead. Someone was in my ear? Okay. So there is, where are we at, guys? It's an empty road. That's a good sign. Beach Line Expressway. So that's right there on the east side of Orlando and the Wedgefield subdivision. So again, just heavy rain through here. We haven't seen any additional rotation showing up out of that particular storm. I'm going to take another fresh look at it because things are always changing as we go through. But there's certainly some wind that just rolled through the Pine Castle area. A little bit of kind of a broad rotator through here. I think that's just strong winds at the moment. But the Oak Ridge area, Sky Lake subdivision, this is the Florida Turnpike, I-4. Very populous area. We're down toward the attractions. The reason why they close things down is for weather just like this. There is 528 and 436 with a very heavy wind and rain there on the east side. And I want you to notice as we see the camera there, the very heavy wind and rain, lots of really bright, vivid green, and that's going to be the wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's just going to be a wall of this with the outer rain bands. This is, again, just an outer rain squall coming in around our storm. This is going to be Hurricane Milton, which is off the coast now of Sarasota. We'll be getting a 5 o'clock advisory here just any minute. We'll pass that along to you. David will get that ready while I'm tracking all of this. But this is going to be extensive flooding across southeast Florida. Still lots of tornadic activity, and we're hoping as this moves north, these will continue to pivot offshore and not onshore, but it's going to be really tight here along Brevard County, and that's all rain through Metro Orlando, all the way up and through Apopka and Rock Springs, and all the way up into Daytona Beach. We're already getting very heavy rainfall reports up here to the north in St. Johns County, but that tornado warning still officially in effect until now 5:15. We're still watching for any potential rotation, but we're getting to the point here where we're going to have so much wind and rain combination that unless it really sticks out like a sore thumb that, yep, that's a tornado, it's just going to get kind of blurred, the blurred lines, if you will, of this particular storm. And I'm kind of watching this over here on the east side. That's going to be on the west side of Wedgefield, east of the 417. If you're listening to us on a radio partner, 580 WDBO, I will apologize for not being as descriptive as I need to be on this, but it is in the Lake Nona area. Taft, very bright red, vivid colors, showing strong winds through this area, 50, 60 miles an hour, coming through Conway, coming through Metro Orlando. We could have a brief tornado somewhere in there, but it's not going to be as apparent as it was earlier today when it was clearly showing up on radar as it came through rural sections of southern Osceola County, came right over through Yeehaw Junction. We had it visibly sighted coming across 192 just east of Holopaw, and we're still hoping that it dodged the Holopaw area and was between there and Deer Park. It was on the east side of Harmony, but as I back out of the way here, This is, again, the beginning of our heavy rain and flood threat, and this will continue to go all the way through the overnight. And again, earlier today, we had some pictures coming in out of the Fort Myers area. This is live from Fort Myers, and you can see the onshore breeze very, very steady coming onshore as the winds around the hurricane continue to develop and move in. We're going to get, again, massive storm surge with this system right now. I want to do a little distance locator if I can find the rough center of this. So let's go off Sarasota. So it's probably about 60 miles or so, maybe 65 for the center off of Sarasota. So what quick math for? This could be before midnight.
I think it's
I don't know how this thing is not on shore before midnight.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be 9, 10 o'clock. Okay. I guess. Well, I mean, we're still waiting in the update. It should come in here any minute now. But
it has been slowing down a little bit, I will say.
Yeah.
So it is going to be kind of changing its speed here as David's not here.
The wild card in all of this is how does it feel that trough? And then there's a ridge also down towards the south here. How do those two interact? And oh, it just updated, Tom. So
what we got?
Okay, so 2 a.m. now.
Oh, it's clearly moving faster.
Yep, yeah, it's clearly moving faster. So we got a Category 3 hurricane. This just came into the Weather Center. Winds 120. It is not slowing down, Tom. Northeast 17.
Okay.
Pressure 948. So Category 3. This is going to be about parallel here. I'd say Englewood, Venice, Florida. If you're familiar with Charlotte, Sarasota County, and then that would be a Category 1 storm here. And actually, I'm actually going to zoom in here into the graphic real quick. That where everyone can kind of get a better feel for it.
Yeah, that's going to be eastern Polk County.
Yeah, that would be my educated guess as well.
And right over the Space Coast. And so the track, again, hasn't shifted a whole lot. And kudos again to the Hurricane Center.
Let me get out of the way. So in case now, as we've talked about for a while, the cone gets smaller and smaller and smaller. That doesn't mean that this is where the impact zone is going to be. That means this is where the center is going to be. So now we feel with pretty high confidence if we're going to have a landfall, it's going to be southern Pinellas, the Tampa Bay area, Manatee County, Sarasota County. Those are the 3 counties in play for the rest of the evening now. Category 1 hurricane. This would be almost right on top of Winter Haven. Yeah, almost right on top of Winter Haven here, 2 in the morning, and then zipping its way out into the Atlantic waters. And as you mentioned, Tom, right now this track almost right down the line, but we haven't had a ton of time to analyze this, but this would kind of fit between Rockledge and Titusville, and that'd probably be in the early to mid-morning hours. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time looking at the 5 o'clock package, but I think the headline here, Tom, is this is coming in a little bit quicker than forecast just 24 hours ago.
Okay, hey, let's get this rascal out of here as fast as we can. And I wanted to show you, this is kind of the core of the storm. And notice how hot the colors are here on the north side. That's pretty much as fast as the radar will indicate. They have to keep a relatively wide view on the Doppler radar so we can be able to scan for tornadoes onshore. So they kind of peak out on their intensities. But that's over 140, 45 miles an hour or so in the upper to mid atmosphere. And that's going to be the track of this very close to Sarasota and Venice, and just putting up a prodigious storm surge here. And right now there is an offshore flow, as you can see that, blowing out Tampa Bay. So we'll have to keep an eye on the Tampa Bay cameras from the newsroom. I'd be curious to see kind of how things are looking over there. But we're obviously still paying close attention to the wind shear and what's going on with this particular storm we've been tracking across eastern Orange County. And we've had a whole bunch of wind, a whole bunch of rain. Everything's gotten a little muddied up, which is okay because that means we're losing some of the definition. We still have a little bit of a little bit more of a clear-cut bit of rotation that I'm zooming in on right now over by Alafaya Trail and the 417. I'll come in a little bit tighter. Here's Sanctuary Point Boulevard, so that could be like a little nugget in the wind field right over Innovation Way. South Alafaya, here is the 408. I'll stop this here. Let me see if I can flatten out the map a little bit as well so you can get a better idea of the streets and stuff. So right over by Innovation Way, just that little discontinuity. That's what we're looking at right now. A little bit of a shift in the wind direction right through this area. So coming through the 417 here, South Econ. And so a lot of communities here on the southeast side, they're all getting wind and rain right now. That's widespread, but we're still keeping an eye on that little cell that's working its way north and west. And I'll put a little time lapse on this so we can watch it together. And you see it kind of poked out, and it's kind of getting absorbed with the rain. I think there's just so much wind and rain that we're not able to sustain updrafts in these tornadoes because they're kind of like hurricanes. They have their own little updraft. They have their own little vortex that forms. And if you kind of start blowing in a lot of wind in a lot of directions, they don't like that and they disappear, which is fine. But that still means we have a lot of wind coming in on the east side of Orange County. That doesn't really stand out too much more to me as something that's going to be overly concerning versus the stuff that we saw earlier today. And let me go ahead and widen out. Let's see what's going on our southeast coast. Real-time analysis. So that's a tornadic storm right there. There's one. You see, these just show up so well, and that's not good, but it's over water, so we're okay. But this is, you can see that. See how bright that is? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's down south near Fort Pierce. I don't see those kind of colors over here. So that's all right. Let's keep that offshore. But we're going to be watching as the storms kind of rotate on around. And they are continuing this tornado warning, Russ, almost coming up on 5:15, again, for just the potential of some wind and or rain. Nothing that really stands out. You know, I showed you what the signatures look like. If you've been joining us now, you know what they look like. Coming up here at 5 o'clock, still seeing lots of wind on the east side of Metro Orlando. So let me do a quick reset. It is 5 o'clock here on Channel 9 WFTV in Orlando. If you're in from out of town, welcome. We're going to get you through this hurricane and the new advisory coming in, moving northeast at 17 miles an hour. As expected, it is weakening. But the wind field is very, very large with this. A big flood threat. That's still going to be our long-lasting threat with this particular storm. We've been watching these tornadic supercells coming in across southeast Florida. A lot of these are rotating offshore right now, fortunately, as the outer feeder band continues to emanate through. And we're starting to rotate in some more storm energy, but we're getting mixed up with a lot of heavy rain. So we're not able to sustain these really tight circulations that we had earlier on. But there's the Cat 3. It has sped up and working inland now at about 16 to 18 miles an hour. Here is the latest track for this just after 5 o'clock here, and this is going to make landfall here probably in about 3 to 4 hours. So it did speed up. This has kind of been one of those tricky things with storms, is how fast are they going to accelerate. Now moving northeast at 17, so that means the overnight hours, that's central Polk County, and it's going to move right over northern sections of Brevard County, likely still as a hurricane. And we do have dry air on the south side. So we're getting a lot of our heavy rainfall right now, but we will still see on this north side, as we've told you on and on and on again now for the last 48 to 60 hours, it's going to be a very, very wet flooding storm system. So there's a look at Tampa right now. And if we do have any shots of the bridges or anything like that in the bay, that would be nice to be able to show down the road as well. But you can just see the size of this massive hurricane that's off the coast right now, just off the coast of Sarasota. It doesn't look like this is going to make its way into Tampa Bay. They have an offshore wind right now, but this is feeding in all kinds of storm surge in towards Sarasota, Manatee County, north of Fort Myers, even into Fort Myers proper. But you can see some of the drier air that's now starting to come in on the south side of that particular storm. So this is going to continue to be closely monitored, but it is speeding up. So this is not going to be an all-day thing tomorrow. Primarily the first part of the day for tomorrow, but some of the rain totals are going to be very, very high. And here you can see the track coming through right there, past Winter Haven, near Kissimmee and near Titusville, and that's going to be moving toward the north and east, kind of east-northeast very quickly at 17, maybe 18 miles per hour. So lots of heavy rain. Outer feeder bands, they continue to move on through central Florida. So, okay, so where's that?
That's Clearwater Beach.
Okay, Clearwater Beach. Maybe we can get a shot from that. But yeah, you can see the beach is rising up in the Clearwater Beach area, but they're getting more of an off, kind of parallel to the coast over here in Clearwater. But the surge continues to roll in toward our southwest coast here. They were estimating 10 to 15 feet of surge. David's going through the latest advisory here, and I'm going to continue, David, while you get the new update on that, to take a look for any additional tornado troublemakers. We've had a lot of them here today. We still officially have this. I'm going to take another look at this because I don't want to miss it. This is going to be in the Lake Nona area. Okay, we're kind of watching this together. We're all, this is Meteorology 101 tornado tracking school here, but we can see we've had that little bit of spin right there that's kind of weakened somewhat. Here's the Wedgefield area. This is just all strong winds within this outer rain band, this squall band, which continues to move in toward the 417. So again, east of Azalea Park, we could have, again, a bit of an additional kick to the wind here. South Alafaya, Lake Underhill Road, and the 408. So we're not too far from Channel 9 studios. And also the Weather Service is on generator for their radar and for their offices over there in Melbourne, perhaps as a precaution for that particular storm. It does look like they have just dropped.
They just canceled the warning, yeah. And as we've been discussing, it looks like that circulation is kind of faded out there on our Doppler radar. But as you mentioned, Tom, there's still some pretty strong gusts there in the Conway area, back through Cimarron Boulevard. And, you know, just looking at it from a reflectivity perspective, I know it's kind of a bad analogy, but it's almost like this feeder band ate that supercell. I think that's kind of what happened there. And
that's
because of that, I mean, luckily it saved a rotation because that storm, as Tom has really stressed, and why we stayed with this storm for so long, and I'll stop the clock here and I'll take these bands off. So this area you see right there, from basically near the beach line through eastern Osceola all the way down to the far northwestern tip there of Indian River Canyon. It's very close, actually probably about 10 miles away from the Fort Drum Service Plaza if you've been on it on the Turnpike down towards South Florida. This corridor here, which is probably in excess of 50 miles, we had strong rotation, and we know for a fact we had a tornado touchdown at one point. So that's a 52-mile track of at least some very significant rotation. This is very rare for a hurricane to do something like this. And just to the south of us, there are additional tornado warnings. We can't rule out more warnings, especially, I think, for central and southern Brevard County, southern sections of Osceola County here in the next couple of hours. But as it stands right now, Tom, all tornado warnings are off the board, but now the wind picks up and the flood threat picks up. This green box you see here that drapes across Orlando, that includes eastern Seminole, eastern Orange, sections of Osceola County, and this is a live shot. I missed where that was. Siesta Key. And we're still doing analysis here in the 5 o'clock advisory, but Tom, looks like they have knocked down the surge in Tampa Bay to 6 to 9 feet.
That's good.
It was 10 to 15 earlier. Still holding a catastrophic surge of 9 to 13 feet, Anna Maria Island to Boca Grande. And as we have stressed now for the last couple of days, if you have friends or family in that area, the worst surge will be landfall point and points to the south, and it will likely extend 40, 50, 60 miles to the south here. So this is the update on Milton. It is definitely significantly weaker. In fact, the Hurricane Center is saying now it may come in as a borderline Category 3, but the clock is almost out now. This is going to be a very impactful storm for the West Coast and here in Central Florida, Tom.
All right, thanks a lot, David. And again, getting back to some of the rainfall, I went ahead and did some pixel querying here to show you some of the rainfall estimates in just the last day. And this is, again, where we expected to get some of the heavier rainfall in our southern counties ahead of this. That's a light pick over in Tampa, and so David, they've got a lot of wind coming through there. We'll keep Shannon Butler safe, but you can see they've already had 7 inches plus along the southern coast, about 2 to 3 to nearly 5. That outer feeder band has just been dumping a whole bunch of rain through here. 5 inches of rain through Osceola, parts of Orange County. We're 2 to 3 across Orange and Seminole, and so that's over in the Tampa area. I'm watching this along with you at home. They've got themselves a safe location to keep a close eye on this storm. We do think the hurricane wind field will spread into Tampa. We'll be able to see it through the Doppler radar in Tampa as it spreads inland. And this storm is going to come right across through the Winter Haven area, come right across through just south of St. Cloud, and move through Brevard County during the overnight hours, because the update, in case you're just joining us, the timing of this storm has advanced. It is moving faster. Speed on these hurricanes can be tough to manage, but right now winds of 120. This will weaken down to a 2 and then a 1, Category 1, winds 90 miles per hour, and we'll be updating. Now that we're out of tornado mode, we can get back in. We're still watching for them, but we'll get back into more county updates for you here. But this is going to be 2 o'clock in the morning south of downtown Orlando, so this is going to be an overnight flash flood threat. big, heavy rainfall on the north side of this, as we've been pounding in your heads for the last few days talking about this flood threat. But either way, it's going to come right on through and through northern sections of Brevard County. That is going to be Thursday afternoon, rather, at 70 miles an hour. And the high tide on Thursday is at 2 p.m. So as the storm is here, the wind field is going to be expanding as it loses some of its warmth and its tropical characteristics. And we're going to really have very strong winds and surge along our northern coast. So I believe we're down 2 to 4 feet surge in Brevard and still probably 3 to 5 in our northern beaches already. So that is the latest update. This storm, in case you're just getting home, is going faster, and that's okay. We'll get this thing through, but it's going to be a middle of the night storm as it moves through just south of Metro Orlando, but just a very large core. You can already see the dry air that's starting to intrude on this, and we're still watching. Let me go ahead and do a little bit. If we want to reset with the anchors at some point right now, while David and I are kind of getting our graphics ready to go here, we can, whatever the producers want to do. But we're still watching some very healthy rain bands, and this is kind of right along the far southeastern sections of Indian River, St. Lucie County, and these rain bands have been very, very good at producing tornadoes, and these are just brushing along the coast here. And most of those tornadic supercells, as I show you the velocity, we've been watching this all together, you at home and us here in the Weather Center. We've got some very strong rotation off the coast of Melbourne and Palm Bay. So that little guy right there, we've got some through here. We'll see if they're mainly moving kind of parallel to the coast, which is good. That's a really strong tornado signature. The brighter the red and the brighter the green, the more a slam dunk it is that you've got a rotating cell in a tornado. That was a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust from earlier today right here. And there's also, that looks like a tornado. There's a tornado warning there. That's not in our coverage area, but that's in Stewart. So watching, again, the radar very closely. This storm, guys, is going to be an overnight hurricane, which we've covered before, and we'll get you through this, but it's going to be, you can see all the tornado reports from earlier today. We are closely monitoring Milton.
All right, just a terrific job, both Tom and David, in terms of walking us through that. These tornadoes were a real thing in Central Florida. We've seen images of that in South Florida as well. I'm Greg Warmoth.
And good evening to you. I'm Martha Sagowski. Here are the latest developments on Hurricane Milton right now. This afternoon from Orange County. Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings recommending everyone be off the road by 6 p.m. and be well sheltered by 10 p.m. It's not recommended for you to be out on the roads after 10. Duke Energy also gave an update on how it's preparing. The company says it has 16,000 crews ready to help restore power once the storm passes through, and they expect at least 1 million power outages across the state, Greg.
All right, let's find out what's happening in the Tampa area. Again, we've shown you some live cameras, but let's take you there live with one of our reporters, and this is Shannon Butler. And Shannon, it looks like you are getting pounded with rain right now.
Yeah, we definitely have those tropical storm-like conditions now in Tampa. Tampa thought they maybe would be spared just a little bit, but now with a little bit of that shift, Tampa Bay is definitely going to feel the effects. It's interesting when you talk about Tampa and St. Pete, they've never taken such a hard hit, or haven't in many, many years. This is going to be a real test to see just if this infrastructure is going to hold. They are expecting, just like you are in Orlando, so many of these trees to be down. Power outages are already starting to happen in this area. This is only expected to get worse as the night comes through. Now remember, this area is going to get hit just before you guys. This is what you guys are in store for there in Orlando. The winds are very strong. The rain has been coming down for the last couple of hours. It kind of was off and on most of the day, like we expect during a storm like this. But now those winds and that rain has picked up, and we don't expect it, obviously, to get any better. Most of the folks here are either in place or they have evacuated. We have so many of those low-lying areas here along the coast. Those people under mandatory evacuations. Many of the shelters here are full. They've had to open new shelters to get people out, especially when they started to see maybe that wobble. They started to leave Hillsborough County, but places in Pinellas, in Manatee, and Sarasota County, those folks have already evacuated, and they are hopefully now sheltering in place. We just came down here just to kind of get a better look to see what was happening, and already law enforcement has all of the ramps to places like 275 shut down. They don't want anybody on those expressways because the wind now is picking up and it is unsafe to drive. Martha, Greg.
All right, that is our Shannon Butler there live, and now you're looking live at the camera. This takes you again over to our coast. This is in that Tampa St. Petersburg area, the Inglewood live camera here. This is an earth cam, and you can see the rough surf, and this is just one of the many cameras that we've got at our disposal. We will take you around Florida, and while most of the impacts here, Martha, will be nighttime impacts, we clearly are going to be able to watch the storm as it treks across Florida, and we'll continue to show you as many of these cameras as we can. Earlier today, Governor Ron DeSantis, when it comes to assets, he said this is the largest storm mobilization in Florida history, with all of the Florida Guard troops, National Guard troops, 3,000 from other states, search and rescue operations, all sorts of equipment. But Florida, he says, is prepared for whatever this storm actually dishes out.
And we want to get closer to home right now and head on over to Brevard County, where our Melanie Holt has been there for us. Mel, you are, I believe, out at the beach right now. How are the conditions? Are you out at the beach, or where are you?
I've left the beach. I left Cocoa Beach. Now we're here in Cape Canaveral, right by City Hall, as a matter of fact. But take a look at the conditions here. You can see since last I spoke with you, the wind has picked up. The rain has definitely picked up. And we've been driving, most of the afternoon. We made a stop over on Merritt Island, where I can tell you that I saw, I won't call it street flooding, but I'll say quite a bit of water was already pooling on some roadways. Some residents even had some signs out already that said no wake zone, to give you an idea of how much rain is coming. And we are still anticipating that we might see a few more inches of rainfall here in Brevard County. And of course, throughout the day, we still expect conditions here to deteriorate more. We expect to see stronger winds, sustained winds of maybe 75 miles per hour with stronger gusts. I will say, earlier this afternoon, I'm sure those folks are probably back at home now, I ran into some people who told me they've made their preparations, and obviously at this point, they're just hoping for the best.
But the community of Cocoa Beach is wonderful. Afterwards, everybody's helping their neighbors and walking up and down the street, and just if you see something, you're picking it up, whether it's your yard or not.
All right, that's our Melanie Holt there out at Cape Canaveral, having a little bit of a tech issue, but she is there. We want to move now closer to home here. Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings also spoke about how the county will handle utilities issues as the storm inches closer.
And you've already had some intel from people that have lost power in Maitland.
Yeah, I've got a friend in Maitland, lives at 900 Parliament Road in Maitland, power's out. Got a text, Greg, from Duke Energy, estimated time to have the power back on 4:30 p.m. October 16th. It is the 9th today.
Let's see what Jerry Demings had to say about power outages.
Also, I want to share with you that our utilities has comprehensive emergency personnel in place for our water and wastewater facilities to provide essential services to residents during severe weather. As a reminder, storing tap water in sanitized containers for drinking and cooking is an easy alternative to buying bottled water. I know some people can't help themselves and they're going to buy bottled water anyway, but it is a way to help yourselves. During periods of widespread and extended power outages, residents are asked to reduce their impact on the wastewater system by reducing water usage where possible. Today and tomorrow, our utilities will not be working with our haulers to collect residential curbside garbage or waste. In other words, there will be no garbage or or curbside service for yard waste until Friday and Saturday. So today, Wednesday, and Thursday, no garbage collection. We will on Friday and Saturday. Also, our fire rescue department worked this morning to make certain that their operational readiness was in place. They continue to make certain that those who are in prone areas for flooding have been given various warnings. That has taken place. Keep in mind that some of Orange County residents may have already experienced power outages as early as this morning. We still have a ways to go, but our utilities companies are assuring us that they will try to restore power as quickly as possible.
And again, we have resources here, but it takes those resources for the storm to pass. And I just was remembering the news conference, Kevin Guthrie talking about our electrical line crews. He said, quote, "We have the right resources to move into the right places at the right time, and this is not the right time for people who have already lost power." And again, you're saying maybe as much as a week already is being forecast for that early outage.
Yeah, the Maitland area, there's a swath of houses on this particular grid, and they said it's going to be October 16th before you get your power.
Area hospitals, meantime, Martha, gearing up for an influx of patients after Hurricane Milton moves through our area.
Yeah, Channel 9 anchor Alex Walker spoke to someone in charge of all of those preparations. Alex.
Hey, Greg and Martha. We had a chance to speak with Eric Alberts today. He's Orlando Health's Assistant Vice President of Emergency Management. Eric and his team have been incredibly busy this week preparing for the impacts of Hurricane Milton. This time tomorrow, people will start to leave their homes and assess the damage from the storm. Eric said to please be aware of your surroundings. Their hospitals are ready to serve you, but they hope you don't have to make that trip because of something that could have been avoided. He had this message to the people of Florida as Milton approaches.
You have a family member that's here inside the hospital. We're doing a lot of efforts to help protect them and make sure they get continued care. But really, we're getting into a time now where it's not going to be safe for you to come here and see them. Following the hurricane, if the conditions are safe and everyone says it's okay to be on the roads, being the authorities like law enforcement and others, then obviously you can come here to the hospital and you can see them. Our visitor policies are posted on the Orlando Health website, and there is a media release that identifies visitation. But again, we really urge everybody, please be careful. Please follow the advice from the authorities and others. We just don't want you to put yourself in harm's way if you don't need to.
Great advice there from Eric Alberts. As he mentioned, if you have friends and family members currently at their hospitals, to make sure you can safely get to the hospital if you plan on visiting once the storm passes. Greg and Martha, back to you.
All right, Alex, this came from Volusia County today, and it ties into our next live report, talking about the floodwaters, which we are going to experience. There will be the temptation to go out and maybe even children play in there or to wade. Volusia County sent out this warning, and this got my attention. Of course, down power lines could be there, but also human and livestock waste mixed with that water. Household, medical, industrial, hazardous waste, chemical, biological, and radiological. Other contaminants can lead to illness as well. But there you go. There are several reasons not to go in the water.
A whole lot of good reasons.
Those are good
not to go near it. And you always see it afterwards. Kids play in it, people walking around in it. It's gross.
I think we'll just repeat that.
We don't want to go near it. No. All right, well, Channel 9's Ashlyn Webb is in Daytona Beach, where a mandatory evacuation is in effect. Ashlyn.
This is really turning into more and more of a ghost town here in Daytona Beach, especially after that mandatory evacuation order took effect at 8 a.m., including areas east of the Intracoastal Waterway, all of Zone A, including where I'm standing now. My photographer Jason and I are even semi-hunkered down at the moment because the conditions are beginning to deteriorate. Wind speeds are beginning to pick up. You can see those palm trees over there being pushed in the wind. We're hearing that wind gusts could reach 80 miles per hour or more. The other concern right now is the bridges over the Intracoastal Waterway. They are expected to close as soon as it reaches 40 miles per hour. You can see behind me that includes our linemen that are hunkered down at the moment. They are stationed here in Daytona Beach. Governor Ron DeSantis announced this morning that the largest staging of linemen in U.S. history is happening. Over 50,000 ready to assist ahead of Hurricane Milton. DeSantis says these crews are from all over the country. As far
far as California, and they are here, ready to get the power on here in Volusia County. We also heard yesterday from Volusia County officials that the Florida National Guard also has a station here ready to go. Volusia County officials are putting in place a curfew tonight beginning at 8 p.m. It is expected to go until 8 a.m. tomorrow, but that's all dependent on conditions here in Volusia County. And another area of concern, of course, is our West Coast. I'm actually here with a couple that evacuated. Could you guys tell me, where did you evacuate from?
Polk County.
And why did you guys do that?
We don't want to get blown away in our trailer.
And you guys are just concerned about, you live in a mobile home community,
I'm
right?
a maintenance manager for a 55-plus community, with 238 mobile homes, and it's not looking good over there. And I got tornadoes, starting spinning off, worried about our safety, so we retreated over here.
I'm 5 generations Floridian, and we've never seen anything like this.
What have you seen in the area that you've lived in? What's been the worst?
Charlie. We were in Charlie in Charlotte County. We watched the homes blow away and the boats flip right in Charlie.
And you're concerned this is going to be just as bad?
Oh, worse. Worse. Everyone, my whole family, everybody's so concerned. It's just even our dogs acting funny.
What are you hearing that's happening in Polk County right now? Anything from friends and family?
Hey, well, everybody's scared and needing somebody to come for safety, I guess. I don't know. I hope everybody hunkers down, don't stay off the roads, and do the best they can. We're all here together. We're all for, just to help each other out.
Yeah. Also, we're in a mandatory evacuation zone right now. Why did you guys choose here in Volusia County?
My son lives here, Justice, and we didn't realize that this was going to be evacuation zone. We didn't know it. And last night it was like a ghost town when we came in. I said, what is going on? But they're going to close the bridges down. We're going to be out here. We've got no choice now.
But at least it's better than the West Coast. That's what you guys,
oh, yeah.
that was the logic.
That's right.
The logic, was to get further away from the impact as we could, but this thing's so big, it's going to be...
But here we're going to get the whip around.
Well, I'm hoping for the best in your community. I mean, have you guys seen trees down, power lines down in the community before, where you live?
Oh, yes.
Roads washed out.
We had damage with Irma back there, and mainly it's the tornadoes is what we're worried about mostly, there. But, we're here to endure it and hope for the best. And
well, I hope you guys stay safe. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much. And we'll continue to monitor conditions out here in Volusia County throughout today and into tomorrow. Like we were saying, I mean, conditions could really change fast, and that's why that curfew is in effect starting at 8 p.m. tonight. We'll bring you the latest. But for now, reporting in Volusia County, Ashlyn Webb, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
All right, very nice couple and a nice report, kind of giving us perspective, the love before the storm, and I'm certain that will endure. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back.
And we have Nick Papantonis, who is in Orla Vista, which is an area that had tremendous flooding issues. We're going to see what's happening now in that area with Nick when we come right back.
Because I have both Medicaid and Medicare, I got a special Medicare Advantage plan from WellCare. It's called a DSNP. That's DSNP, and it stands for Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. And WellCare DSNP comes with a whole lot of these, as in $0 or low prescription drug copays, rides to and from the doctor and pharmacy, and a WellCare Spendables debit card for everyday stuff. And that's the kind of support I need.
It's hurricane season. Our team in Severe Weather Center 9 is here to keep you and your family prepared. WFTV.com is your source for everything you need before, during, and after a storm. Go to WFTV.com/tropics and track every storm's path with our interactive tracker. Check out our weather live stream 24/7. This hurricane season, be prepared with WFTV.com.
Eye on the Tropics on WFTV.com is sponsored by OUC and Storm One Claims Public Adjusters.
It's an
Still offshore right now, though, I think. Yeah. Welcome back. It is 5:27. David Heckert here, Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry at the Chroma Key right now with WEX 3. Just got a tornado warning. David, we've been watching that cell that's just off Cocoa Beach in A1A.
That's exactly where. Yep, there you go, Tom.
So
You're
here
up
we
and running.
go. Yeah, tornado right here. We've seen them kind of move off the East Coast, and now they're starting to spiral back in. So it's not on shore just yet, but we want to let you know. Dave, if you can go back over to Prism 2, turn our Cocoa Beach camera back around and look back offshore, we may be able to see this as it comes back on around, but we have a couple of tornadoes that we're watching. These are going to be tornadic waterspouts, not your run-of-the-mill waterspout. These are the real deal. These are very tightly packed systems. That's going to be off the coast here at about 15 miles. We'll see if that one will be close enough to the coast to actually move in. It's going to be this little cell right over here that we're keeping an eye on. That's going to be about still 5 to 6 miles off the beach itself. So that's kind of what we're watching right now. And I'll put a little time on this. This is probably going to be moving at about 40 miles an hour. So let's put it right over, did I get that right angle? So in the South Cocoa Beach area coming up here, this is over the Dick Meisner Bridge in Tampa. So they're starting to get the hurricane conditions moving in. If you're just joining us right now, coming up on 5:30, and the hurricane itself is moving faster. It will make landfall here before midnight, probably just south of Tampa, but you can see the extreme winds and rain moving into Tampa Bay right now. And that little right there shows up very, very well on our regional Doppler radar. That's off the coast of South Patrick. We're going to keep an eye on this as it moves up toward the north and west. We'll keep tracking it for you here from Cocoa through Rockledge, Cocoa Beach coming up in the next 15 minutes or so, and that will probably just brush up the coast. But the Hurricane Center or the Weather Service went ahead and issued the preemptory. There's a live view from our, that's it. So you can't really see very much.
Yeah, we are battling some serious rain there, Tom.
Yeah,
you can barely see the buildings
so
there.
much rainfall with that particular storm, but we can peer through this with our Doppler technology, and this was something that we used earlier today, and that storm is right there just off South Patrick Drive. So there it is, very tightly packed, and I've subtracted some of the storm motion out so you can see just the rotation part itself, but all this bright green, that's going to be winds over 60 miles per hour. So lots of strong winds with this. You can see back behind me, that's what it looks like there in Cocoa Beach, but that's going to be working in toward the shore itself. Hopefully this will get kind of caught up in the whole wind field and begin to weaken a little bit as it approaches. But from South Patrick northbound along A1A, we need to make sure that, again, hopefully you're already in your hunker down location. We shouldn't be worried about you not being in your hunker down spot at the moment, but this continues. Let me put on the velocity here if I can find the right button. So very strong winds through here, 70 miles an hour. So this is going to be a brief little tornado caught up in a larger wind field as it moves in along the coast here from South Patrick over just to the north and approaching Cocoa and Cocoa Beach. And you can see the live camera over in Cocoa Beach. It is a whole lot of wind and a whole lot of rain.
You're not going to be able to see this if this ends up coming ashore, no doubt about it, Tom.
I want to show you too here. This is, again, the advantage of having our radar where it is. We have really a pair of these rotating supercells. That one right there, you can clearly see it's still spinning like a top. Now, that's going to be about 20 miles off the coast. We're not too concerned about that right now, but the wind is coming up and it's going to start working back in, so we will not take that one off our sights. This one appears to be weakening a little bit. It's getting involved in just lots of wind, so sometimes that can weaken the rotation in these particular storms. And here's a Port Canaveral tower cam right here at the port. So very heavy wind and rain. They closed the port already. We heard about that yesterday. I think they went down from Yankee to Zulu. So that means they've shut down the port over there. But that's going to be a lot of wind just off the coast of South Patrick. In fact, I'll put a distance on this, and this is going to be very close, about 3 miles, and it's moving at about 30 miles an hour. So this is going to be passing on the north side of South Patrick up by Satellite Beach. Let's pan our way up the beach here and find some other communities that are perhaps going to be dealing with a little, David, that's so much wind that it's just, I think it's going to get just a part of the larger wind field along with that.
I would agree, yeah. We're getting to the point now where the sustained winds have become so powerful that we're getting to a point. I mean, you can see behind me this Cocoa Beach camera. There are the buildings at the bottom of your screen. I mean, we're just total rain now in the Cocoa Beach area, right along A1A and the coastline. And kind of what's happening now is the wind field is expanding so significantly. We're now seeing sustained winds in the Brevard County are probably over 40. That the tornado and the rotation kind of get mixed in, as Tom mentioned here. So yeah, this is it is not a good afternoon, early evening in Cocoa Beach, clearly, and we are concerned about that water spout that may just kind of scoot on shore there. Probably Cocoa Beach, Patrick Space Force Base, Tom here. It's say another 10, 15 minutes or so there.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and track this out. We're going to be moving about 35, let's say 35. So South Cocoa Beach coming up here in the next 7 minutes or so. Georgiana, Angel City, Rockledge, Cocoa. However, this is in the middle of a huge ball of wind, so it's just going to be wind as it comes on through. There's nothing that is especially tornadic as far as like it's just really going to wrap up. You're going to have 100 miles an hour here and 60 over here. It's going to be just a lot of wind coming from that water spout, kind of what we would call a tornadic water spout, where it's actually forming from. So that's over in Tampa. They're getting hammered over there. If you're just tuning in, this is 5:34. Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry, Meteorologist David Hecker, and our whole crew here at the station and out in the field as Hurricane Milton is speeding up a little bit. It's going to be coming in just south of Tampa Bay, we think, but you saw the wind and rain over there. That's the reason everybody evacuated, but we're still watching this circulation. Looks like it just kind of got absorbed. We saw this happen with the storms in Brevard County. And also,
but Tom, if you do a pixel query there, right near Patrick Space Force Base, in fact, I'll flip it over here on my box. We got some winds here approaching 80 miles an hour near Patrick Space Force Base. So even if we don't have a water spout that makes it all the way to the land here, and the tan line, the black line, that is the coastline. If you're listening to us on WDBO 580, 107.3 FM, the tornado warning is really between Cape Canaveral, kind of the south end of Cape Canaveral, through Cocoa Beach, down to about South Patrick Shores here. Very narrow corridor that we're concerned about. It's really the barrier island. If the circulation comes together, we may get a little bit more concerned in the Rockledge area, and then kind of that central section of Brevard County, right along the I-95 corridor, kind of just south of Rockledge here. But our real concern is the barrier island along A1A here. And yeah, we're querying here 82 mile an hour winds, 59 mile an hour winds. This wind is in the Atlantic, 78, so that likely wouldn't reach the ground. But
if you show just south there, David, I've got it over here. This is going to be the Croton Road area. This is a little tiny
I see that.
Discontinuity. Nothing that's super bright and vibrant. That's just south of where you were looking. So David's got the winds looking north. I'm looking just a little south. This is not under warning now. There's just so much wind. It's kind of hard to delineate, but this is Croton Road. Here's just past Highway 1. So we're going to be right along Parkway Drive. So where we kind of have the green and we got a little bit of red right here. That could be another weak spin up that's coming right across Parkway Drive near Titan Boulevard and continuing to work to the west at about 35 to 40 miles an hour, maybe a little faster than that. Now you can see a time lapse here and watch this come off the Indian River, and yep, right over there. So we're keeping an eye on that. Also, that tornadic water spout up here to the north. Generally, your run-of-the-mill water spouts can actually occur on a fair weather day. I've seen water spouts with just one little blip on the radar, and boop, there it is. You see them when you're on cruise ships, if you're out there along the port. This is a supercell grinding type of system that we've been tracking across southeast Florida. They've had damage in southeast Florida today, even some in southwest Florida, from confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Then they get over the open water. So this is a tornado that's just now moved on through. And this was Fort Myers from earlier today, some of the tornado damage along our southwest coast. And David was looking at some of the waters are clearly rising again. The surge is moving into southwest Florida as we knew it would with a hurricane like this. And I want to zoom out a little bit more as we showed the heavy winds, and all this bright green color are all winds kind of racing in this general northerly direction at over 60 to 70 miles per hour, part of the very strong outer rain bands of this hurricane. And that little cell is kind of getting eaten up a little bit by the wind. That one may be as well. Those are out over the open ocean. So quick reset here. It is 5:37. Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry, Meteorologist David Heckard. We have had tornado derby earlier today with tornadoes along the southwest coast and southeastern parts of the area. That's where the most prolific tornado warnings have been across parts of Indian River, St. Lucie County, down towards Stewart, Vero Beach. Those are angling to move offshore. That little one right there we've been tracking doesn't appear to be anything significant other than the fact the winds are blowing 60 to 70 miles an hour. But this is going to be the center of our hurricane, which, as you're just getting caught up, has sped up. So it's going to be making landfall before midnight We think along the northern coast here, just on the south side of Pinellas and Tampa. We've had video from the Tampa area of the bridges over there. And again, the tornado or the hurricane force wind field is spreading in toward that region right now. So we've had, this is over there in the Tampa area, so some connection issues, but very, very gusty there. And this hurricane is going to move in as a category, maybe a strong 2. Minimal Cat 3, no difference. This is going to be a huge wind machine. They're going to issue an extreme wind warning here probably after 8 or 9 p.m. for a landfall along just south of Tampa. That means winds over 115 miles an hour expected out of this particular storm at landfall. And then you can already see the drier air that's been wrapping in around the southern side of this that continues to weaken this particular storm. Also getting updates so far, okay, they have expired the warning for Brevard County. So far, the rain in Lake Mary, about 2 inches in the last 2 hours. So that, again, is going to be more flooding threat. Greg and Martha up here to the north with this hurricane. There's a lot more rain to come. It's going to be rainy all night tonight. We're watching these storms along the coast. Anything else happens, we'll break back in.
All right. And, of course, you've been showing some bridges. And I know that there was a news conference today with Governor Ron DeSantis, and he said that all of the bridges also will be tested before they are reopened wherever they are in this hurricane zone. So don't anticipate, once the storm goes by, if you have been evacuated, being able to cross back over a bridge. They must be inspected by these experts to make sure that they are still fortified.
All right, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to go live to Nick Papantonis, who is going to go back to Orla Vista at some point to see how bad the flooding is. It was awful the last storm. Let's see how it is now.
We'll also go out to 192 and take a look at Osceola County. Sabrina Majori is there. We're going to continue our coverage. We've got reporters stationed all over Central Florida and in the Tampa area, plus cameras. I just looked at this camera from Naples. Boy, they are absolutely getting pounded by wind surge and storm surge. We'll be right back.
Coverage throughout Central Florida, with constant updates from Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry and the Severe Weather Center 9 team on the storm's track, timing, and impacts. Plus, bringing you the latest updates on power outages, road closures, and areas most impacted. Before, during, and after the storm, depend on Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida. An extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Maria Reveles loves taxes. Taxes on income, taxes on marriage, even taxes on death. The only thing Reveles doesn't love about taxes? Paying them. Reveles failed to pay Florida taxes, New York taxes, income taxes, property taxes, even HOA fees. And while courts were ordering her to pay up, Reveles kept buying more. Luxury handbags, luxury vacations. Maria Reveles. She dodged her taxes, and she'll raise yours.
I'm Dr. Gracie Christie, a physician, a Floridian, and a mother. Today, I can't even prescribe Tylenol to a teenager without first talking to her parents. But under Amendment 4, that same teen could get an abortion without parental consent and without a doctor's approval. In fact, Amendment 4 would make abortion the only medical procedure a minor could undergo without parental consent. Amendment 4 is too extreme and not what it seems. Please vote no on Amendment 4.
When I grow up, I'm gonna be an astronaut. I'm gonna be president. I'm gonna be a professional protester.
Oh, Nate.
Nate Douglas dreamed it, then did it. Douglas spends his days marching with left-wing radicals, defund the police, cashless bail for criminals, violent inmates on our streets.
And I'll get paid for it.
That's not a real job, Mr. Douglas.
Professional protester Nate Douglas. Don't let his real job be to represent you.
Insurance rates are soaring, families are struggling, and both parties are to blame. I'm Erica Booth. As a teacher, I solve problems every day. Let's solve this one. We need to create an insurance fraud task force to target abuse, give homeowners more affordable options, and sideline the lobbyists. Tom Keene, he joined the lobbyists and voted against reform. The problem is clear. The solution is to
Erica Booth for Florida House.
This update from Severe Weather Center 9 is sponsored by Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont.
All right, welcome back. It is 5:42 on this Wednesday. I'm Martha Sigalski.
And I'm Greg Wormuth. We are covering Central Florida for you as we wait the impacts from the actual hurricane. But those impacts have already been felt today as we've had a number of tornado warnings that have verified as actual tornadoes. And I thought that today during the governor's news conference, one of the things that was super important was tonight a lot of our impacts are going to happen at night, whether that's a tornado or the strong winds. And the rule of thumb with the lights out and at dark is if you hear the trees in your neighborhood starting to crack and make a lot of noise, that's a good time to seek shelter in the interior portion of your house. Take a mattress, put you and your children underneath that. And again, when you hear the noises happening outside your house, they're not to be ignored.
We are going to go live right now to Channel 9's Sabrina Majori, who is in Osceola County. And Sabrina, you're off of 192. What do you have for us?
Well, Martha, right now conditions are not too bad yet. We've seen a little bit of heavier rain and now kind of moderate rain. If you take a look behind me, you can see the trees are kind of just lightly moving in the wind. You can also see some of the ducks right behind me enjoying this day. They seemingly have no idea that we're, about to experience a hurricane here. But Osceola County officials have been very clear about what they want their residents to do. So they actually have an 8 p.m. curfew in effect for Osceola County. They didn't want people on the roads as early as noon. That's when they said people should be starting to hunker down, be indoors. And we saw a lot of people heeding those warnings earlier in the day. We were at a Walgreens and it was closing at 12. So there was a last-minute rush for folks to kind of buy whatever they need to buy ahead of the storm. That's one of the things we've witnessed. And the reason why these officials want everyone to be hunkered down in place is because as these conditions deteriorate throughout the night, it's going to be harder and harder for emergency personnel to get to them. So Osceola County has said for them, 45-mile-per-hour sustained wind is kind of the magic number. At that point, they're not going to be able to send emergency personnel to go and do some things because it's going to be too much wind on the road for them. So we here are continuing to monitor these conditions as some heavier bands come through, as winds pick up. But for now, reporting live in Osceola County, I'm Sabrina Majori, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
All right, Sabrina, thanks so much. We're giving you a look right now of the Sunshine Skyway right now. You can see that it's empty. And the waves are kicking in a little bit, and it is a gloomy day right there on this highway where, we don't want people on it because we've seen in the past people get stuck and there was an issue.
It's closed right now, and this is basically right now where the forecasted cone is showing that the eye of the storm will come over tonight. This is the Manatee County area, and what will happen to the storm surge, it just depends on exactly the specific track, but as of right now, they are expecting a huge storm surge, maybe unprecedented, and that will impact Sarasota and the Manatee County area and up and through Tampa Bay. So again, we're still out a couple of hours before we see anything in terms of those sorts of impacts, but we'll monitor this. We have cameras all over that are at our fingertips.
All right, we want to head now to Brevard County where Channel 9 Melanie's Hope is there with more on what's happening, the weather. You got some rain, Mel.
Yeah, we've mostly been sitting tight because of all of those tornado warnings earlier, but you can see we found a little place to just get out of all of this. But I can tell you the rain really has not let up here in Cape Canaveral, and neither has the wind, but we expect more of the same, obviously, over the next several hours. I did get a chance to speak with officials over at Emergency Management, and they told me they really, really want local residents to take heed of those tornado warnings because obviously they expect more of them. And if you don't have our app or your weather radio, you can still sign up for weather briefings from Emergency Management at www.embrevard.com. So they just want everyone to have that information. I can also tell you that they have about 392 people in local shelters. So they are making use of the shelters that were opened here in Brevard County. Along with those people, I'm told there are 43 pets. They are expecting some pretty strong winds here in Brevard County over the course of this storm, stronger than we've seen in quite some time. Sustained winds that could reach 75 miles per hour with stronger gusts. So obviously they're saying if you don't need to be out on the roadways, hopefully you have everything done by now. They just want you to kind of sit tight because after this storm moves through, we won't be quite done. Local officials are still concerned about storm surge, maybe 3 to 5 feet, and that's going to happen as this hurricane is making its exit. So something to keep in mind. Once that storm is past, you don't want to get up, get out, and start surveying everything. We need to wait until we have enough time to know that storm surge has also, at least the risk of, has passed on by too. We're live here in Cape Canaveral. Melanie Holtz, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
They are expecting significant issues because of the path of the storm there in Brevard County. And then look at this. You know, we talk so many times about the threat of tornadoes, but even for Certified Chief Meteorologist Tom Terry, who grew up in Tornado Alley. In fact, he talks about how tornadoes inspired him to become a meteorologist. He even has not seen the size and the magnitude of the tornadoes.
Oh, it was crazy earlier today.
And Tom joins us. You'll hear him there. And Tom, as you were tracking these and they were popping up, I watched, and it was so compelling because these weren't off the ground. These were massive wedge tornadoes.
Look at that.
In southwest Florida and in central Florida, and we're awaiting damage reports. But yeah, look at these images. And we talk about the tornado damage so many times and the tornado threat, Tom, but today it played out.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, just an incredible storm system, and that was from earlier today down in South Florida, and we had several confirmed tornadoes. We saw them on the ground. It was really blasting through earlier today. I'm going to switch over the radar for our bug down there, but you can see also we are starting to get reports still of these big tornadic waterspouts that are out in the open ocean. They are off the coast of Brevard County, but that was damage earlier today in the Fort Myers area.
That's a doorbell cam from the tornado damage outside of his house.
So yeah, and again, leaving behind damage. And unfortunately, when I first started my day today and took one look at the radar and saw the dry air that had started rolling in, or it kind of cleared out, and we had a fair open runway for tornadoes to form, and you can see the damage there. Now, if you still have a roof, those are probably strong Cat or EF1 tornadoes there, probably winds upwards of 100 miles an hour. That came through, tearing out part of that highway sign. The trees were down. That was in Fort Myers. David, what's the surge looking like in Fort Myers right now?
Stand by on that.
He's been looking at, but we're starting to get the surge coming into Fort Myers.
It is impacting Fort Myers Beach, I can tell you that.
And along the Gulf Coast. And you can see the tornadoes that came by earlier today. Just quick update on the hurricane itself. In between the tracking these tornado warnings that we've had, a lot of them are offshore now, moving northeast at 17. It did pick up a little bit of speed. It will make its approach and be just south of Tampa Bay. So they actually have the phenomenon where it's kind of blowing out the bay at the moment, but they had lots of surge move in earlier. So, gosh, that is so close. That's why we have to evacuate. You just can't take a chance. But lots of surge coming in through Fort Myers, all the way up on the northeast coast here. This is all hurricane conditions that will move onshore and probably make landfall here by 10 o'clock, maybe 10, 11 o'clock at the latest. So
does that look like Sarasota, the red line, Tom?
Yeah, that's going to be Sarasota, the Inglewood, Sarasota.
We've got a live camera going to pop up so you can kind of look at what's happening there right now.
You know, this is an area that was hit so many times. The mayor, Liz Alberts, wondering how much more they can take, Tom, because they have been hit continually, and she's worried about how hard they're going to get hammered and then rebuilding again because they've had to do it before from past storms.
Yeah, we're just starting to see the surge come through, and so we're going to obviously be watching as it makes landfall. That's when that surge kind of surges in and we get the worst impacts. But let me show you the latest on the radar here, and you can see we still have a couple tornado warnings down to the south here. These are going to be moving offshore. We were watching some of these tornadic waterspouts trying to encroach on our beach here. This is going to be the drier air coming in on the south side of the hurricane that we talked about, so we would get the bulk of the rain in Brevard County especially today, right now, and then we would see some slightly drier air as the hurricane starts to move onshore. Again, it will move in very close to Sarasota. If it were up here in Pinellas County, obviously this would be the worst case scenario for the Tampa Bay area, but it is kind of moving.
This is going to be for Brevard Until 6:15.
Okay, Brevard till 6:15. Oh, I see
Cocoa
that.
Beach.
Okay, so I'll stay right here, and we'll be able to monitor, near Cocoa Beach. So that's going to be another one of these kind of tornadic water spouts that is right over in here. Lots of strong wind with this. This is going to be a little bit of spin in with probably 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds that are coming in from this coast. Let me go and pixel query some of these little points here. There's 51, 64. A little farther out, it's over 80. That's going to be aloft, a little bit higher off the water. But so we're going to be watching this as Cape Canaveral, the Rockledge area. We do have our Port Canaveral camera if we want to be able to show that as well. There's our Cocoa Beach cam that's really getting hammered pretty good right now with kind of these severe thunderstorm type wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles per hour. And I'll go ahead and do a storm track on this because it's a lot of wind and rain either way, but we'll track out where we have the little discontinuity in the winds where it could be spinning around, moving at 40 now. I just tracked the update on that. So coming into Cocoa Beach.
That's our Cocoa Beach camera on the right there, Tom.
Okay. All right. Now, David, I can see it now. The new image just popped in. Let me clear this out.
That's Port Canaveral?
It is. On our Cocoa Beach camera, it's really starting to come down here.
Okay. So just on the north side of Cocoa Beach, can you turn north on Cocoa Beach?
I believe I am north right now.
Okay, so this right there, see that? That little red spot. So that's going to be where we have the potential tornado. It's only a few pixels across, so it's going to be on the north side of Cocoa Beach.
And it looks like we just lost our camera there, Tom.
Okay. Well, yeah, very strong winds and rain. It's very close to where we had our camera located here along the beach. And so just north of Cocoa Beach, approaching A1A, so tornado warning out for that area. North Cocoa Beach, here's Ocean Boulevard, and we're just south of the port. So this is going to pass between Cocoa Beach, just north side of Cocoa Beach, where you would go and park your vehicles if you were getting on a cruise ship. So that's going to come right over. There's 520. We're coming over the causeway and heading in toward the Earl of Bronson freeway. So we're keeping an eye there. Let me go ahead and stop this, and I'll put a little storm track. It's a little tiny cell, but it's moving east at about 40. So this is going to move it right over Cocoa, coming up here in about 10 minutes. So hopefully you're already hunkered where you are, but stay hunkered down because that little cell right there, that's a tornadic waterspout coming in Angel City. So just on the south side of Cape Canaveral, it's just a lot of wind in Cape Canaveral. You're probably 50, 60 in Cape Canaveral. There's that little guy right there coming right across Angel City, right over the causeway. Here's Cocoa, so very close to Cocoa in the next 10 minutes or so. Based on the timing, here's Highway 3. So we do have a lot of folks that are living right through here along the river. It's a real pretty spot as folks enjoy their lives there, right there on the river. But there is that little tiny cell, and I just almost missed it because it's so small, but it is certainly something that we're watching very, very closely. And I want to look farther offshore because you can see almost like the elder statesman out here. This looks like it's going to stay offshore, so I'm glad of that. But there's that little bitty cell that's going to be approaching Rockledge just south of Port St. John as well. But again, here's Port Canaveral 528. So I'm watching this along with you at home, and yeah, very windy. 50, 60 mile per hour winds are associated with that as I zoom in a little bit tighter in the Cocoa Beach area. So it's right along A1A. And just on the north side of Cocoa Beach, so going even tighter here. Here is South Banana River Boulevard, and these are all little businesses and homes all in through here. So we may have some additional damage from a rotating cell as opposed to just strong winds coming through, but that's going to be moving back over the river here just south of the causeway. And here is John Horn Boulevard. We come across the causeway. Here's the 520. So over here on the other side of the river is where we're going to, here's Newfound Harbor Drive, just north of the Minuteman Causeway. So that's going to be right over South Banana River Boulevard. It's probably right over here on the river itself now. So it's kind of parallel the 520 and get in toward the Rockledge area if it holds together. So this is the new latest image coming in. So it's right here on that area just south of the 520. So again, take your tornado precautions, which is interior part, lowest level. I know we've had some people evacuate from this area. This is going to be a fairly small footprint as far as a tornado concern from what we saw from earlier today, but it's kind of mixed in with very strong winds of 60, 65 miles an hour. These are all kind of racing inland along with that particular storm. So that's right there along the coast in central Brevard County and part of the larger overall circulation of our hurricane, which is now going to be approaching landfall here before midnight tonight. It's probably going to be after 9 or 10 p.m., moving right across Polk County, right across Osceola, right across Brevard County. And as it gets farther this way, it's moving, and the outer feeder bands are going to kind of spread out a little bit and then try to arc in. So here's a live view. This is Melanie Holt over in Cape Canaveral as they are staying hunkered down with this particular storm coming through. She would try to do a live shot, then we'd have another tornado warning, so they'd have to kind of duck back in for cover. But still watching right now a lot of weather along the southeast coast here. There's that one tiny cell we were tracking. Look at all this lightning that's offshore. So those are really, really big supercell thunderstorms that are just generating all kinds of trouble, but they're over the open ocean right now. And we have had substantial tornadoes come through the Vero Beach, the Fort Pierce area earlier today. As I'm talking, I'm watching Melanie Holt here with their live camera. So fortunately, that neighborhood that she's in right there seems to be okay with that storm. Let me zoom back in here and let's take another closer look. Early warning Doppler 9 radar. We get a chance to keep an eye on these in real time. Coming just north of Cocoa Beach, right along the 520. There is the beach line 528. So we're going to be south of Cape Canaveral. There's lots of wind and rain either way, but south of Cape Canaveral, moving over toward Cocoa and then toward the Rockledge area. So yeah, it's been a long afternoon here, and I'm still looking downwind here. We have that one particular warning. There's nothing else that is threatening as far as coming ashore in Brevard County, because it looks like all of these are going to spin and twist, but you could clearly see the circulation out of these. These are very, very pronounced. That's a little bit weaker, although it's still spinning, and then we get this little tiny circulation right there that we're watching right along 520 moving in toward Rockledge. But a whole bunch of wind and rain. Flood threat is going to increase across all of central Florida for the next several hours tonight. We're really getting a lot of the heaviest rain now in parts of Brevard County, and this is where I think the heaviest rain will be for the next several hours or so. You can clearly see lots of heavy rain. Here's 528 in Brevard County. So again, showing what we're talking about, very heavy wind and rain right there toward the Rockledge, Titusville area. Elsewhere, we still have light to moderate to heavy rainfall spreading through Kissimmee and St. Cloud, and that hurricane's going to pass just to the south and take that heavy rain band along with it for the ride. So it's going to be coming right on over through here and bringing heavy rain mainly north of Brevard County, but you're still getting the really gusty winds and rain right now. So let me go ahead and stop this, and we'll do the latest velocity and see what we can see with this particular storm cell. Yeah, it still shows up pretty well there, right along the 520. It's kind of mixed up in the overall wind field, but that storm is going to move right over the Banana River Drive, right along the 520, Newfound Bull Harbor Road. So Cocoa and Rockledge, your front line, center line, especially in Cocoa, it looks like it's going to be moving steadily a little bit north of due west. So here's the Highway 3 area, and here is Cocoa. So let's zoom in just a little bit tighter. Here's North Tropical Trail. It's coming in toward North Banana River Drive. So this continues to move with winds of about 60 miles per hour, give or take, as this storm works in. It's been part of a larger feature we've been watching coming in off the open Atlantic, but it's still moving right along the 520 and working to the west now at about 30 miles per hour. So Rockledge, Cocoa, you've got still a few minutes. It's still just going to be a big wall of wind essentially, but there could be some embedded stronger wind gusts. Let me move this out at 30, and that'll put it in toward the perhaps close to sharps as well here in the next few minutes. But here's Indianola. So we're going to be south of Cape Canaveral, north and just near the Angel City area, north of the causeway, moving over the river. And this is relatively smooth, so we're not getting any frictional effects of slowing this down. So that'll move right over the Merritt Island area and get back over toward the other side here. And here's Highway 1, Rockledge, and the Beach Line Expressway. Any update from the Weather Service on any other things they're working on?
Haven't heard anything from the Weather Service here on this one. So
okay, so I'm glad we only have one. Here's the wider vantage point. If you're just joining us, it is 6 o'clock, a little bit after 6 p.m. It has been a very, very busy tornado and tornado damage day. We've had damage reports coming in out of the Fort Myers area. Out of southeast Florida, Vero Beach, I think, has taken a pretty big one. The Fort Pierce area just to our south. And a lot of those storms are now moving off in the open waters. We still have this one potential tornado that's right over the Banana River here. This is all Merritt Island, Banana River, just on the north side now of Cocoa Beach. So we've kind of hopefully gotten past those businesses and homes over here. But that's going to be moving in toward the Beach Line Expressway and the 520. So I want to do a little small storm track on this because it's a pretty narrow wind field. Let's move it at 36 miles an hour. So there's 405 and US 1. We're in this area right along the Space Coast. Very small storm north of Rockledge. So this is going to be on the north side of Rockledge, right in toward Cocoa. So front line, center line coming in toward Cocoa. So take your tornado precautions. Hopefully you are already. 9 minutes away, give or take a few seconds, coming in. Right along the Beach Line Expressway, which of course you would take all the way over toward the port. Then you'd come down here and park your car. So this is right, hopefully not doing some issues to cars in the parking lots here, businesses and homes all throughout Merritt Island. But this is moving in toward the Cocoa area, losing a little bit of its velocity sharpness, if we will. As we can zoom in just a little bit more, you can kind of see the red starting to disappear a little bit. It's kind of getting lost in the overall winds, but still winds of probably 60 miles per hour rotating in along with this particular storm as we see the cameras over there along the port. Let's use our Cocoa camera, Cocoa Beach camera. If
it's out.
It's out. Oh, that's right. We lost that one.
It may be down for the count here.
Okay, well, we lost Daytona with Ian, so Cocoa, this one took it on the chin first. So moving right through north of the Rockledge area. Let me do a quick reset as we keep an eye on that. I know we got folks all throughout Central Florida saying, hey, what about me? What's going on? So we keep an eye on that little cell that appears to be weakening a little bit along the coast. This is where by far we've had the heaviest wind and rain. There's a big old hook offshore. That's a big tornadic supercell that's going to be off the coast of Brevard County here, thankfully. But still waves and waves of pretty heavy rain coming by. Lots of 3, 4, 5-inch rainfall amounts. And if you're just joining us, the hurricane itself has sped up. It looks like it will be making its landfall here before midnight tonight. Is off the coast of Sarasota and continuing to move toward the north and east now at 15 miles per hour. So it was 17, slowing down just a little bit to 15. So this will be approaching. They're getting hurricane conditions in the Tampa area all the way through Sarasota, Bradenton. And we've been watching these outer kind of feeder bands that have been rotating through. And they started, these were all very, very tornadic cells earlier today that are now moving along our southeast coast and now moving offshore. And as this hurricane kind of cuts across the peninsula, this heavy rain is really going to be our main threat, in addition to the stronger hurricane force winds, which will be arriving as this storm cell moves across. So here's a look at future track, and we can kind of make out, even our model shows those really strong storm cells off the beaches through 7 o'clock tonight. And then you can still see a few outer rain bands we'll keep an eye on moving through Brevard County, but the drier air starts to move in, but not for folks to the north here. The villages, Ocala, Leesburg, coming through Claremont, Winter Haven, Kissimmee, Metro Orlando, Sanford. So we're 1:30 in the morning, so it's a little faster. We thought we might have landfall around 2 a.m. It's going to make landfall before midnight. This will be essentially 2 a.m. moving through Winter Haven, moving through Kissimmee, moving through St. Cloud. Any update on that cell in Brevard?
Yeah, let me check real quick.
Checking the latest
still no
on
update.
That.
Looks like the warning continues.
I'll get back to it in a second. So then moving through Sanford, DeLand, Daytona Beach, New Smyrna, and this is our forecast model, a little faster than the Hurricane Center depiction there, but we still have a very, very long night of tracking these rotating storms. I think that the highest tornado threat will start to diminish as those outer feeder bands start to scoot by us to the north. And here's another shot of this, and we are still seeing a little nugget, a little tiny blip there of a little bit of difference in the winds, but that's just kind of caught up in a, you can kind of see earlier today as I slowed this down, when the warning came ashore and I noticed it, there's nothing, 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 and then boop, there it was right there. and that was at 5:50, and it came across. It's over the river, still there, but then now you see the latest frame. It kind of faded out. So I do think this may have gotten wrapped up in the overall winds, which are over 60 miles an hour. So there's Highway 50 and I-95, one of those roads you would perhaps take to head over to the coast and enjoy yourself along the beach there. So that little nugget, still keeping on it, doesn't appear to be as threatening as it was. These are big ones. They're offshore though, and let me just check the time lapse on that and see which way they're going, mainly north. Okay, so, whew, gosh, you don't want to mess with those. Those are big ones. So we'll keep an eye on that. And there are actually 3 of them, 1, 2, 3, all lined up off the coast of Brevard County. And the little tiny one that we just saw come through, still heading toward Cocoa. So if you're still in the Cocoa Rockledge area, go ahead and stay hunkered down because there's still a lot of wind, if nothing else, that's coming on by. And I'm just watching these. Gosh, you just don't want to get caught up in those. But that's the trio of trouble off the east coast of Brevard County. Those will stay offshore. And we are watching for a little piece of energy that ripple out from that. And I think that's what caused that little mini water spout to come on through. Otherwise, the wind field all pretty much reds. So that's all going to be fairly uniform wind field and nothing that is especially rotating or tornadic. I'm going to flip over. Anything new, David?
No, still no update here from the Weather Service.
Okay, no news is good news. Okay, so still lots of wind and rain. Still officially have this tornado warning in effect for Brevard County. As I zoom out just a little bit, we have flood watches throughout the area. That tornado warning right here until 6:15. So they may let it expire a little bit early, but it was a good call to go ahead and issue that. 6:15, right? 6:15, northern Brevard County, and the rest of those big storms are all offshore. So here is the wider vantage point. Thanks for joining us here. Just about 6:09 as we watch Hurricane Milton, which is accelerated and is going to be making landfall, we think, near Sarasota here in the next 3 to 4 hours or so, and working on in from the Sarasota area just south of Tampa, coming across through Polk County and all the way across the south side of our metro area. And you can see all the lightning strikes here. It kind of looks like a hornet's nest off the east coast. Those are the really vicious storms that are now over the open waters and are kind of on a parallel course to stay offshore, at least for now. So we're going to keep an eye on those. We've had lots of really strong winds down here from Fort Pierce to Hobe Sound and into the Vero Beach area. So that's 406 in US 1. So we're still in this northern section of Brevard County as I keep an eye. And you can really tell the difference, folks. Look at that hook echo right there. This is the rotating tornadic storm that we saw earlier that was on shore that we were tracking coming up through the Holopah area, 192, Yeehaw Junction, Vero Beach, down towards Fort Myers. That's what those big ones looked like earlier today. Now we're keeping an eye, and you can really see the really strong winds here, just incredible winds off our beaches. This one still has some pretty good wind just passing Banana River Drive, but it doesn't appear to be as well developed. So I think it's gone ahead and gotten caught up in the overall winds and will go ahead and dissipate and just be a part of the overall winds. But still in the Cocoa area, Rockledge, we're keeping a close tab on it in case it wants to redevelop. But as you can see there, the reds are kind of gone. So this has just caught up in the overall winds of probably 50 to 60 miles per hour. Go ahead and pixel query this for you. You see 68. It's hauling the mail in my vernacular. So it's really moving fast here. So this is part of the overall effects of this hurricane as it comes through central Florida. Guys, we're just going to keep an eye on this back here. Again, the track is going to move this hurricane through a little bit faster. David, when did we estimate we thought the landfall would be? How far off the coast is that? About 35, 40 miles or so?
It's getting closer. The question mark is going to be, does it slow down here? So we are 86 miles from Tampa.
Okay.
Right now, and let me pop on.
Probably about 50 miles, 40 miles off the coast of Sarasota, where they're getting some pretty big surge over there and along the west coast, as we expected from this now Category 3 hurricane. So if we do get below 115, that would be a strong Cat 2 hurricane. That would be reminiscent of Francis that came to our south 20 years ago. And looking at some of the tidal gauges over there, they're really starting to come up to the south. It doesn't look like we're going to get that massive surge into Tampa Bay, especially with this storm on a track coming in more toward the south. But this is going to be 2 o'clock in the morning here, 90 miles an hour. That's Polk County. So 2 a.m. This will probably be 4, 5 o'clock in the morning over Brevard with drier air on the south side. And then that's 2 p.m. That's going to be offshore. So lots going on back here in Severe Weather Center 9. And fortunately, that little nugget of wind, as I take another look at it, still appears to be just a nugget of wind in Brevard County. Guys, we're going to keep an eye on this right now, but for the moment, we're still just looking at a lot of wind and, of course, a lot of rain. And we'll talk more about that flood threat here over the next several hours. It's going to be a long night, tracking a lot of heavy rainfall.
Yeah, we know
Does the tornado threat drop, Tom, as we get closer to nightfall?
It will, mainly because some of the outer feeder bands are going to be offshore. Okay, so that will be good. And this is one of the things I talked about yesterday, is that we would have these feeder bands coming in the northeast quadrant of a hurricane during the day. And when we had an open runway for these tornadoes to form and come zipping up through South Florida, we had the daytime heating. They were discrete cells. They had their own little environment to maneuver. They got really tightly wound. We saw some incredible pictures of some damage in South Florida from earlier today. We had some pictures I saw online of just these big tornadoes you might see back in the Midwest, probably on the higher end of EF1, EF2 tornadoes. And they'll do some damage surveys when this is all done and try to assess kind of the wind speeds on that. I'm also, as I'm talking about this, I'm keeping one eye on that little cell. It doesn't appear that it's redeveloped any. Those are all winds of about 60, but those cells are still off the coast right now. So let's keep them off the coast.
Yeah, they knew this was coming. I mean, Cape Canaveral Hospital evacuated ahead of Milton because they were so worried. That's what Health First did yesterday in prep for this particular area.
So, and you can kind of see here some of the drier air that's starting to mix in as we keep I'm still watching this. Don't worry, we're not letting it go here in Brevard. If anything happens, we'll show you. But these tornadoes are starting to kind of arc now as that outer feeder band extends north and our coast is moving the other direction. So that's good. We're not going this way. So these cells should stay off the coast. We're keeping an eye for a couple cells near this outer point government property, but we should be able to keep that out through. I'm going to be watching, though. We may get another little feeder band coming in from the south, but you can see the drier air starting to take over. So our overall threat will be a little bit lower later on tonight, I think, from that. And then, of course, we'll just watch this northeastern eye wall of the hurricane itself as it's now moving in through Sarasota. But there's a whole lot of wind and rain in the Tampa area, and it's going to move through Winter Haven. It's going to move through Orlando. The eye itself, or what will be left of the eye, will be just down here to the south. And kudos to the Hurricane Center. The track has been very, very good. We've had a few tweaks here and there on the track, but generally spot on, and impacts are still going to be mainly across our area, and lots of wind and some flooding threat tonight.
Yeah, the tornadoes are a warm-up act tonight. We'll see those sustained winds as, again, the storm gets closer. Right, Tom?
That's right.
So around 2 a.m. for Polk County, you're saying 4 to 5 a.m. for Brevard?
Yeah, I'll pull the track back up for you here because it sped up so fast. Dave and I were like tracking tornadoes left and right, and we're like going, this thing is sped up here. And then we got the advisory. So 2 a.m. over Polk County, and that's the center. And again, the center, it's going to be a very large system. So this whole area is going to have some hurricane force winds, and that will shrink as the hurricane kind of loses some of its overall intensity. However, something else that we've been tracking, there's a front up here to the north. And that's kind of helped to steer the system along a little bit, but that's going to actually kind of cool down the hurricane itself and become what we call extratropical, no longer a warm core system. But when that happens, the winds like to blow out a little bit. They'll expand, okay? So we will have a lot of wind for Central Florida as this hurricane approaches. We're already getting a lot of wind, but we'll have more wind over the area as this hurricane moves offshore. And that's when it moves out tomorrow morning. And at 2 p.m., there's our Tropical Storm 70. We'll still have very strong gusty winds along, especially our northern beaches tomorrow.
All right. We will get back to you if there is another tornado warning in fact.
Take a quick break right now. Then we're going to bring you back, take you back out live to Tampa. Tom talked a little bit about maybe the water and the surge not as bad for those folks as originally feared. Sarasota, on the other hand, could be ugly. We'll be right back as we continue tracking Hurricane Milton here on Channel 9. It is about 6:16.
98.9 WMMO rocks.
We will rock you. Sing it out. We will Amendment 3 could legalize recreational marijuana.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm getting ready to grow my weed. Amendment 3 is on the ballot, and oh my God, who are you?
I'm Big Weed. Actually, we wrote Amendment 3, so we're the only ones that can grow it.
So I can't grow...
Not even one plant.
So Amendment 3 is not about freedom. I vote no.
Big Weed, baby. We control everything.
In Florida, alcohol is available whenever and wherever, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's ridiculous. Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol. Amendment 3 would give adults the freedom to make their own choices, providing safe, lab-tested marijuana from a store, not the street, while generating billions for police and schools. Vote yes on Amendment 3. Let's give adults the freedom to make their own choices.
Advent Health wants to keep you safe and healthy during Hurricane Milton. Starting 8 a.m. Wednesday through 8 p.m. Thursday, we're offering free urgent care video visits for common health conditions. Just download the Advent Health app and use code Milton. For more information, visit adventhealthvideovisits.com. Be well and know Advent Health is always here for your whole health.
Another hurricane, more devastation, and Rick Scott is only making it worse. Scott took $3 million from insurance companies and let them raise rates and deny claims. He even voted against billions in disaster relief funds. I'm Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. Rick Scott sold us out, and now your property insurance bill is 4 times the national average. It has to stop. I approve this message because natural disasters are bad enough without Rick Scott making it worse.
Shop Southeast Steel during our fall savings event and get amazing savings store-wide and exclusive rebates up to $500 on kitchen appliances and laundry pairs. Plus, find styles that echo your taste for design. Only at Southeast Steel, where you really do get the best deal.
Insurance rates are soaring, families are struggling, and both parties are to blame. I'm Erica Booth. As a teacher, I solve problems every day. Let's solve this one. We need to create an insurance fraud task force to target abuse, give homeowners more affordable options, and sideline the lobbyists. Tom Keene, he joined the lobbyists and voted against reform. The problem is clear. The solution is to.
Erica Booth for Florida House.
As Hurricane Milton continues to hit Florida, our team of meteorologists tracking its every move. And take a look at this. This is actually from the Conway area. We just received this picture into our newsroom from one of our viewers, and that shows you the impressive funnel cloud there. And this is what Tom and David were tracking earlier, and this is not far from downtown Orlando in the Conway area. In terms of reports of any damage, we are still awaiting word of that and if any injuries have occurred, but the tornado outbreak that we warned of is a real deal, and we've seen it in South Florida, Southwest Florida, and now here in Central Florida.
And in Tampa, we have our Shannon Butler standing by, where she was there last night, where it was the calm before the storm, if you will. Beautiful evening there, eerily quiet, but a nice night. She is live there right now with the conditions. If they're deteriorating, what's the latest, Shannon?
Yeah, in this Tampa Bay area, they've already expended emergency services in places like St. Petersburg. It is too dangerous for those first responders to come out. The water has been shut off in some of these cities preparing for this hurricane. Sarasota is already seeing flooding, and we've actually seen a couple of buildings that have caught on fire. It's kind of... I think this might be the worst of the storms that I've covered over the years because of all of the things that are going into this. The storm surge, the wind, the rain, now we have fires. It's just an incredibly strong storm. I mean, we're not even, that eye has not even hit this area yet, and you can see just how strong those storms are. We are taking cover in a parking garage, a structure that is about 6 stories high. In there, it is safe for us to be as this wind kicks in, but right now it is too unsafe for us to drive or anyone else. We have seen a few people that have come to come to this area. We don't know if they're first responders or if people are trying to get somewhere else and get to safety, but the officers have blocked off many of these roads, trying to keep people from going down it because the water is starting to cool on the streets, and they've already seen flooding on those coastal areas. This is just starting now here in this area. This is going to be a very, very long, scary and difficult night for so many people. The shelters here, many of them are full, but at least people did heed those warnings and got out of those low-lying areas. But there are people even that I know that are sitting in Bradenton and Sarasota right now saying they're just going to ride this thing out. A lot of those folks in those high rises, and even that may not be safe with all that storm surge that's coming in. We talked to the St. Petersburg Fire Department a few hours ago, and they were saying, we don't know because of Helene, we don't know if those structures, some of the structures may not hold. And if you look at areas like St. Petersburg and Tampa, they haven't had a storm like this in decades and decades. This is going to be a real test to see just how well these areas, these cities hold up because of a storm like this. Martha, Greg?
And Shannon there and her photographer, Carrie Krosky, are veterans. They're in a safe area. That is a parking garage next to them. So they stepped out so that you could experience what folks in Tampa are experiencing and what we will experience here. Those wind gusts, in case you're curious, 60 miles per hour. And again, as Shannon alluded to, you are just getting a warm-up act because those winds will become sustained and much higher the closer and closer that the eye wall gets to that Tampa, Sarasota, Manatee County area.
I have some information now coming in, Greg, from Volusia County, where their emergency shelter at Mainland High School has reached capacity. So they are saying if you are going there, you're going to be taken by their transportation to a different facility, but they're asking you not to go there because they are at the brim right now. There's no more room, and there's other ones. There's at Creekside Middle School, DeLand High School, University High School, Volusia County Fairgrounds as well. So if you are in Volusia County and you need shelter, those are the other shelters that you can go to.
Yeah, we're at 150 total shelters in the, not Central Florida, but in the hurricane zone. And the governor said today there are 6 state supplemented shelters of last resort. So if they get capacity in any community, the state will step in and make sure those people have a safe haven.
All right, Channel 9 anchor Alex Walker has some video just into our newsroom from St. Lucie County. What do you have for us, Alex?
Yeah, hey guys, Tom Terry has been mentioning that tornadic activity down by Port St. Lucie in the Fort Pierce area. We have some video into the newsroom from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office. One of the tornadoes doing some serious damage. Take a listen.
I'm St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson. Earlier, we were live putting the message out there because this threat is real. Right here at the Sheriff's Office, 4700 West Midway Road. About 10 minutes ago, a tornado came ripping through here. This is a devastating tornado. It took out that 10,000 square foot red iron building with all of our patrol cars underneath it. Thankfully, nobody was in there at the time. This thing came through and took this out within a moment. We hear the winds going. We're going to go ahead and step back and go back inside for some shelter. But again, if you're seeing this video and you're getting these warnings, take cover, take shelter. This is a real storm. This is a dangerous storm. Be safe and know that we're out here to get you.
Yeah, that is some wild video. Tom has also been mentioning the storm surge over on the Gulf Coast. Here's video from our ABC affiliate WZVN in Fort Myers. This is a storm surge at Fort Myers Beach. You can already see the water rising. This is from about 2 hours ago, and this Category 3 hurricane still off the coast. We will keep tabs of the storm surge throughout the evening right here on Channel 9. As we know, the Fort Myers area has been pummeled by hurricanes the last couple of years. Hope everyone over there is okay. Guys, back to you.
Wow, that was just unbelievable video. Thank you, Alex. And Alex is doing a great job for us. He is watching all the social media feeds and bringing us just whatever's happening around Florida and with the pictures to back that up. Let's take another look. We'll take you over to, again, the Tampa Bay area. And this is a road that typically at this hour would be slammed with cars, but instead it's slammed by weather. This is the Sun Coast Parkway there along the Veterans Expressway. And again, if you've been in the Tampa Bay area, you've been on this road, and it can be a lot of brake lights. But today, the only lights we see are traffic lights, and the electricity is on there for now.
All right, we are going to go to a break, but coming up, when we come back, we're going to go to Melanie Holt, where there is some significant storm damage in Brevard County. We'll be right back.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida. An extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape, no matter...
Charlotte, sink your teeth into a culinary oasis with show-stopping chefs, mixology magicians, and craft beer on a whole new level. Made for fine food fanatics, endless Epicurean adventures lead to full bellies and hearts. Plan your trip at charlottesgotalot.com.
Like many voters, Lena's open to Amendment 3. But there's a catch. A deal breaker she won't see on the ballot summary because they buried it deep to sneak it past voters like Lena. Big Weed wrote Amendment 3, so they can't be sued.
So they can't even be sued?
No matter what goes wrong, if people get sick, corporations make billions but can't be held accountable.
There's no way I'm voting for Amendment 3.
It's corporate greed, not freedom.
My husband and I were involved in a very bad car accident, and we decided to call attorney Dan Newland. Within minutes of our call, we became clients. We were so relieved that Dan and his team would be fighting for us. Dan's commitment to our case was extraordinary. He was with us every step of the way, and at the end of our case, Dan got us $1.5 million.
Involved in a car accident? Call me now at 407-888-8000.
Thank you, Dan, for winning our case.
Maria Reveles loves taxes. Taxes on income, taxes on marriage, even taxes on death. The only thing Reveles doesn't love about taxes? Paying them. Reveles failed to pay Florida taxes, New York taxes, income taxes, property taxes, even HOA fees. And while courts were ordering her to pay up, Reveles kept buying more. Luxury handbags, luxury vacations. Maria Reveles. She dodged her taxes, and she'll raise yours.
Healthcare should be a right, not a privilege. We understand the importance of providing care that reflects the uniqueness of a person. We are your wellness advocates and can provide a safe space where our staff make sure your well-being is a priority and your identity is recognized.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida. An extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Charlotte, those who wander are never lost here. Made for pint-sized pathfinders, nature novices, and outdoor explorers. Meet fellow fresh air followers in this idyllic urban oasis. Plan your trip at charlottesgotalot.com.
98.9 WMMO rocks.
This Time and Temperature is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
As Hurricane Milton continues to hit Florida.
This is by far the most prolific tornado outbreak I've covered during a hurricane.
Our team of meteorologists is tracking its every move with technology from Severe Weather Center 9 Doppler to give you up-to-the-minute information.
Take shelter right now.
We have crews in every Central Florida county showing you the impacts on your community live.
Nothing but red. They are coming in with their pets, with food, with blankets.
Water from the Halifax River over there pushes into the stormwater system. Port Canaveral is officially closed.
When you saw Milton was formed, what went through your head?
Oh, another one.
Channel 9 is committed to staying on the air for as long as it takes to keep you safe and informed until the threat from Hurricane Milton is over.
And Hurricane Milton hasn't even made landfall yet, and we are certainly feeling the effects here in Central Florida. It is just after 6:30. Good evening. I'm Martha Sigalski.
And I'm Greg with landfall expected around 9 o'clock or so. It looks like it's still tracking towards the southwest part of Florida, and it looks Tampa in the crosshairs as well as Sarasota.
Here are the latest developments on Hurricane Milton right now. We got a storm update from Volusia County. They say 800 people are currently using their shelters. They're asking everyone to stay off the roads. There's a curfew will go into effect in about 90 minutes. At 8 p.m., it will be reevaluated again at 8 a.m. to determine if it is still needed.
And the Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood said if anyone commits a crime during this time, they will face increased charges for breaking the law during a natural disaster. So those are increased charges, increased penalties, and we do see that at times, especially on areas where they've been evacuated. We bring Tom back in. We're going to go over to Brevard County in just a moment, Tom. There has been significant damage, and we're trying to confirm if it was from the tornado that you and David were tracking or if it was just from the winds and the rain.
Yeah, it was kind of all blended in together. Our radar is estimating over 65-mile-an-hour winds.
That'll do it.
And maybe a little brief tornado. And we're watching our flags over in Daytona. We've lost one or two here, and they're going to hang on for dear life, but they're going to get whipped here, and we won't have any left when this is all done. You can see the rough surf and in Daytona Beach. And right now, these are the live wind gusts: 44, 47, 51 Claremont, 47 in Winter Haven. It's 74 now along the Gulf Coast. So it's been very, very gusty. As we see peak winds 50 in the upper 50s. So and we still have the hurricane yet to come here. As you can see, this is the latest on the storm itself. It has sped up a little bit and it's slowed down just a little bit. Still a Cat 3. This may come on shore as a very strong Category 2 hurricane. They do have aircraft in the vicinity. They'll be measuring the central pressure, getting some of the winds, but either way, still an enormous hurricane impact here coming through and just south of Tampa and St. Pete. Big storm surge coming in across Sarasota, Fort Myers, Naples, and you can see some of the drier air. This is all part of the portfolio for this hurricane, as we talked a lot about over the last several days. Now the days are blurring together, but we've talked a lot about we'd have some drier air on the south side, and we would likely get a lot of your heavy rainfall in our southern counties right now as these rain bands come through with very heavy amounts of rain. So that's going to be the track of the storm. Landfall, give or take, around 9 o'clock or so. It's when that center point crosses the coast. It did speed up from earlier today. We noticed it speeding up, and sure enough, it has. So this is the 2 a.m. coordinate right over Polk County, Category 1, 90 miles per hour. And this has a very large wind field. So this is going to spread all kinds of wind. And again, more power outages expected throughout the evening as the heavy rain and the gustiness continues. We've had 27 in this box that I've queried reports. Most of these are tornadoes. You see them all lined up through there. This is the one we were tracking live on the air, very clearly delineated there on our radar, and several down towards South Florida that I'm not showing. So very heavy wind and rain, just kind of this big outer rain squall. This is the one that did all the damage that's now offshore. We're still keeping an eye here as I take a look at the winds inside the storm. That has weakened a bit. That's still spinning like a top, a couple of them. Very strong winds, northern Brevard County, moving in toward Volusia County as well, and nothing rotating over Metro Orlando, but very heavy rain moving through Titusville, Port St. John, Rockledge. We have several flash flood warnings across the area due to the heavy rain that came down earlier today. And thankfully, those bigger cells are just offshore. But the rain continues through here. And how much rain so far? Our pixel query, 6.5, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4. And this is before we get the northern edge of some of this heavy rain moving overhead later on tonight. This is the wind field, hurricane force winds, Sarasota, Tampa. We're already getting gusts to 75 over there. Winter Haven, Fort Meade, Polk County, these are all in line with what we've been telling you just about the same data we've had for the last 24 hours moving across Metro Orlando. That'll be the hurricane force wind field. This brown area, though, a very large kind of a severe thunderstorm wind field, which will have gusts up to 70, maybe a little bit higher than that. But look how much larger that brown circle gets as it moves offshore. So we have a lot of wind still yet to come tonight. Here's a look at future track 930, still showing heavy rain Ocala Villages. Here comes our hurricane Winter Haven area around 1230. But you can see this channel of extremely heavy rain on the northern side of the eye as it comes across. Drier south, still windy, heavy rain coming through, and lots of heavy rain Palm Coast, Daytona, flooding expected to be extensive up here and kind of wrapping around through the villages Ocala, and a little bit of rain trying to spiral on through as it moves offshore. Our model is even faster than the Hurricane Center track. It's actually right here. The track is still back over here, but give or take tomorrow morning daybreak should be approaching Brevard County, probably still as a hurricane and whipping on through. So I know it's squally, it's rainy, it's windy now, but it's going to get even more so as we move through the late late night hours. Behind this, still a little bit of rain for Thursday, your 7-day forecast, the weekend always in view. We will be recovering from this storm cell for tomorrow, and then Friday, a little bit of rain early, and then it looks like a very nice stretch of weather. We'll be updating the power outages too. We have a special map for that. We're keeping an eye on that. And of course, I'm keeping one eye also on those rotating storms just off Brevard and Volusia counties coming up.
All right, Tom, thank you much. In fact, speaking of Brevard County, we had the rotating storm, tornado. We're trying to get some confirmation, and there has been significant damage.
There has been, Greg, and our Melanie Holt is there in Cocoa Beach right now with a look at all the damage. Mel.
I can show you better than I can tell you. We're just off of A1A here in Cocoa Beach, and this building right behind me here, well, this was the Supercuts. I don't want you to walk too far, Lauren. I'm talking to my photographer, Lauren Bray, because there's a lot of debris in this area, but you can see the walls of this building gone. And Lauren, if you would come with me, please. We're just going to walk this way, Lauren. We're just going to walk around this building, if you can bear with me, to show you the extent of the damage here that we found. I also talked to two gentlemen that were actually in a pub in this shopping plaza, and they tell me they really didn't hear anything, but they saw the doors of the pub kind of vibrating in and out and decided to get away from windows, get away from the doors. And when they finally came out, and this all happened in the last 30 to 45 minutes, this is what they saw. And this is not the only building that we found damaged in this area. Lauren, let's just go around the corner here. I'm going to tell you this is in very close proximity to the Brevard County Bureau. We're probably, I can see that building from here as well. If you look up the street here, and be careful of these branches, and be careful here, Lauren. There's a line down here, and here. Let's turn over to the traffic signals here. You can see the damage in this area. And we're right at Banana River Boulevard and A1A here. If you can point in the distance there, straight ahead is the Wells Fargo. And I can tell you from at least this vantage point, there doesn't appear to be a roof there. Extensive roof damage to the Wells Fargo. And we see all sorts of aluminum siding here in the parking lot that apparently came from just across the street here.
That's over on the traffic light.
That is, and I think I see the police officer. They're checking probably for these lines in this area as well. I'm going to stop walking for the minute, but we don't know what exactly caused this activity. But I've got to tell you, is that okay? If I'm just going to point out the corner of this building right here, the medical group there, you can see where it looks like something possibly hit the corner of this building. Right there on that corner. So you can see all of the emergency responders in this area right now here in Cocoa Beach. We still don't know what caused this particular damage, but obviously it is extensive.
Hey, Mel.
I'm going to just toss it back to you there.
Yeah,
yes.
Keep your camera on. We're going to have Tom Terry come in because he and David Heckard were actually tracking this cell, and he wants to comment, so leave the video rolling there. Tom.
Yeah, let's see those pictures, Mel. Great shots from your photographer.
Yeah, we got the tornado warning. There wasn't anything real obvious at first, but then we spotted it as it developed just before it came on shore, and we were tracking it coming into Cocoa. And I actually have this on WEX 3. If you want to maybe pull this up a little bit, you'll be able to see the actual rotating storm come right in where that red area is. And that was, Melanie, that we saw this come through right near South Banana River Boulevard. It was clear as day. That was earlier today. That was 5:50, 5:55, and then it started to break up. But it came in from the Atlantic and probably had winds of 100 miles an hour.
Well, looking at all the damage here, and you know, obviously I can't go down the street here. You see all those emergency vehicles. You see utility companies. There are actually some folks that probably live not far from here standing outside surveying this damage as well. But I've got to tell you, we took that tornado warning seriously, just stopped, didn't move anywhere, and still we're concerned about it. But obviously you see that that concern was well placed. I'm looking at a lot of damage here, and I really don't know if this is the extent of it at this point.
I mean, look at that. The metal and the roof just peeled off, Tom.
Yeah, those are, you know, these are not the strongest structures over there along the coast, right? That, the metal tin roof, but easily 80, 100-mile-an-hour winds will be doing that. If there were no roof, then we're kind of talking over 120, 130. This is probably in the 100 to 110 miles an hour. It's kind of embedded in that whole 50-mile-an-hour wind gust that we saw. But thankfully, it's just that one isolated area. That was a really small window that we were able to track for you live on TV.
Mel, go ahead and continue with your coverage there and tell us more what you see. And then I know you want to talk to some of the eyewitnesses. So just an amazing job by you and your photographer, Lauren Bray.
Well, we certainly appreciate it. I've got to tell you that we did talk to two people who were in that pub probably in the last 10 or 15 minutes, and they tell me their cars were damaged as well. But when you see all this debris out here, obviously something struck those cars. So now they're looking at that damage. They walked away a few minutes ago.
Mel, did they say how quickly this... Did they say how quickly, Mel, this just popped up, and then how long did it last? I know you all are doing an excellent job bringing these pictures to us. You're really telling the story for us, but how fast did this happen?
They tell me they saw what looked like regular rain, then torrential rain, and then those doors started moving, and they thought, well, this hurricane is not passing over us yet. This looks pretty wild. Wow. And actually, one of them was going to leave the bar, and his friend told him, I don't think you should be leaving right now. I think you should come on back in. And he did. And that gentleman, he told me that the front of his car, his bumper, is crumpled. So it's fortunate that he took his friend's advice there. I want to show you something else. This is State Road A1A, Banana River Boulevard, and you see that gray building, that high-rise right there? That is the Cape Royal. That's where our bureau is. That is where the Brevard County Bureau is. So right in the center of all this. I don't know if there's any damage over there, obviously, because I'm not going over there at this point. As I said, there were power lines down just on the way over here. So this is definitely an area that I'm going to be leaving very soon, just because it's going to be dark soon.
And your safety comes first.
And you don't want to be traveling in an area. Absolutely. So we are not going to be staying much longer, but I did want to make sure that you got a look at what happened just a short time ago in Cocoa Beach.
And Mel, I believe our tower cam is right there at that bureau. Is that accurate?
We had a tower cam up on this building. I don't believe that tower cam is still located there.
Yeah, because we lost our
Cocoa. But I don't believe
we can't find it.
Yeah,
we can't find it right now.
It went dark. So yeah.
But excellent, Mel. You and your photographer. Wow. I mean, right there. You guys were right there when this happened. You see the utility crews and how fortunate for those people that were in that pub that nothing happened to them.
Yeah.
Wow.
And what I love about this,
absolutely.
Yeah, and Mel, as we pop your shot just one more time, what I love about this is that we all heard the alerts when the tornado warning was for our county, and that's why it's important to have your phone with you if possible. You all were over there and had just reported live on a different sort of an angle of what we were awaiting. You all heard the tornado warning. You all took shelter and, you know, locked down for a moment, and sure enough, it was a tornado.
Well, it was the best shelter we could find, for sure, but we definitely didn't want to travel with that tornado warning still active, and we did wait until it expired to come this way, but obviously quite a bit of damage here, just a short distance away in Cocoa Beach.
And this is a testament. We say this all the time, and we know that after a storm is when most of the casualties and injuries happen, and it's going to be getting dark soon, Mel, and you've got the power lines that are down there, most likely live, and it's just such, you know, it could be a fatal situation for someone who ventures out, doesn't see them, and bumps into them. So this is the reason why we say stay inside.
Broken glass, power lines, pieces of siding, probably nails, But again, I won't be worried about that in just a few minutes.
All right, well, Mel, you and Lauren go to higher ground, safer ground from all of the damage, but thank you for that reporting. And I love, too, the messaging that provides to you, the viewer, at home, as you hear these warnings and you hear Tom and the team talk about them, and to seek shelter when the warning comes out, that because not because we just say it to say it, but because the danger is there, and our team practiced what we preach, and in this instance, it allowed them to stay safe until such time that the warning had expired.
And Mel, and weather veteran Tom Terry, and Tom, you were talking about this tornadic activity, and now we go live to the scene to see what had happened.
Yeah, and it was right there. We had it right in our crosshairs. We were tracking it live on TV, and right now we also just want to point out to you, we do have what's called extreme wind warning. This is when the eye wall starts impacting the coast. So this is for the highest end hurricane events, Cat 3, and this is basically from Clearwater through St. Pete, including Tampa, all the surrounding areas over Ruskin, where their radar is located here, Plant City, Bradenton, down to just north of Sarasota. So that is what we expected.
And a quick point, Tom, this includes 2.7 million people.
Okay, so 2.7 million people, that's why they all got out of the way for this particular storm. And it continues. Again, the track is going to bring this hurricane right through central Florida during the evening and overnight hours. It's sped up. You're just joining us. This is going to make landfall here in a couple of hours, come right across through Polk County overnight and emanate out in the open Atlantic near Brevard County, near the Space Coast. It should be there later on this morning. So again, extreme wind warning for a major hurricane about to make landfall here in a couple hours near the Sarasota, Bradenton area along our west coast. Guys, back to you.
Oh, that was just Tom and David. I mean, on behalf of people in Cocoa Beach that clearly had gotten that warning, and you guys did such a great and calm job. It just is an amazing example of this technology and this talent that this team has to spot that little blip on the radar and say, wait a minute, hold on, and right there to the street, to the corner, that's where that tornado touched down.
I'm so glad that Mel and Lauren are okay, going to get some shelter right now after covering that. And we're going to have more for you, more damage in other parts of Central Florida. You're watching Channel 9 as we track Milton. We'll be back right after this.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape and on abortion. That goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
By a careless driver, and attorney Dan Newland got me $950,000.
Car accident? Call me now at 4.